Chapter 13 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Florence Short. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest. Chapter 13. Under every down-hanging head dwells 1,000 mischiefs. Arabic proverb. Namla had been superseded. No suspicion whatever attached to her, but whether her curses had been too potent, or the blow of the water jar too much for him. The man who had partaken of much good red wine the night of Helen's attempted escape had died. That in connection with certain gossip concerning Namla's friendship and enthusiastic praise of the white woman, decided Zarah. She sent her packing without warning, and in her stead put a villainously ugly, surly negress, incapable of speech, much less of a kind thought or deed, who proceeded to follow the prisoner at a distance wherever she went, thereby rendering speech with blind Yusuf impossible. Knowing that Helen must pass the great rock on her way down to the river to bathe, as was her custom just after sunrise, Yusuf sat himself down in its shadow the morning after Namla's dismissal to tell the prisoner the reason for the change in the body woman and to warn her to be on her guard. He lifted his head at the sound of her footsteps, then frowned, though no one else could possibly have discerned the other almost noiseless tread made by bare feet, one of which pressed the ground more heavily than the other. Judging correctly the distance between the two women, put his fingers to his lips and whispered, "Ati Balak," as he salaamed. "Be careful." The change in her body woman, combined with Yusuf's warning, caused Helen's anxiety to increase, until her days became a burden of suspense and her nights a nightmare of troubled dreams, in which she saw her lover lying dead or wounded in the desert, or a prisoner in the hands of some lawless tribe. She would not allow herself to think of her position nor of her future, but she made a vow in the depths of her valiant heart that, no matter what was in store for her, no matter how the Arabian might cajole or threaten, she would not show a sign of anxiety which consumed her, nor write a word of the letter which she knew would bring her lover, if he lived, hot-foot to her. Then Zarah, who had not given up hopes of getting the letter from the girl, and who waited for the return of Al-Assad from his quest, showed herself suddenly friendly, and Helen gladly responded to her invitations to visit the kennels and the stables and the rest of the erstwhile monastery. True, she had been forbidden to wander amongst the rocks, or to climb to the beginning of the cleft, or to ride either horse or camel. True, also, that the surly negress followed her wherever she went, so that, in spite of the extra liberty, she felt herself more closely guarded and more carefully watched than ever. Still, the days passed more quickly, and her friends amongst the dogs and their grooms became almost too numerous to be counted. Upon her first visit to the kennels, unaccompanied by Zarah, the head groom, who worshipped the dogs, reluctantly offered her the whip, without which his mistress would not enter the door when upon her visits of inspection. "What for?" asked Helen, as she looked over his shoulder to where the famous greyhounds and the dogs of Bili stood watching her. "Out of fear, Excellency. They may be dangerous." "Fear of what?" The head groom did not reply, but spread his fingers in a gesture against the evil memory of the woman the dogs hated, and rushed to save Helen from them, when, barking and leaping, they threw themselves upon her in instant friendliness in response to her call. In the days following, she visited the kennels upon every possible occasion, until even Radi, the bitch, fawned at her feet in love, and the grooms ran to greet her at the kennel door. Through the order forbidding her to ride, the grooms of the horse and camel stables became smitten of a grievous jealousy, as they listened to the tales of the white woman's graciousness recounted to them by the head groom of the kennels. Dogs? Yeah, perchance she has knowledge of the dog, but ride, pah! Oh, brother, what knows she of the Nashdi? What would she avail against the vagaries of the desert horse? Wilt thou make a bet, O my brother? which is a perfectly absurd question to ask an Arab, who will gamble with his last coffee bean if he has nothing of more value in hand. The bet spread, dividing the camp into two factions, which were ready to fight over it upon the slightest provocation. The grooms of the stables were backed by their friends. The grooms of the kennels had an equal following. They all showed a catholic and reckless taste in stakes, which ranged from marriageable daughters through money, jewelry, and weapons down to emaciated poultry. News of the bet came to Zarah's ears the day upon which Alisad returned with the report that Ralph Trenchard was safe, had started for the sanctuary accompanied by one Abdul, and had been sighted near the scene of the battle, which meant that he was but a day's journey behind. She cursed in her heart that interest in Helen should have been aroused at such an inauspicious moment. Then instantly, little knowing that the girl's horsemanship equalled, even surpassed her own, conceived a diabolically cunning plan by which she could bring about her death before Ralph Trenchard's arrival, and withal arousing suspicion amongst the men. Helen wanted to ride. The men wanted her to ride. Well, ride she should, and to her death. Lula, the black mare, had been pronounced untamable. Descendant of the mare who had brought the sheikh to safety, likewise descendant of the mare who had been the cause of Yusuf's blindness, she was as black of temper as she was of coat. 3 people out of the whole camp had been able to ride her the entire length of the plateau. Zarah, Bowlegs, and the patriarch. Not one of the others who had taken the risk even of trying to mount her had escaped injury. Each one had been thrown, considering himself lucky if he escaped with slight concussion. There had been broken bones aplenty, and one broken neck. That made the beginning and end of the plan. If Helen succeeded in getting across a saddle, she would of necessity be thrown. She must be. She might break her neck, in which case all the trouble would be over, or she might be stunned, in which case she would look like dead, which would serve as well. Brigands do not worry themselves over much about such details as heartbeats. Scruples do not exist in a jealous woman's heart. Neither was there time to lose. She sent for the head groom of the stables. "Lula the Black, mistress?" The man raised a face of consternation as Zarah finished speaking. "Mistress, she is not fit. She is as wild as a bird on the wing. She is possessed of the devil. One of thy slaves even now lies sick of the meeting of her teeth in his shoulder." Zarah put an end to his protestations by the simple method of smiting him across the mouth. "And I will saddle her with my own hands upon the day of sport tomorrow, O my son, and thou shalt hold her near me until I give the signal. Likewise shalt thou and others make a pretence of mounting her, a pretence only, and see that thou makest no mistake, lest thou bearest the burden of my litter for a space." The morrow came, bringing a horseman who carried the news of the disappearance of the white man and his servant in the locust storm. In her rage against fate, Zarah decided to countermand the sports. Then, fearful of angering her men, and aching to find an object upon which to vent her fury and the agony of as big a love as she was capable, once more changed her mind and decided to carry out the program. Beaten, but today beater. Arabic proverb. "The shadow of great locust storm has followed upon Zarah the Beautiful," whispered Bowlegs to Yusuf's eyes, as they watched the sports with all the enthusiasm and delight of the Arab's heart, which upon occasion can be so childlike. The dumb youth nodded his head and smiled, and tapped a description of Zarah's face upon his blind friend's arm, whereupon Yusuf laughed loudly and long, and rubbed his slender hands together at the thought of the Arabian girl's discontent. She reclined in her litter this late afternoon, swung upon the shoulders of 4 prisoners, her face as black as thunder. She flung herself irritably from side to side, and used her whip smartly upon the backs of the men, who had stood in the sun for an hour or so, when, by shifting the litter, they tried to alleviate the pain of the wound it made in their shoulders. It was her favorite form of punishment for trivial offenses, and she kept Al-Assad, the muscular half-caste, close at hand, so that he should be in readiness to take the place of the first one of the four who should collapse under the combined torture of the heat and the weight of the jewel-encrusted ivory litter. She had no reason to use the whip upon his back. His mighty muscles made nothing of the weight. His negroid blood withstood the heat of the sun. His abnormal love caused him to find joy in the task, blinding him to the smiles, rendering him deaf to the titter, which the humiliation of his task invariably drew from his friends, who loved the mighty man and grieved over his insensate passion. She was surrounded by slaves who cast terrified glances at her wrathful countenance as they performed their various tasks. At her head, 2 Abyssinian maidens, nude save for the scarlet sashes which girt them around the middle, stood upon low pedestals like glistening black statues of Venus, fanning her with fans of snow-white ostrich feathers. Boys, slim, dark-eyed, with slender hands and feet, offered her cool drinks, sweetmeats, and fruits upon trays of beaten silver. Girls, slim, dark-eyed, with slender hands and feet, threw perfumed water into the air. Helen sat some way off on a pile of cushions in the shade of a rock, making a sharp contrast in her dilapidated but well-built shantung breeches and knee-length coat with the Arabian's almost barbaric splendor. And many a glance was cast at her from the serried ranks of men who looked with interest upon the beautiful white prisoner, about whom Namla had, most unwisely, ecstatically and so unceasingly talked. That morning had come the invitation to witness the sports, to which she had responded with alacrity, to find herself, of a sudden, the object of interest to many hundreds of men, and a prey to uneasiness at the sight of Zarah's mocking smile and the memory of Yusuf's whispered warning. Her hair shone like gold against the dark rock background. She laughed at the men's encounters in their jersey, and clapped her hands at their marvelous dexterity with spear and rifle and revolver. But she kept her eyes away from the spot where the 4 bare-headed men underwent torture in the terrific heat of the sun. She had begged Zarah to spare them. She had entreated with clasped hands and with pitying eyes, had lain her handkerchief upon the nearest wounded shoulder, which is a foolish thing for a beautiful girl to do when she is the prisoner of a beautiful woman famed for her cruelty throughout the land, which is not exactly noted for the gentleness of its methods. She had retired to the pile of cushions, and had sat down with eyes averted from the terrible picture of the beautiful, insolent woman, who had imperiously bidden her to mind her own business, and had brought her whip down sharply upon the backs of the 2 front, undersized, undernourished Armenians. She sat quite by herself, so that she could not ask the meaning of the mighty shout which went up when Zarah raised her right hand, sparkling with jewels in the sun. The men in the back rows pushed towards the front, and those in front pushed their ambitious brethren back with oaths, so that a pitched battle seemed imminent, in which some part of the grievances, not only of the seats but also of the stables and kennels, might be settled. Peace fell with a great suddenness when Zarah sat forward and beckoned Al-Assad. She looked at the warring factions for a long moment, during which they sat as though carved out of the mountainside. Then she smiled slowly and nodded her head and raised her right hand twice, upon which the men awoke once more as from a trance and yelled. Helen rose to her feet and clapped her hands, heedless of the eyes which flashed from her to Lula, the black, superb Nejdi mare, as she was led forward, seemingly with as much wickedness in her as a lamb. The men nudged each other and took on fresh bets with the neighboring enemy, as they remarked upon the stirrups swinging from the wisp of a native saddle. "Stirrups!" ejaculated a groom of the stables to one of the kennels. "And thou sayest that the white woman rides?" "The Inglese ride not without stirrups." "Then they ride not at all." With or without stirrups, O brother, thou knowest that the black she-devil Lula is not to be ridden. Yet will I make thee a bet of this, my silver-handled knife, against the silver ring of no value upon thy finger, that yon white woman rides the Satan-possessed mare." The two men placed the stakes at their feet just as, with a short run, one of the stable grooms flung himself into the saddle and fell off the other side as the mare reared, jerking the head groom, who held the halter, off his feet. Then ran men from all sides, eager, from sheer love of horses and of sport, to try and dominate the beautiful creature that lashed out on every side, squealing with what they thought to be anger, and what Helen knew to be pain. And slowly, inch by inch, the litter tipped to one side, as one of the undersized, undernourished Armenians succumbed to the agony of his hurt, until Zarah, white with rage, and cursing volubly, stepped hurriedly out as the other three dumped the litter just as their companion fell. She did not wait, so great was her rage, to upbraid them. Instead, longing to hurt, to kill, in her wrath, she walked straight up to Helen, who stood watching the mare pawing the ground. "You say you can ride anything, Helena, my dear school friend," she said sweetly, standing slender and straight at the English girl's side, whilst the men broke ranks and rushed across the plateau so as to overhear the conversation. "So I can, Zarah, but you know there's something wrong with that mare. It's not all nerves. She has never been ridden before, Miss Veterinary. That's all that is the matter with her. Why do you not ever try?" "Why not, indeed? I had a bucking whaler at home once, which was miles worse than that mare. Tell the men to stand clear, and tell the one holding her to turn her head from me. I don't want her broadside on." Final and terrific betting took place as the men heard their mistress issue the last orders and rush back to their places. Then complete silence fell as Helen walked towards the mare, then bent to adjust a strap on her riding boot. She looked back suddenly at Zarah, and caught the expression of her face, and bent and adjusted yet again the strap upon her boot. She could not interpret the Arabian's mocking smile, but she understood, in a lightning flash of intuition, that she was to uphold her country's reputation for riding in the eyes of the finest horsewoman in the world, and, great horsewoman that she was, became suddenly lost to everything outside of fierce determination to do her country credit. "My last goat to thy new shoes," a groom of the kennels whispered feverishly to his neighbor at the sight of Helen's laughing face as she backed a yard or so. He nearly broke the neighbor's arm in the terrific grip he gave it, when Helen ran, caught the mane, vaulted into the saddle, and throwing her left leg over the beautiful black head, slipped to the ground on the off side just before the beast reared with a scream. "Wah! Wah!" yelled the men, as they rose to their feet and fought each other in great excitement. "Allah gives us the victory," yelled a groom of the stables. "If she cannot even sit a horse, how can she ride? Hasten, O my brother, with a cushion upon which this white woman may rest safely upon the earth." "Advice given in the midst of a crowd is loathsome," quoted brother, his hand upon his knife, which he forgot to draw as he watched Helen. She stood talking to the mare. She beckoned a child with a tray of dates, and took a handful and held them out. The mare stretched her beautiful head and sniffed at them, then nibbled them, showing the red depths of her nostrils. Then, when Helen gave a pull at the saddle, lashed out and flung herself sideways. "I thought so," said Helen. For quite 10 minutes she stood talking to the mare, until the men began to fidget and grumble, and Zarah to laugh. Then she spoke sharply to the groom who held the rope halter. "Hold on tight. I'm going to take the saddle off." Zarah made a quick step forward as Helen patted the satiny flank, working her hands towards the heavy buckle. There came a yell from everyone as she seized it and hung on to it until it was undone, just as the groom hung on to the rope halter, despite the slashing hoofs and the mare's violent efforts to be rid of these people who so tormented her. Helen whipped the light saddle off the mare's blood-stained back and held it up, turning it first to Zarah, who laughed, and then to the men, who literally howled execrations. "You brutes!" she cried. "You cowardly brutes! Look!" The point of a nail which pricked the mare each time the saddle was touched. "Come here!" The head groom ran forward, salaaming, protesting that he knew nothing about it all, speaking the truth, for a wonder. "You say you did not saddle the mare? Then why don't you look after the men under you? Take it!" She flung the wisp of a saddle full in the man's face, so that the buckle cut his cheek, upon which the place resounded with shouts of joy and peals of laughter, which stopped when she raised her hand. "I ride her bareback," she cried, and smiled at the men when, with the Arab's proverbial inconstancy, they yelled encouragement. She stood patting the mare, stroking the quivering back, lightly touching the superficial wound until the animal became accustomed to pressure on the spot. Then she took the halter and trotted the beautiful beast down the full length of the plateau, whilst the men sighed with joy at the sight. "A babe can lead a horse," scoffed the equivalent of a British stable lad. "Let us wait until she essays to scramble to the back, even as a monkey scrambles up a pole." But Helen had no intention of emulating the monkey. She intended riding the mare if she died in the attempt. She took the beautiful creature round the full circle, caused by the men sitting in a ring, at a trot, then at a gentle canter, then caught the mane and vaulted across the bare back. "Now, God," cried Helen, "help me now," which was her somewhat unusual prayer in time of stress. The spectators held their breath as the mare bucked madly in an effort to dislodge the girl. Then they yelled again and again as she reared and bucked and flung her heels up until Helen leant against the satiny back. It was a magnificent exhibition of horsemanship. But the men scattered like chaff before the wind when Lula the Black suddenly made a dash through them straight for the river edge, and they shouted bets one to the other upon the white woman's chance of life and death as she almost shot over the mare's head when she stopped suddenly on the very brink with slender forelegs wide spread, then wheeled and raced back to the arena, where she bucked to the far end, then wheeled and broke into a furious gallop, which strenuous exercise lasted for some considerable time, until it changed to a canter, then subsided to a trot, when the men, carried out of themselves with enthusiasm, rushed and surrounded the pair. Zarah, with a face like a night of storm, had just beckoned Al-Assad to order him to quell the humiliating tumult, when the sentry from the cleft in the rocks came running down the narrow path. "It is a solitary rider, O mistress," he panted as he fell at Zarah's feet. "Upon a far-spent camel. He hangs over upon his own knees. He guided not the beast, which even now flounders deep in the sands of death, but the space of 3 of thy servants' hands to the west, O great one." And the camel stood safely upon the hidden path. "I cannot see the face of the rider, but his raiment is that of the white race. And I ran to tell thee, O mistress, as thou didst command me." Zarah gave an order to Al-Assad and beckoned the head groom of the stables, who stood at a distance nursing his wounded cheek. "The stallion Abiad, on the instant," she said sharply. The man ran at uttermost speed to the stables, whilst Zarah, taking no notice of Helen, walked swiftly to the beginning of the narrow path leading up to the cleft, as Al-Assad strode through the men, hurling them roughly to each side, until he reached the mare. "Behold, O white woman," he said curtly, "thou art to return to thy nest near the skies, and to remain within until thy mistress sends for thee. The black woman, with the gait of a lame hen, will keep guard over thee, and if thou dost attempt to walk out, even upon the narrow way outside the door, Then the men whispered amongst themselves as Helen slipped from the mare's back and walked slowly to the steep steps, being far too wise either to notice the peremptoriness of the Nubian's manner or to attempt to disobey Zarah's orders. She climbed up and up to her nest near the sky, where the surly negress awaited her, whilst the men followed the Nubian as he ran to overtake his mistress, who drove her stallion as fast as he could scramble up the steep mountain path. It was a wonderful sight to witness, and one that, in spite of her brutality and cruelty, endeared her to her men. She rode her favourite Nejdi, a white stallion of purest breed, standing 15 hands, which is a height never exceeded in this perfect horse. She rode him without saddle or stirrup, and barely lifted the halter rope, which, with the Nejdi, always takes the place of bit, guiding him by knees and voice, urging him on, as she rode to save the man she loved. The stallion slithered and scrambled like a goat down the other side of the spot where the spear, thrown at the Arabian girl's father, stuck fast in a cleft between 2 rocks, whilst the men fought each other for the best point of vantage from which they could watch either the sinking of the camel and its rider, who looked as one dead, or his rescue by the indomitable woman who ruled them. And all were too intent upon the sport of the moment to notice a faint movement amongst the rocks to the east, where the shadows were heaviest. "It is a white man, and the camel's belly sinketh in the sand," whispered Namla to Yusuf. "She, our mistress, and may the hyenas pick her bones, rise out to save him." "May he be saved," whispered back the blind man, "and may she make her bed tonight in the depths of the sand in his stead. Linger thou, O Namla, until we know the will of Allah, the one and only God, concerning this white man. Then must thou flee, lest thy absence from amongst the women be noticed." As Namla said, the camel lay upon the quicksands, screaming with fear, struggling and fighting, biting at the sands which were slowly sucking it down, whilst Ralph Trenchard sat with his head on his knees, which, holding the peak of the saddle in a deadly cramp, had prevented him from falling in the last stretch of the waterless journey through hours of burning sun. The stallion stood near the spear, shivering in the fear of the death he knew to surround him. He had crossed the path more times than his mistress could remember, and he knew that he would have to cross in the end, driven by the agony of the golden spurs in his sides, just as he always crossed in the end, no matter how strenuously he resisted. But he stood and shivered and rolled his gentle eyes until a sharp jab brought him to his hind feet, then another, which sent him dancing, curvetting down the path. His long silvery mane and tail blew out in the evening breeze like silken streamers. His dainty polished hoofs flashed in the red light of the setting sun, and he pricked his small ears at the scream of the camel as he went down the path and turned, spurred by the beautiful, relentless woman, until they faced the rocks. Zarah's eyes were wonderful to behold as she leant far over and touched Ralph Trenchard on the shoulder. They were tender and sweet and fearless, until into them shot an agonizing look of terror as she clutched the stallion's silvery mane and leant farther out still and caught the man's hair in her fingers and pulled back his head and looked down into the terrible face with the closed eyes. Then she grasped his collar with her right hand and pulled on the rope halter with her left, as she dug the spurs into the stallion's sides, so that he reared and backed until, for fear of falling over onto the camel, she had perforce to let go her hold on the man, who sat stiffly, with his head on his knees, as the camel sank inch by inch to its death. She sat back with an agony of horror stamped on her face, which was beautiful under the power of her love, and sent a ringing cry over to the men gathered to watch the fight. "Bilajal! Azad!" she called. "Bilajal! Bilajal!" Al-Azad leapt from the rock to the hidden path and raced to his mistress's bidding. swiftly, surely, heedless of the death which awaited him on the first false step, eager to help the woman he loved, even in the task of rescuing the man to whom she had given her heart. "Give me space, O mistress," he cried, as he stood with one foot upon the path and the other upon the back of the camel's saddle, and gripped Ralph Trenchard round the waist. "Nearer, O mistress, and place the stallion's silver hair within my hand." The shouts of the men rang out over the desert as they watched the desperate fight, as the Nubian put out all his mighty strength and pulled, just as Zarah drove in the golden spurs until the stallion reared. "The dagger, O mistress!" he cried, as he let go his hold upon the mane and sprang back upon the path. "The white man's knees break under the strain." He seized the razor-edged jewel dagger, and stood once more with his foot on the back of the camel's saddle, and bent and felt in the sands, which pulled at his hands and arms as he sawed at the girth. He sawed through the girth on both sides and cut the ropes, and holding the jeweled dagger between his teeth, bent and took hold of the saddle as the sands rose to the level where the animal's mangy tail began. He had a few minutes in which to perform the mighty deed, and Namla gripped Yusuf's hand, and the men made the wildest, maddest bets upon the outcome of the struggle. He placed both hands under the back of the saddle and tipped it forward. It was free, then gripped the back pommel and the front pommel and looked up at the woman he loved. "Back, O mistress, back, lest I break the stallion's legs." The muscles of his back and chest and arms rippled, then taunted, then stood out in great knots. He lifted the saddle a few inches and let it fall back, and shifted his slender hands, lifted it higher and higher until it rested for a second upon his bent knees. Then, to the sound of the men's mighty shouting, made one superhuman effort, and, just as the sands touched his feet, with a great swing of the shoulders flung the saddle and the senseless rider to safety upon the narrow path. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angela Jeffries. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest. Chapter 14. A greater liar than Mosalama. Arabic proverb. 3 weeks passed, in which the Arabian nursed Ralph Trenchard until the fever, brought on by exhaustion, thirst, and terrific heat, had left him very sane and not unduly weak, and very full of gratitude to the beautiful girl whom he seemed to have seen at his bedside day and night, and who seemed to have changed her dress 100 times, if she had changed it once. The nerve-racking jangle of her bracelets and anklets, and the overwhelming strength of her perfume, drove him well nigh crazy at times. But remembering what he would learn from her upon his complete recovery, he stuffed the ends of the silk sheets into his ears, and held his nostrils forcibly between thumb and finger under the cover of the same luxurious bedspread. Truly, once or twice he had grievously feared for his reason. He wakened one night to see a remarkably handsome and muscular man, clad in naught but a loincloth, sitting motionless in the middle of the floor, with what looked like a woman's sandal pressed to his heart. And right strange and idiotic did he look, too, when he placed the sandal upon the floor and proceeded to press his forehead upon it. Then 2 or 3 or maybe 4 more nights following, for he had completely lost all sense of time, he wakened to see nothing less than a lion rolling blithely upon its back not 2 yards from him, which, having rolled a while, proceeded to gambol playfully among the room, then slouched to the doorway, through which it disappeared for good. When he turned slowly upon his bed to see what else might be in store for him, he saw the face of the beautiful girl looking down upon him from a spot twixt the floor and ceiling, as though suspended in mid-air. He laughed when the delirium passed, These strange occurrences were explained to him by Zarah, who, just because he felt too uncertain for the moment about past events to question her about Helen, allowed herself to be deluded into the belief that he had forgotten the tale al-Assad had told when he visited the Bedouin camp disguised as a holy man. Then this evening he sent the youth who waited upon him to ask her to come to him. She came quickly, Zarah the beautiful, the tender, the pitiful, Zarah the most perfect hypocrite and liar, and sat at his feet upon the floor, appropriately clothed in black and silver, with the lower part of her lovely face semi-hidden by a yashmak, over which her beautiful eyes gazed into his, with an expression which would have deceived even the astutest old Holy Father. "Where is Helen Raynor?" He asked the question abruptly, taking her unawares. She had intended telling him, if he should remember the Nubian story, that Helen had returned to Huta under escort, and had perished in the locust storm. But the abrupt question took her off her guard. "She is dead, and buried in the quicksands," she lied instantly, uncontrollably, infinitely unwisely, without giving a thought to the far-reaching effects of the lie. "Dead? My God! When? How?" Seeing the terrible mistake she had made, seeing no way out of it, she backed the lie, planning in a flash to give a slight foundation to the disastrous mistake by getting rid of the girl that very night. She laid her henna-tipped, jeweled hand upon Ralph Trenchard's, and told him the sad story of Helen Raynor's death, and mopped her melting, dry eyes with the corner of the silken sheet as she answered his horrified questions. "Yes, I made a great effort to save her, my dear schoolmate," she said. "But alas, Kismet, Allah had decreed otherwise." Her arms showed like creamy yellow ivory as she raised them dutifully above her downcast head in a gesture that showed off her alluring figure to perfection. "Nay, dear Helena said no word. She just died." Where?" "Oh, in a bed, yes, here in the mountain dwelling. By the mercy of Muhammad the Prophet, she did die, so that her face should be a beautiful memory to her friends, even I, Zarah." She struck her breast with a beautiful gesture of resignation, but not hard enough to mark it, even in her intense grief. "Yes, even if I, Zarah, shall have to carry the dreadful picture of it all broken before my eyes until the day when death shall claim me also." When Ralph Trenchard shivered in absolute horror, she shivered also, perhaps out of sympathy for him, perhaps to impress the thought of the English girl's face upon him. Who knows? Then she got up and trailed across the floor to a table laden with drinks of divers sweetness and coolness. He looked at the exquisite picture she made, and longing to hear more about the girl he loved, stretched out his hand, and she looked at him with the love of all women in her glorious eyes, and walked back to him swiftly and with all the grace of her Spanish mother, carrying a tray with glasses of frothing sherbet, which he did not want or touch. "Thou art indeed a man," she said softly in Arabic, as she placed the tray on a stool, ensconced herself cross-legged upon the divan, and leant towards him as she lit her cigarette, so that he was almost suffocated with the pungency of her perfume. "Yea, verily amongst my subjects, who are of a truth somewhat misshapen about the legs from overmuch bestriding of the Niji, thou art indeed a man." She sat and looked at him with all her love in her eyes, whilst he sat and wished that in some way he could express his gratitude for all she had done for Helen. But when, after much searching in those portions of her raiment which looked as though they might be large enough to conceal a minute pocket, she showed him Helen's wristwatch upon her palm, then he moved close to her and crushed her hand in both of his until he almost broke her fingers, as she told him how Helen had given it to her in memory of old times. "I give it to you," she said at last. It was a sacrifice. Smothered in jewels as she was, yet with the delight some Orientals have in the purloined object, she coveted that looted watch more than all her rubies, emeralds, pearls, and diamonds put together in a heap. He sat for a long time with the tragic, lying little token in his hand, then turned and looked into the doe-like eyes, which looked fearlessly back into his. "And this is all? You have nothing else? No little thing? A handkerchief, a hairpin, anything, no matter how trivial, that belonged to your old school friend?" Zarah shook her beautiful head and sighed as she lied once more with the ease of a long-established custom, and the certainty of being able before long to give some foundation to the lie. "Nothing. No little thing. We buried her, as I have told you. It's clothes. She was not beautiful to look upon. She was not pretty in the great sleep. So we buried her deep, deep, deep in comforting sands, which tell no tales." She rose once more as she spoke, and trailed across the marbled floor to the door. Perchance she wished to study astronomy, or perchance to draw a comparison between the beauty of those who live in luxury and the disfigurement of those who die in battle. Whatever her intent, she certainly made a striking picture as she leaned against the lintel, wrapped in a sheath of black and silver. Ralph Trenchard stared at her, his eyes wandering from the red curls to the small feet in silver sandals. She knew his eyes to be upon her, and turned slowly sideways and sighed as she raised her bare arms above her head so that their creamy whiteness shone against the purple background of the sky. She sighed again, and pressed her hands upon the spot where by rights her heart should have been, whilst her melting eyes showed fine specimens of the tears of crocodiles, as she inwardly asked herself if, in the whole world, there was to be found anything quite so slow as an Englishman. As he sat and gazed at the exquisite figure, in which he saw the golden head and the broad shoulders, the slender waist, and the polished riding boots of the girl to whom he had given the gold watch he held in his hand. He sat quite still for a long time, stunned with horror, then, quite unconscious of what he did, caused the beautiful Arabian to totally lose her bearings, so that fear, jealousy, and the love-linked hands in her heart, and drove her down the road of tragedy which had been marked out of her through the ages. Saying nothing, he smiled at her and held out his hand, so that, completely on the wrong tack, she ran to him, the silver embroidery glittering in response to her fast-beating heart. Then he kissed her hand in gratitude, which was just about the most idiotic thing he could have done, and, considering all things, spoke words of equal idiocy into her willing ear. "You will come and talk to me tomorrow, will you not?" By talk he meant talk of Helen, but how on earth was the Arabian to know that? "You will? Thank you so much, so very much." He stopped. Then, in his craving to regain his strength so as to get away from the horror of the place where Helen lay dead, hidden from him forever in the ghastly sands, misled the Arabian entirely. "Can I walk about the camp? Can I have a horse or a camel or something to ride in the desert so as to get really strong?" "Ride with me?" She barely whispered the words. "Rather, if you have the time to spare. It would be awfully kind of you. Then we could talk about the school you were at and everything." By which he meant Helen's school days, and Helen's illness, and Helen's death. But how was the Arabian, blinded by love and vanity, to know that, especially as out of sheer gratitude he held her hand in both of his whilst he talked? He took her to the steps and watched her descend, then turned and flung himself upon the divan with the watch against his lips, while Zarah the Cruel, wide awake to the danger of his walking amongst her men whilst Helen remained in the camp, climbed the narrow path to the building where dwelt the girl he thought to be dead. May her envier stumble over her hair. Arabic proverb. She had told Ralph Trenchard that the girl was dead, when not only she was alive, but a person of some consequence in the camp through the thrice-cursed episode of the Black Mare. Knowing nothing about constancy and honor, and about as much about the question of nationality and marriage, she was firmly convinced that in time the white man, forgetting Helen, would succumb to her beauty and marry her. But before that thrice-blessed day, even before he left his dwelling to walk with her in the camp as he had just suggested, the girl must disappear so that the unlucky lie should have a slight foundation of truth, as have so many falsehoods in the East when sifted to the bottom. Once the girl was dead, she would rely upon her own power over her own people to prevent the real facts of the case from reaching his ears. The first thing was to find a way of ridding herself of the girl who stood as an obstacle in that path of peace and love which ended in the white man's heart, but above all, a way which would cause no comment amongst the men. The way was shown her, startlingly clear and simple, within the hour. She cursed herself, the lie, the fate, and black mare as she climbed the steep steps to Helen's prison. If only she had not saved the girl in the first place. If only, in the second, she had not so foolishly allowed Helen to win the men's hearts by her magnificent horsemanship. If only she had not lied. If it had not been for that thrice-cursed episode with Lua, the mare, she would have not hesitated at an hour ridding herself of the girl, either by sending her back to civilization under escort or by some more drastic method. Up till then, the white girl had meant nothing more than a prisoner to the men, and the disappearance of a prisoner, even one of the white race, would have been no subject of comment amongst them. As it was, she could do nothing. The Nubian reported that the men constantly talked about Helen, exercised their best horses in the hope that she would one day ride out in the desert with them, either to hunt ostrich with cheetahs or to lead them to the attack on some caravan or company of Bedouins. They had taken to standing at the foot of the steep steps to gamble upon the chance of seeing her come out upon the platform, whilst gossip ran high as to the relationship between her and the white man whom the half-caste had saved from the sands of death, so that she cursed herself over and over again for the lie she had told Ralph. She lied by nature, and by habit. In fact, she found it easier and a good deal more enjoyable to lie than to tell the truth, but she had lied without giving herself time to look at the result of this particular lie from every point of view. The surly negress, with the gait of a lame hen, rose from her squatting position as her dire mistress passed up the steps, and retired still farther into the shadows, where she occupied herself in the pleasant and stimulating, if not too elegant, task of chewing cot as a relaxation from the dull work of spying upon the gentle white girl. Zarah stood for a moment and looked through the doorway at Helen. She sat upon a pile of cushions, reading by the light of a silver lamp hanging from the ceiling. Certain that the negress had replaced Nemaya for the purpose of carrying reports about her, she had made up her mind that nothing but reports of normal behavior should be carried. She woefully missed the peace and austerity of the other dwelling, also the view of the desert through the cleft, and of the plateau with the rushing, sparkling river. But she made no sign, neither did she complain about the heat, which was so much greater, nor about the clutter of Persian rugs, cushions, and tables, which only served to intensify it. She had been told that her old dwelling-place had been required for certain prisoners, and that on their account she had been forbidden to walk outside, not a word of which she believed. Certain that eyes continually watched her, she forced herself to read, constantly on the lookout for danger. She smiled upon and spoke gently to the surly negress, who would not open her lips or respond in any way to her friendly advances. She was putting up a plucky fight against loneliness and anxiety, but it was not likely that Zarah should understand the moral strength which sustained the English girl in the long, weary days of silence and confinement. It would have suited the Arabian better to have seen her crying her eyes out, or pacing the floor in agitation, anything, in fact, rather than sitting quietly reading, so that she made a quick gesture of impatience, upon which Helen looked up, shut her book with a snap, and sprang to her feet. "Zarah," she cried, "it's ages since I've seen you. You haven't been near me since I was moved from my old place. Have you got rid of the bad prisoners? I am so tired of being cooped up in here." Zarah sat down on a pile of cushions and lit a cigarette, as an answer to her difficulties flashed across her mind at Helen's words. "You want to walk? You do not like being a prisoner yourself? You are no prisoner. You must not go across the plateau, but otherwise the place is all yours." As one could not move out of the place without crossing the plateau, The allness seemed to be limited to the building and a small place behind, surrounded by towering rocks at which even the goats looked askance. Helen knew it and suddenly changed the subject. She wanted to get leave to wander about the place as she used to. She wanted to find the secret path and to speak to Namla. She wanted desperately to escape, but she knew Zarah's astuteness and had a faint conception of her intense hatred for herself, so went warily in her demand for a little more liberty and changed the subject. "I wonder what this building was used for," she said, slowly passing her finger over a roughly carved stone panel, tracing the outline of a fish, some kind of waterfowl, and a cross carved in the center of a disc in the 5th century by the Holy Fathers. The age almost makes me creep, and I often wonder if the dead fathers come back at night to walk about their old home. Zarah sprang to her feet in a positive whirlwind of gestures against spirits. "You bring the bad luck upon yourself and the place, Helena. Nothing comes here or leaves here without my permission." Helen seized opportunity and crossed quickly to where Zarah stood, marveling at her beauty. "Zarah," she said sweetly, "when are you going to find the time to take me to Huta? I do so want to get back. Do you know what I've been thinking?" Zarah shook her head as she looked at Helen, raging inwardly at the English girl's beauty, especially the golden hair, which for coolness' sake hung in 2 great plaits to her knees. "You come with me and stay with me on a return visit, and together we will try and find out what has become of Ralph Trenchard, because I am sure he is alive. I should know if he wasn't. I am sure I should." Zarah turned abruptly away, swinging her cloak about her so that her mouth was hidden. She wanted to laugh, and she wanted to strike the English girl for the possessive way in which she always spoke of the sick man, whom she, Zarah, had nursed so assiduously for days and nights. Also, could she willingly have killed her on the spot for the almost irreparable mistake she had caused her to make by lying about her death? Helen saw nothing of the girl's fury. She had bent to pick up a box of chocolates, whilst the surly negress watched her through the doorway and inelegantly wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "Have a sweet, Zarah," Helen said gently, offering the box, "and then be really nice and take me for a walk. I shall die if I don't get a scramble amongst the rocks." "Where do you want to go?" Zarah asked, as she zealously filled her mouth with the sweetmeats the surly negress coveted. "I do so want to see the spear which was flung at your father, and then—" Helen laughed so that her request should not be taken too seriously. "Then couldn't we walk across the wonderfully hidden path to the desert, then walk back? I'll pin your train up if you've got a safety pin. You are beautiful, Zarah. I can't think why you haven't been married years ago." Zarah whirled round on her like a tiger cat. In her violent jealousy, she thought the other sneered at her. In her littleness of mind, she failed to catch the ring of honest admiration in the girl's voice. "Married," she shrilled. "I am going to be married soon, and you won't be here to see the ceremony. Oh, do go away." She pushed Helen roughly on one side when she put out her hand in congratulation. "We Arabians do not expand over the idea of marriage, as you English do." She walked to the door and added insolently, "We have no old maids, and I am younger than you," then clapped her hands and called the surly negress shrilly, angrily. "Methinks a whip upon the soles would hasten thy feet," she cried furiously, as the woman ran forward and flung herself face downwards. "You 3-footed jackal, get up!" She struck the woman in the face when she opened her mouth, from which no coherent sound came, owing to her tongue having been split in her youth for misdemeanor, and struck again, until Helen caught her by the shoulder and flung her on one side, whereupon the negress fell on her knees, bowed her head to the ground, and kissed the Arabian's feet. "You stop that, Zarah." The words sounded like the crack of a whip as the 2 beautiful girls faced each other over the crouching woman. "She's dumb, and I never knew it. It's awful." "You fool," replied the Arabian. "Her husband beats her after every meal, and sometimes between. Get up." She kicked the woman, who leapt to her feet and stood shivering with her bent head. The white woman has a desire for exercise after her long confinement, owing to the unruliness of the prisoners. Dost hear, thou fool? She wishes to walk across the path of peril, even to the far side. It is dangerous, and I have tried to prevail against her. One step too far, as thou knowest, and she passes into the keeping of Allah, the one and only God. Watch thou, and pray to Allah for her safe return. The negress watched them walk slowly along the narrow path until they were out of sight. Then, with all the cunning of her race in her rolling eyes, and all a child's glee at its naughtiness, crept back to the room, and sliding along the wall, grabbed a handful of French chocolates. If she had waited one instant longer, she might have seen a hidden figure crawl away between the rocks as silently as a snake. Blind Yusuf went quickly amongst the rocks, as at home and as sure of his footing in his blindness as any goat. He crept through incredibly small places, swinging himself hand over hand at a height where no person with vision would have dared to have even moved, arrived at the cleft, thanks to the short cut, ahead of the girls, dropped like a cat from rock to rock, then, slipping like a shadow between the boulders, sat down in the shadow near the thrown spear. He listened to the girls' voices as they made their way down the steep incline. A mouth that prays, a hand that kills. He drew a finger down the scars upon his face as he quoted the proverb, and sat like an image of fate as the girls stopped quite close to him at the beginning of the path. "It is quite hard, you see," said Zarah, as she bent and drove her fingers through a few inches of the wet sand. "It is not quite 3 of your yards wide." "But how wonderful!" Helen bent and dug her fingers in, then moved them along sideways until her whole hand disappeared into the soft, wet, warm sand which pulled it gently. How dreadful! Then she laughed. She had found her way to the secret path and learned its secret. "I tell you what, you lead the way out, Zarah, and then we'll turn, and I'll tread in our footsteps and lead you back." Zarah laughed also, suddenly shrilly. The way showed clear. The end was in sight. Upon the return journey, she had but to push Helen gently, and all the difficulties arising out of the accursed lie would be over. She made a step and put her sandaled foot upon the path, and turned her head and stood quite still, her face convulsed with fury. Like some great guardian spirit, blind Yusuf stood just behind Helen. "It is not wise, O mistress," he said gently, "to venture upon the perilous path this night of strong wind. It bloweth from west unto the east, so that the wayfarer is likely to be blown into the sands of death. It is not wise, O mistress, and thanks be to Allah that I heard voices as I passed and followed with great swiftness. Nay, verily, it is not wise." He spoke gently, his great cloak hanging motionless in the still night, and salaamed to the ground when the Arabian, without a word, beckoned to the bewildered Helen and swiftly retraced her steps. Back in her prison, Helen walked out to the space behind the dwelling to think over matters as the moon rose over the edge of the mountains. She looked up when a stone rattled down the side to her feet. Upon a ledge, to which a goat would have hardly dared to climb, sat Yusuf. He put his fingers to his lips as he looked down at the girl he could not see, but whom he had recognized by her footsteps. "Atibalak," he whispered, then rose and swung himself from rock to rock by the way he had come, whilst Helen stood looking up until he disappeared, frozen with fear for his safety, then, more determined than ever, through his warning, to try and find a means of escape, turned and entered her dwelling, just as Zarah entered hers and summoned Al-Assad. End of Chapter 14. Recording by Angela Jeffries. Chapter 15 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angela Jeffries. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest. Chapter 15. A rose fell to the lot of a monkey. Arabic proverb. Zarah and Al-Assad sat in consultation. Two beautiful beings, in whom cunning stood for brain and neither millstones for hearts, where others were concerned. To enhance her beauty in the eyes of the white man, who looked upon her but indifferently, the Arabian had worn a transparent yashmak, dyed her fingertips, plastered her person with as many jewels as she could fasten to her garments, and walked like a cat on hot bricks, or a mannequin, or a Spaniard. In the presence of the Nubian, who loved her with all the might of his half-savage soul, she sat cross-legged on a pile of cushions, smoking endless cigarettes, wound in a wrapping of silk, which she kept in its place by tucking the ends in, and with her bare feet thrust into heelless slippers. She was far more beautiful in her simplicity than in her most extravagant apparel, if she had only known it, and a furnace would have but mildly described the tumult of love which she aroused in her magnificent slave. An hour had passed since she had hastily summoned him on return from her meeting with her blind enemy at the beginning of the secret path, an hour in which they had talked and suggested, and yet had failed to find a way out of the difficulty which had arisen out of her lie. Thinkest thou, O Al-Assad, that the blind one knew? I know not, mistress, he said slowly. Perchance 'tis fate who guides his feet continually across thy path, or maybe the wind of chance. Yet we can do nothing. He touched an amulet of good luck at his neck. The Arabian made a circle in the air with her fingers. May the spirit of my father, who placed the safe keeping of the blind one in my hands, remain peacefully in paradise. They got up solemnly, turned from left to right 3 times, and sat down again. The heathens! When will they learn to touch wood, or to turn the whole chair or couch round 3 times with themselves, as do their Christian and more civilized brethren? Thou dost worry overmuch, woman, about this white girl. She is but a fly to be blown from the rim of thy cup of happiness and good fortune. A word to thy slave, and he pinches the fly between his thumb and finger. He illustrated his words, his splendid teeth flashing as he laughed, then ducked his handsome head so as to avoid the backhander dealt him by the woman he worshipped. Thou fool, she replied shortly. Where findest thou the sense to drink when thou art thirsty, or to eat when thou art empty? Have I not told thee that the white man believes the white woman to be dead? Yea, buried in the sands, as she would verily have been buried this night, if the thrice accursed blind one had not yet again crossed my path. If the white man who has, through the accursed foolishness of my tongue, been told that the girl is dead, speaks with the one who tells him that she is alive, what then? Thou dullard, canst thou not see a glimmer of light? Behold, art thou blinder than the blind one, thou imbecile offspring of foolish parents? She got up and crossed to the door, from which nothing could be seen but the stars above great walls of rock, whilst the Nubian rose and followed her noiselessly. Standing close to her, girt in his loincloth, he towered above her. He bent his head so that the scented curls touched his lips, and gently stroked the silken wrapper with his slender fingers, whilst his heart almost broke in the love he had for her. He would have starved for her, endured torture for her, died for her. He was her rightful mate. She was his woman out of all the world. Yet she hankered for the grapes which hung well beyond the reach of her cross-bred hands, and he forgot his manhood in the fear of losing the little, which was yet so much, she gave him. He worked so hard to gain the barest word of gratitude. He found such joy in lying across the threshold o' nights to keep her safe. He suffered such hell through jealousy. Yet, in his loyalty, in his desire to bring her happiness, he had not once thought of removing the white man from his own path. The white woman, yea, why not? What difference would one soulless woman, more or less, make in this world already overstocked with soulless women? Once she was removed, and the woman of his heart's desire married to the man she loved, and did Allah in his wisdom ever know of such a tangle? Then he would ride out into the desert and die, or, better still, become chief of a band with which to harry the white man when he ventured across the quicksands. Primitive reasoning, but not too bad for one who could neither read nor write, and whose idea of God was a vasty, corporeal deity who offered sweetmeats with one hand and struck one for taking them with the other. He laughed as he spoke, on the spur of his primitive reasoning, and stroked the soft silk which wrapped his rightful mate. "Mistress!" At a certain tone in his voice with which she was unacquainted, she turned her head and looked over her shoulder and up at him sideways, so that her yellow eyes gleamed through half-closed lids, just as gleamed the eyes of the well-nigh adolescent lion-cub watching them from a corner of the luxurious room. "Mistress, it were well if I broke the neck of the white woman within the hour, and fastening her dead body upon some horse, sent them floundering into the sands of death. Then will I spread a tale of the white woman's betrayal of thy hospitality, and how she stole thy horse and attempted to escape. So," he laughed as she turned upon him in anger, then bent down and looked into her beautiful, furious eyes with a look she did not understand, but which caused her to draw back a pace. "Behold, are thy words as bright as a rusty sword, and thy reasoning as sharp as the blunt edge?" she cried. "The white woman has found favor in the eyes of thy brethren, thou fool! Thinkest thou that when they hear of her death, that their lamentations will not reach to the mountain tops, yea, and to the ears of the white man, so that he turns upon me in rage? Behold, are the wits of the deaf boy who waits upon the white man like two-edged daggers compared to thine, O Al-Assad of the camel-head?" Al-Assad of the camel-head made no sign of the storm caused within him by the nearness of the woman and her contemptuous words. He stood quite still, the perfume of her hair in his nostrils, the silk of her garment in his hands. "Thou makest a pond of a raindrop, woman," he answered. "What are my brethren but children, pleased today at a smile, angered tomorrow at a word? Make great promises of feasting and fighting, and their love belongs to the giver of food and the promoter of battle. Laugh at them, mock them, make sport of their words and their raiment and their countenance, and they will kill without a word." Zarah put her little hands against his chest and pushed him away, and looked at him sideways as she crossed to the couch, and looked at him again when he did not follow, and beckoned him with a backward movement of her head, which showed him the beauty of her throat as he leant against the lintel and looked at her, and laughed at the simplicity of the plan that was formulating in his mind. Dying of thirst, he stretched for the cup even if there was but a drop of water left. Starving, he swept the very floor for a crust. Destitute, he demanded the smallest coin as price for the way he had found for removing the obstacle from the Arabian girl's path. When she beckoned, he crossed to her and sat down, but not upon the floor at her feet. He sat beside her, close to her, and looked at her so that she shrank away. "Shelter is given to the camel, meat to the dog, water to the horse at the end of a day of toil," he said slowly. "What reward will be given this slave if he removes the cloud from before the sun of his mistress's happiness?" "Thou? A reward given unto thee?" She could hardly have shown more astonishment if he had asked for the heaped-up contents of her jewel-safe. "My father gave thee shelter when thou didst flee from the wrath of those who despised thy life, dates when thy bones pierced thy skin, water when thou wast well-nigh dead from thirst. A reward? Behold, the whip across thy mouth will be thy reward for thy daring, thou mongrel." She had worked herself into a rare rage, and flung herself to the far end of the couch, so that an end of the silken wrapper became untucked, and she beat upon the cushions with clenched fists, thereby causing the loosened garment to slip yet lower still, until it exposed the splendid shoulders, which looked the more bewitching in that they were half draped. Alas, that it be so hard a task to drill into the heads of women the simple truth that, where décolletage is concerned, a hint is far more potent than a whole hard fact. "A reward for thee," she repeated. "For thee. Yea, a date, a drop of water." He paused, then rose and walked to the door and looked up at the stars, and laughed at the thought of the gift he would pluck from paradise. Yea, a date for the camel and water, for the horse, but a kiss, one kiss, from thy mouth, which is as a red flower fashioned in rubies, and set with pearls, which are thy teeth. Nay, fling not thyself upon thy slave, for he could break thee with one hand. The camel works not without reward, the horse dies without water. Thy slave will not reveal his plan without the promise of that which he craves. But the camel and the horse fulfill their tasks, said Zarah sweetly, slowly, baiting her trap, into which the simple barbarian would ultimately fall. The reward comes afterwards, O Al-Asad, when the heat of the day is o'er, and the peace of the night falleth apace. Come. She held out her hand, and he ran to her, ran as swiftly as a deer, as noiselessly as the lion watching them out of tawny, half-closed eyes, and knelt at her feet, and encircled her with his arms without touching her withal. Thou wilt, when my plan is unfolded, my tale is told. Thou wilt? Zarah, the liar, the hypocrite, the merciless, smiled gently as she looked down into the handsome face so near her own, nodded her head as she listened, and pushed away the encircling arms as she rose to her feet and moved a few steps. It was such a simple plan, and such an effective plan for getting her out of her quandary, and the reward was such a simple one to grant. A solitary kiss, a thing of nothing, a sound, a fleeting second of rapture to him, yet she vowed in her treacherous heart that no man but the man she loved should hold her in his arms, or other lips than his touch her beautiful, lying mouth. Yea, verily, 'tis a good plan and easy, she said, watching him out of the corner of her eyes. Thou wilt spread tales of this white woman's ingratitude, and of her mocking of our sisters, so that the men, infuriated, fall upon her and kill her, not this night, but upon the night of feasting. Yea, mistress, upon the night of feasting, so that the women, occupied in the task of cooking, know nothing of her death, and know nothing will say nothing, mistress, he ended in a whisper. Is it not a good plan, and simple? Forgetting the Arabian proverb which teaches that a spark can fire the whole quarter, counting upon her power over the man, forgetting also that he was human, even if he were a slave, she laughed mockingly as she answered, Verily, it is simple, and methinks that the little toil is not worthy of so great reward. He crossed the room in one bound and swept her, fighting desperately, into his arms. He crushed her down upon his heart and laughed at her when she met her teeth in his forearm until the blood ran, and caught her hands in one of his, and held her beautiful head pressed against his shoulders with his arm, and kissed her scented hair, then flung her upon the divan, and laughing, turned to meet the lion as it sprang. He caught it in mid-air, grasping its throat with his left hand, and with a lightning sideways movement, gripped its hind legs just at the joint with his right. The beast's front paws just reached his chest, and tore it with great claws until the blood streamed. It roared and choked and moaned, as, holding it at arm's length as it struggled and fought, the gigantic man bent the head back to meet the feet of the hind legs, which he as slowly bent over the back to meet the head. Zarah stood upon tiptoe, eyes blazing, hands clasped, insult forgotten in the wonderful feat of strength, of which even she did not think the man was capable. Wah, wah, she cried, a very child of the desert, as she watched the animal fighting for its life. Wah, wah, she cried again, clapping her hands, when Al-Asad, the magnificent half-caste, met the lion's feet and head with a hardly perceptible effort, and at the little click, which was all that announced the end, flung the carcass at the woman's feet, and walked towards the door. Al-Asad, thy wounds! He turned and looked at the beautiful woman, who, carried out of herself by the intoxication of the moment, held out her arms to him, then down at the mark of her teeth upon his arm. My wound, O woman, is thy seal upon me, which I carry to the day when Allah, the one and only God, shall bid me leave this maze which we call life. I go to work upon my plan, so that the desire of thy heart is granted thee. He paused for one moment, with his hand upon the curtain, and took his revenge for all the bitterness of the past. I have kissed thy hair. I have held thee upon my heart. I have bruised thee. Go to the white man, and thou wilt. He will find thee marked by another man. I will have nothing, not even one kiss from thee, until of thy own free will thou givest to me. He was gone, leaving her staring at the curtain. She laughed at the thought of the white man's love which awaited her, laughed at the memory of the just fled hour, and raised her hands to call her body woman, then turned her head and listened. From somewhere outside amongst the rocks came the sound of a man singing. Over and over again he sang the Arabian proverb, mockingly, sweetly. They wooed her, and she resisted. They left her, and she fell in love. Over and over again the Nubian sang the words in his golden tenor voice as he made his way to the men's quarters. Then she clapped her hands sharply, threw herself on the couch, and sought for the photograph of Ralph Trenchard, which she wore upon her heart in Helen Reynard's golden locket. The fire of more than one war has been kindled by a single word. Arabic proverb. The firelight shone on Al-Assad as he stood in the center of an admiring circle. His bronzed skin glistened and his perfect teeth flashed, and the blood upon his chest showed dark as he moved lightly upon his feet in describing the fight with the lion. He had got the men interested and pleased and curious, and it would require but a very slight effort to get them angry. Their splendid teeth flashed as they laughed and shouted encouragement, and their shadows danced as they answered the Nubians' every movement. They stretched out their hands and brought them slowly together, and bent this way and that way as they breathed heavily, in an unconscious imitation of the half-caste, as in the way of the Oriental when deeply interested in a story. "Wah, wah!" they yelled. "What then? What then?" They shouted with laughter, gleefully, joyously, and exchanged remarks which were better left unprinted, when a youth ran forward and touched Al-Assad's arm. "Now, O brother, tell us the tale of the tiger cat. The lion is dead. Didst thou perchance also draw the tiger cat's teeth and claws after they were mauled by thy flesh?" The youth wrapped his great cloak tight about himself, and, copying Zarah's walk, strolled back to his place, where he stood looking over his shoulder at the Nubian from half-closed eyes. The men roared with laughter and yelled encouragement and suggestion until the mountains echoed and re-echoed to the sound. Al-Assad took advantage of the opening. He sprang at the youth, caught him, tightly wrapped him in the great white cloak, held him easily above his head in spite of his struggles, then, still holding him horizontally, swung him round and round with much the same movement as one uses in swinging clubs, plumped him on his feet, shook him like a rat, and flung him like a sat of Durra back to his place, whilst the men roared with delight. "I break thy neck, O brother, and the neck of anyone who dares to make mock of Zarah the Beautiful. She is a woman, but is she not the child of our dead chief? Did she not give us shelter when we fled from the wrath of the pursuers? Food when our bones well nigh pierced the skin, water when we thirst, then. 'Tis well said, O Lionheart, verily is thy speech of gold." "Does she not reward us when toil is done?" continued Al-Assad, taking no notice of the unseemly interruption. "When the heat of the day is o'er, and the peace of the night falleth apace," he glanced down at the mark upon his arm, well pleased at the effect of his flowing, if borrowed, rhetoric was having upon his unsuspecting audience. "Shall we not be grateful? Shall we not show her our gratitude? Shall we not help her against her enemies, even as she helped us in our need?" He had the men in the hollow of his hand. Their knives flashed as they leapt to their feet. Their voices sounded like thunder as they shouted in execration, cursed in volume, and clamored to be led against the foe. Al-Assad gave them no time to collect their senses scattered by their desire for battle, murder, and revenge. He hit whilst their wrath was at white heat, raining blows upon the pride and ultra-sensitiveness. He seized the white cloak from the one nearest, and wrapped it about him, and cleared a space by the strength of his good right arm. Her enemy, my brethren and thine, is a woman, nay, give ear for a while, our mistress, with the desire to help her white prisoner, yea, even she, sat with her anon, whilst I sat without the curtain, unseen by either of them. Before Allah, they were as night and day, sun and moon in their beauty. Yea, and I will see that thou speakest not again in this life, my brother, if thou essayest once more to open thy mouth, which is as wide and ugly as the storm-swept desert. And behold, this is what mine eyes saw and mine ears heard. She mocked, this white she-devil mocked the people of the desert, walked like thee, brother, this wise. With all the aptitude of the Negro, he bowed his legs and rolled as he walked towards Bowlegs, the finest horseman in the Nejd, and sat crosswise upon the cushions, and rode like thee, little one. He laughed and pointed at a youth who was noted for his ungainly seat upon horseback, and made mock of our women as they draw water for her bath or grind the durra for their bread. He imitated the surly negress with the gait of a lame hen. He also gave the quick movements of Namla the ant, then ran and barred the way as the men made a sudden, ugly rush. It was touch and go if he held them or if they overpowered him, and in one blinding moment of fury rushed and killed Helen, thereby rousing the sleeping women and children and undoing all his cunning work. He laughed long and loud, until the place rang, laughed until, suspicious of being fooled, they hesitated and stopped. Then he beckoned them, and squatting upon his haunches, spoke to them in whispers, thereby imparting a feeling of mystery to the tale he recounted of Zarah's lie, which they thoroughly appreciated, and her dilemma, which they laughed at right heartily. But he had reckoned without the love of gambling, with which the Eastern is obsessed. The patriarch, who looked for all the world like Abraham at his most benevolent, and who was the hardest rider to hounds, or rather into battle, and the most inveterate gambler in Arabia, held up his hand, upon which the rest of the inveterate gamblers nudged each other with the majan, the small stick the Bedouin usually carries, and felt for their counters or dice, or whatever they fancied most in games of chance. Thou sayest, O Asad, mighty of muscle and clear of understanding, that our mistress desires the death of the white woman, so that there shall be a portion of truth in the tale she has told the white man of the death of this white woman, who still lives? Al-Asad nodded. He was loth to see his plans go awry, but he would have been still more loth to lose the chance of an hour's gambling. We say that for her mocking this white woman shall die this night. Thou sayest she must live until the night of the great feasting, which our mistress prepareth for us, so that in the sounds of singing and dancing her passing shall be unnoticed by the women, who, were it otherwise, might prattle about her death. I will play thee for her death. Choose thou the game. Came a positive roar, which brought Helen up sitting upon her bed, as each man shouted to his neighbor, and Al-Asad drew from out his loincloth a set of cherished dice, while Yusuf drew nearer the fire with his counters in his hand. Logs were thrown on the fires, so that orange, red, and yellow flames shot skywards, against which the infuriated, excited men stood out in startling relief, as they gesticulated and laughed and cursed. Bets were laid against the time of Helen Reynard's death, and the particular kind of death she should die, for her breaking of the great law of hospitality, with side bets upon every conceivable trifle, which by the wildest stretch of the most prolific Oriental imagination could be possibly connected with the case. Thou, Yusuf, shouted Bowlegs, as he walked toward the blind man with the roll of a sailing ship in the bay, my eldest daughter, who is as fair-favoured as an ostrich without feathers, against thy spavined mare, that the white woman dies upon the night of the feast. Yusuf leaned forward so that the firelight shone upon his terrible face, whilst the men gathered about the two, forgetting their own concerns, for the moment, in the interest they always took in the doings and sayings of the afflicted man. I prefer the gentle company of my spavined mare, though she be useless for the chase or the battle, O my brother. But I will lay my jewelled-encrusted negula against a handful of dates, that the white woman dies tonight. This woman, without compassion, this breaker of the Arab's law, I have suffered much, my brethren, but to the death I uphold our mistress against one who abuses her. For is it not written, A well from which thou drinkest, throw not a stone in it? Yusuf was playing to the gallery, and throwing sand across his brethren's vision, whilst praying secretly to Allah the Compassionate and the Merciful to hold the scales of justice well balanced between the two women. The benevolent-looking patriarch, who had more death notches in his favourite spear than any man in the peninsula, once more held up his hand. He stroked his flowing white beard as he looked at Al-Asad, who sat with no sign of his interperturbation upon his handsome face, whilst at the top of his voice Yusuf cursed the white woman in her past, present, and future, as well as her morals, looks, and ancestry. So it has been arranged, O my children, said the patriarch, who looked as though he should have been patting the heads of the third or fourth generation clustering about his knees instead of gambling on a woman's death. If our brother Al-Asad throws the dice so that 3 sixes fall upward at the same time, then the thrice accursed woman dies upon the night of feasting and banqueting. If fate decrees that I throw these 3 figures of the same value at the same time, kismet, 'tis the will of Allah that she dies tonight. Throw, my son. Al-Asad shook the dice between his slender hands, and tossed them high into the air. The men backed as the ivory squares fell amongst them, and made way for the patriarch and Al-Asad to examine them. The patriarch raised his hands. Al-Asad laughed softly. The men howled in disappointment. The half-caste had thrown 3 sixes. In one brief second the chances of a whole night of gambling, to be followed by the exhilarating task of putting an offender to death, had been wiped out. Yet by the decision of the dice, and those uneducated, semi-savage, grievously disappointed men abide. True, they turned in the direction of the dwelling wherein Helen slept, and fingered their knives, but more from the rancour aroused by her insult than with any intention of disputing the untoward ending to what might have been such an enjoyable night. The patriarch looked at them and grieved for their disappointment, as much as for his own, and walked to a little distance, where he lifted his benign countenance to the stars, and he worked his wits, which in their cunning could have given points to a monkey. Then he turned and spread wide his arms, looking for all the world as though he had stepped out of a picture by some old master, and called his sons so that they ran to him, like the children they really were, in spite of their ferocious appearances and still more ferocious deeds. Al-Asad, the lion of nimble wit, saith that 'twere wise to allow our mistress to wed this white man. For a space, Allah alone wots of this power which drives the white to the dark, the fat to the lean, the well-favoured to the ill-favoured, and which causes more trouble than the rat in the corn or the viper on the hearth. And the tiger-cat to meet its teeth in the flesh of the slave, shrilled the youth, who had been swung like a club, but who had revived sufficiently to gamble with the best. The men, restored to good humour by the promise in the old man's voice, shouted with laughter as they aimed friendly blows at the Nubian, who stood close to the patriarch's side. "My son," said the old man as he stroked his beard, which was about his one possession he would not have staked against fortune, "I will play thee for the death of the white man. If I throw 3 sixes, he dies this night. If thou throwest 3 sixes, then he takes Zarah the Gentle as his wife for the length of 6 moons, after which he dies, so that thou mayest take his place at her side. And may Allah show thee the path through the maze of love which spreads about thee and her and the white man." Helen, sitting on the edge of her bed, covered her ears with her hands at the savagery in the shouts of the men, whilst Yusuf strode forward with his counters in his hand. "My spavined mare against a bowl of rice cooked by thy daughter, and may her cooking be better favoured than is her face, that the white man, and may his soul be as black as Jahannam, and his skin as white on earth, dieth this dawn in the stead of thrice accursed white woman, he cried, whilst praying secretly and fervently to Allah the Merciful to strike the patriarch dead. They threw the dice, unavailing till dawn, whilst the elder woman, wakened by the gentle method of applying the foot to their slumbering persons, rose and made coffee for their lords, half of whom, at the last throw of the dice, were to find themselves minus coffee beans, daughters, horses, weapons, or piastres. The sky shone like an opal in the east, the birds sang, the smoke of the fires in the women's quarter clung like mist against the mountain-side as Al-Asad shook the dice in his hands and flung them up to the flaming heavens. The men backed as the ivory squares fell amongst them, and made way for the patriarch and the Nubian to examine the result. The patriarch raised his hands. Al-Asad laughed. The men shouted with laughter and smote him friendly-wise, hip and thigh. He had thrown 3 6s. And half an hour later Helen, little reckoning how near she and the man she loved had been to death, stood just inside her door, watching the magnificent sight of the shouting, laughing men as they rode their horses up the steep incline on their way to a gallop across the desert. Her eyes were full of perplexity, her heart beat heavily in an unaccountable fear, but determined that the spy should have naught to tell her mistress, she let drop the curtain and stretched herself upon the bed. Al-Asad ran up the steps to his mistress's dwelling and entered her room. She watched him from under her arm as she lay upon the divan and smiled at the mastery of the man's bearing, then looked up at him out of sleepy, opalescent eyes as he knelt beside her so that his face was on level with hers. "He is thine, woman. The white man is thine for a space. I, Al-Asad the slave, have given him unto thee. I have worked well for thee, mistress. I have worked well for thee." He rose as he spoke and swept her into his arms and laughed down at her as she struggled desperately. Then he kissed her scented hair and held her down upon his heart so that she could not move. "I give thee the white man for a spell, I, thy mate." He crushed her until she lay as still as death in his arms, then flung her on the cushions and ran out of the dwelling and down the steps to the stables, where he led out his mare, and without saddle or bridle or harness whatever, leapt across her back and rode her, shouting with the joy of life, up the steep path and out across the desert he loved. End of Chapter 15. Recording by Angela Jeffries.
Chapter 16 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simona Perego. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest. Chapter 16. It is an hour's poison, Arabic proverb. If Ralph Trenchard had been a guest instead of a prisoner, if he had been the man's blood brother in crime instead of an intruder likely for a space to become their leaders by marriage through the love madness of the Shekin's daughter, more solicitude could not have been shown for his amusement and welfare in the days which preceded the great feast at which he was to be tricked or publicly coerced into a betrothal with Zarah. As a rider and a shot, he had won the man's hearts. As a foreigner who menaced the peace of the community, he stood in hourly danger of his life, if he had but known it. He did not know. With his thoughts given entirely to the memory of the girl he loved, lacking, through her death, the spur necessary to send him hot foot back upon the road to civilization, he had unquestionably accepted the explanation Zarah had given him of the mistake her man had made, and which had ended in the disastrous battle, and had set himself to live but for the passing day. He had longed for adventure, he had found adventure, and when the novelty passed off and the sort of hunting with chittas, racing across the moonlit desert, pitting his skill with rifle and horse against the finest riders and shots in the world, lost its savour, then he would make tracks for its homeland, where the fair, in somewhat lacking in spice, is figuratively and literally less calculated to upset the digestion. Having forgotten the European half of Zarah's parentage and lacking woman's intuition and Nicker's psychological perception, he put her almost extravagant hospitality down to friendliness arising out of her friendship with Hélène and her meeting with him in the past, just as he put the man's apparent friendlessness down to the perfect and world-famed hospitality of the Arab. He failed to grasp the fact that their intense interest in the sports arose from an almost savage determination to beat him, or to notice the ring of triumph in their shouting, or the bitterness in their eyes when hatred they triumphed or failed against him. He came to look forward to his daily meeting with the men in the company of their mistress, well content in his British detestation of all outward show of feeling, to hide his grievous heart under a cloak of seeming indifference. It was an adventure, and would add, as all adventure must, if a taste of salt is to be left on life's palate. He lauded the luxury of his dwelling, and longed to ask the meaning of many things, amongst them the cause of the dogs hatched for the Arabian woman, and of the empty sockets in the face of the man he encountered so often on his path, but with whom he had not spoken. But believing that his adventure must soon end, and knowing the Oriental's dislike of investigation into what concerns him privately, he asked no question, in which he shone his winsome truth in an answer to a straight question, being about as rare in the East as moss in the desert. He rode and betted and hunted and ate and slept, whilst waiting for something to fix his departure, ignorant of the fact that Hélène watched closely day and night, a prey to an overwhelming secret fear, bravely endured the discomforts of a restricted life on the far side of the Jacking Rocks wall he could see from his door. He had almost forgotten Zarah's criminal reputation, had grown accustomed to her continual presence and well-meant, if tiresome, ministrations. He thought that the day of sport and night of feasting and dancing had been arranged to celebrate a reunion with the handsome Nubian, against whom he had found himself so often pitted in the sports. He turned to look for Al-Assad as he raced at Zarah's sides across the desert at the head of 100 men, and, carried out of himself at the magnificent sight, shouted as he rode, taking no more notice than they did of the extraordinary appearance of the sky to the southeast, mistaking the distant phenomenon for a part of the sunset, which was making a blazing, fiery furnace of the sky in the west. Zarah and Ralph Trenchard headed 50 men, who, their white cloaks streaming behind them in the evening breeze, shouted and laughed as they rode, separated by the patriarch, Al-Assad, and bowlegs from 50 of their betrothed, who, their white cloaks streaming behind them in the evening breeze, shouted and laughed as they urged their Asian, or dromedaries, to their swiftest pace. To mix camels and horses in a hunt, or at any other time, is a dire, foolish, and fruitless task, giving rise to pitched battles between the beasts and broken heads amongst their riders. But Zarah's men looked forward to the inevitable fight which decided the question of the horse or the camel's precedence over the secret path at the end of a day's hunting. It gave them all such a chance of paying off bad debts and old scores, and such an appetite for the meal prepared for them by their patient, downtrodden womenfolk. Al-Assad sang at the top of his golden tenor voice as he guided his magnificent dromedary from Oman with his feet, and with his spear prodded the cheetahs, with which they had been hunting, between the bars of the specially made cage strapped on the back of the dromedary he led. Bowlegs led another dromedary. Upon was shadowed or baggage saddled were piled the gazelle, ostrich and bunches of kangaroo rat, which constituted a not particularly good bag for a day's hunting in the desert. The patriarch, looking as must Moses have looked if he bestrode a camel in rounding up the traipsing tribes of Israel, rode between the two men, with whom he conversed as best he could for the laughter and shouts of the men and the rumblings of the camels. He looked at Ralph Trenchard and Zarah as they rode together just ahead, and shook his head. "'Tis best for the horse to mate with the mare, and the white with the white," he said. "For the mule is but a beast of burden, to which is apportioned a grievous fare of blows, and the half-caste is but a thing of scorn even to the pure-bred donkey boy of the cities." Al-Assad stopped his singing and stared towards the west, as Bolex made answer as best he could for the sounds which proceeded from his camel's throat and which denoted fear. "Yea, oh, father," he shouted in gasps, "what afflicted this heavy beast? The half-caste is of no account, as we have lately learned through the death of the great Sheikh Ahmed's firstborn by his white wife. Methinks danger threatens, for behold, 'tis a thrice accursed child of sin trembles as he runs. And the offspring of yon too would have the blood of free countries in its veins. So 'twere well to fear the tree before it bears fruit. And may Allah, in His mercy, give me a camel in paradise in the stead of this bag of shivers I now bestride." Al-Assad shaded his eyes from the glare of the evening sky and pointed towards the west. "What seest you yonder? A string of ostrich, a fleeting herd of gazelle, or Yusuf hunting with his dogs?" The patriarch, with eyes like a hawk, looked in the direction and shouted, "'Tis blind Yusuf with his eyes, followed by his dogs. They fly like the wind towards the mountains. From whence do they come, and for what reason do they fly like the wind?" Al-Assad made a trumpet of his hands and sent a call ringing across the miles of desert sand, upon which Ralph Trenchard, whose horse was in a sweat of terror, turned and looked at him and in the direction in which Zarah was also looking. Yusuf had evidently heard the call. Against the strangely angry-looking sky he stood out in black silhouette, with a team of dogs racing like the wind at his side, and the dump yacht pillion-wise behind him. A strange couple truly, the one with the sight, the other with the speech, rendering each other service, until, when together, they each spoke and saw with the other's vision and tongue. They rode together now, and the yacht pointed backwards and then forwards, and they stayed not their flight for a moment, neither they did try to change their course so as to approach their mistress. Al-Assad looked behind to where the yacht pointed and gave a shout of fear, upon which strange sound Zarah and Ralph Trenchard and their tight body of men looked back and, in a desperate effort, tried to check their beasts. They might as well have tried to stop a runaway engine as horses and camels fleeing before the dread Simon, which advanced slowly behind them like some great, evil, purple giant of monster of the underworld. The Simon, a column of poisonous gas, twin of the cyclone, with naught in common with the sirocco, a slowly moving column, whipping in the air into gas, as violent and hot as toad blown straight out of the mouth of hell, a phenomenon peculiar to the tropics desert places, falling upon the desert wayfarer, over him and gone, in the passing of 2 or 3 minutes, if he happens to be favored by the gods, in 15 if he lack dogs his path. A terrible, writhing, twisting scourge of scorched hair, with a center as calm as a lake under a summer sky, and as full of poison as a scandalmonger's tongue. If the wayfarer should not be mounted upon some full-footed beast, handled with such speed and endurance as will carry him out of its range, then there is only one course left, and it is for him to lay flat upon the ground, to cover his head, to scrape a hole in the sand into which to bury his face, and to hang on to his breath and comment in his spirit to his Maker, until the fell monster has passed over him and proceeded upon his death-dealing way. Zarah was not a leader of men, or the mother of her children, or a child of the desert for nothing. She turned and raised her right hand, and smiled at her men with the shouting and closed in a ring about her, the horses on her right, the camels on her left, whilst Al-Assad urged his dromedary to her side and called her mare's halter, so that she rode between him and Ralph Trenchard. "It's almost certain that," she shouted to Ralph Trenchard as he pressed his horse against her mare, as they tore like the wind in the direction of the mountains they could not even see. "Almost certain that if we cannot outride it. The horses are—" She gave a sharp cry as a great puff of scorching wind blew over them, then shouted to Al-Assad, "Those on horses are to follow me, 20 yards ahead. They are to turn with me and ride back on the camels to stop their flight. When they meet, they are to fling their cloaks over the camels' heads. The camels are to be got to their knees. Those who ride horses are to dismount and to let them go." She was magnificent in her courage and beautiful in her seeming solicitude for her men, whereas, if only the truth had been known, she was merely reveling in the fight against almost overwhelming odds. She turned to Ralph Trenchard and held out her hand as she swept forward at the head of the 50 horsemen, who rode with their knees, holding their cloaks in their hands. "Turn!" she cried, though their words were drowned in the thunder of the gallop and the moaning of the wind, which blew like a furnace from the purple cloud close upon their heels. "Fight them back! Fight them! Follow me!" The terrified horses were turned almost in a line, and headed by Zarah, with Ralph Trenchard and Al-Assad on either side, charged the camels. The impact was terrific. The two lines of huge beasts met with a crash, which sounded to Ralph Trenchard like the splitting of rocks, as the 50 horsemen fought the camels back to a standstill, flinging their colts over their heads. "Dismount!" shouted Zarah, as she rode from hand to hand, whilst, swallowing and bending, the column of poison gas crept slowly across the sands. "Let the horses go! Get the camels down! Dismount for your lives!" She swung from the saddle and found her way amongst the seething beasts to where Ralph Trenchard helped to force the camels down by kicks and blows upon the knees. "The heavy boot," she gasped. "Bring that camel down, then lie beside it, and—" She swooned and choked as a blast of poisonous wind blew right across them, then staggered closer to Ralph Trenchard, as, choking, gasping, she brought the camel to the ground with heel of his heavy riding boot upon his knees, and fell. He fell beside Zarah, his arm across her. Holding his breath for one perilous moment, he lifted his head and looked about him. Camels lay humped together, their long necks stretched upon the ground, their muzzles buried in the sands. The men lay alongside, their heads pushed under the beasts' having flanks, their faces wrapped in their cloaks and pressed into the sand. Far out in the desert, tails and manes flying in the scorching wind, the horses fled, close together, as though pursued by 1,000 devils. The sound of their hoofs upon the sand came faintly, like distant thunder, to be lost in the moaning of the dread Simon as it advanced slowly, writhing, bending, flinging its purple draperies heavenward like some gigantic dancer seen in nightmare. It was a pillar of horror against the night sky, in front of which fled life, in the wake of which lay a path of death. Then Ralph Trenchard, with heart hammering, blood thundering in his ears, and brain beating as though it must break the skull, struggled to his knees. The world, like a molten mass of red-hot lead, seemed to weigh upon his shoulders, a band of white-hot iron to encircle his chest, a sponge soaked with boiling water to lay upon his face as he struggled to get out of his coat. He fell forward upon his hands, the sweat pouring down his agonized face. He raised himself and with a mighty effort pulled his coat off. The fringe of the hair had lifted two loose hands of the man's cloaks and tore at the coat he grasped between his teeth as he pressed close to the Arabian girl, who lay motionless on the ground. He laid himself down close beside her, so close that his cheek touched hers, and lifting her head, with infinitive pain spread the coat upon the ground and wrapped it about her head and his own head, even as the men had wrapped their cloaks, and held the edges tight as the full weight of the Simon's poison-filled center passed over them. Favored of the gods, they lay for 2 minutes under the scorching weight, 2 minutes in which the camel, driven mad by the chickens which fought with freezing in their cage upon its back, scrambled to its feet and fled into the center of the Simon, there to drop dead. A few seconds in which it seemed to the men that great steamrollers of red-hot steel passed backwards and forwards over them, as they prayed to Allah the Merciful, and held their breath for an eternity of time, which was counted in 120 ticks of the watch upon the white man's breast. They lay long after the pillar of horror had passed, incapable of movement, their heads pressed under the heavy flanks of the camels, which lay there motionless, and were quite capable of lying there, in their camel-headed foolishness, until another Simum should overtake them. The desert stretched peacefully under the glittering stars when Al-Assad stirred, pulled the cloak from about his head, and his head from under the camel's flank. He stretched his hatching limbs and felt his throbbing head, longing huskily as he kicked the nearest camel into a consciousness of life, and lifted his nearest unconscious neighbor and propped him against the camel's back. He sat for a while, filling his lungs with the desert air, then rose stiffly and crossed to where Ralph Trenchard and the Arabian girl lay side by side, as still as death. He fingered his dagger as he looked at the white man, then loathed and shook his head and removed the coat from about their heads, and twined his slender hands in the woman's hair, then removed Ralph Trenchard's arm from about her shoulders and lifted her up against his heart. "Mine," he said gently, then lowered softly as he looked at the men and camels lying as though dead, and with the touch of perversity which came, perhaps, from the mixings of the blood in his veins, bent and laid Zarah in Ralph Trenchard's arms, just as he regained his senses and, struggling to his knees, lifted her out of pure solicitude against his shoulder. There was nothing, however, to tell her that his arms had been placed upon her simply out of anxiety for her well-being and not in love, so that when she opened her eyes and looked up into his handsome face, bent down so near her own, she naturally concluded that the game was almost won. She looked at Al-Assad with eyes devoid of expression, but got to her feet at the smile in his and sat down upon the camel nearest to her. "Kick them, Al-Assad, all of them, men and beasts, to see if there are any alive," she said curtly, anxious to be rid of him, and sat and indifferently watched the efforts of men and camels as they struggled back to life, and merely nodded at the Nubian when he reported that one man and 2 dromedaries would not respond to his drubbing. She had fought for her men's lives when danger threatened, but rather for the love of gaining a victory over so dire a foe that for any anxiety she felt for them, and now, thirsty, hungry, alive but uncomfortable, she did not care one piastre if they or the camels struggled back to life or remained where they were to die. She wanted to get back to her own dwelling. She wanted to ride there alone with the white man who had held her in his arms, at least, so she thought, sheltering her from death. She frowned as the men sawn drunkenly upon their feet, looking stupidly as they staggered amongst the camels. "Assad!" she cried sharply, showing how little she understood of the white man's character by so shamelessly exposing her want of pity and consideration for others. "Bring 2 camels, 10 for our guest and yon for me. You can't return with one or two or more of the Breton upon one hedging, clustered like bees about a honey pot if... She stopped and got to her feet and laid her hand on Ralph Trenchard's arm. "Camels," she said briefly. There was no sound. Neither was there anything in the desert to be seen. "I think you are mistaken," replied Ralph Trenchard. She spoke tersely. Its admiration for the girl's courage suddenly turned to a great dislike through her callous behavior towards the visible suffering man. "By Jove, you are right," thought. Headed by Yusuf, with his eyes pillions-wise behind him, 50 men mounted on camels and leading 50 more camels suddenly appeared out of the shadows in the far distance. Zarah frowned and cursed under her breath at being thwarted in her intention of riding back to the sanctuary alone with Ralph Trenchard. "Splendid man, Yusuf," he said, watching the approaching camels. "Absolutely devoted to you. I suppose he raced home in front of that poisonous pestilence so as to get you a relay of camels and emergency rations and remedies. You are lucky to have anybody like that about you, don't you think?" Zarah did not answer. She crossed to Al-Assad, thereby giving Yusuf the opportunity he wanted and Ralph Trenchard to surprise of his life. Guided by his eyes, the blind man brought his camel to halt within a foot or so of where the white man stood, with the 50 brace of camels deployed in the semicircle behind him. He bent down and searched with his hand until he touched Ralph Trenchard's shoulder. Then he bent lower still. "Elena," he whispered, and pressed his hand down hard as Ralph Trenchard started. "Elena," he repeated, put his finger to his lips, straightened himself and rode, with much shouting, towards Zarah, followed by 50 brace of grunting camels. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angela Jeffries. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest. Chapter 17. It may be fire, or on the morrow it will be ashes. Arabic proverb. From dawn till dusk the day of festival had been passed in brief, light-hearted excursions into the desert, sports, and those infantile amusements so dear to the complex Oriental mind, during all of which Zarah had walked amongst her men with Ralph Trenchard at her side. Anticipating the great feast, which would be spread for them an hour after sunset, the men refrained from eating more than a handful of dates whilst drinking innumerable cups of black coffee, so that they moved about restlessly during the day, walking lightly and talking excitedly, with eyes which shone like polished stones. They chased each other like goats over the rocks, wrestled friendly-wise like boys, inspected the cooking pots, and worried, almost to death, the patient, downtrodden womenfolk, whose only share of the entertainment would be the scraps left over from the feast. So mercurial became the atmosphere toward sunset that the men roared with laughter when, laden with a bowl of spicy stew, of which the chief ingredients were kangaroo rat and rice, the fourth wife of Bowlegs slipped on the steps and immersed herself in the succulent mess. They picked her up and in all fun threw her into the river, and stripped and dived in after her, fighting each other for the privilege of saving her, before she disappeared into the cavern through which the river raced. They fought each other light-heartedly. They looked upon Zarah the Beautiful more in the light of a trust from a dead sheikh whom they had loved than their real leader. Superstition and animal magnetism bound them to her more than anything else, and they saw no harm in her marrying the white prisoner for a space, so long as there should be nothing permanent in the union. Everything had been arranged for a happy ending to the day. After the feast, Zarah and her white lover would appear, followed by one of the many bands of the Gwaze Baramik, which are formed from a certain tribe of hereditary prostitutes who wander through city, town, and village, and from oasis to oasis. Following that diversion, the patriarch would arise, clothed in new raiment, to acquaint the white man of the honor which the community intended to confer upon him, incidentally allowing him to understand that, if he liked, he could choose death in preference to tying a tiger cat to his hearthrug. Not that they thought he would for one moment. They knew of the long hours the two had spent together far into the night, of the rides à deux that they had taken in the desert at sunrise, sunset, and in the light of the moon, had seen him clasping the girl to his heart after the passing of the poisonous pestilence only 7 days ago, and, quite naturally, had put their own construction upon it all. Who wouldn't? And knowing as much about the Western mind as their mistress, were just as completely at sea as she. Having seen nothing of Helen since the night when Al-Assad had whipped them into fury with the tales of her ingratitude and mocking, and the other and more interesting things than her death upon their minds, they had ceased to think about her. In fact, if it had not been for the hatred of the womenfolk, which had been roused by the Nubians' tales of her mocking of them, some of them would have quite willingly sent her back to Hutta. They were too well fed, too secure, for hate or love to endure. They worried about nothing, yet a certain restlessness and incertitude caused them to press about Ralph Trenchard when he walked, most friendly-wise, amongst them this day of festival, to lightly finger his clothes, to brush against him, and look at him in the strange, unseeing manner of the Oriental, lost in contemplation. So mercurial became the atmosphere after the feasting in the great hall, where the men filled the vacuum caused by abstinence with highly spiced viands and wines forbidden by the Prophet, that it required but a spark to set their minds ablaze. Replete, they lay upon the floor, chiding and tormenting the elder and more ugly of the women, who ran amongst them with braziers and coffee, or with bowls of water for the washing of their hands, whilst the younger ones sped hither-thither in the task of clearing away the debris of the feast before the advent of the mistress they so sorely dreaded. Al-Assad sat cross-legged upon the floor near the steps leading up to the dais. Nude, save for the loincloth, he looked like a giant amongst the men who, barefooted or sandaled, with black or striped kerchiefs round the head, lounged in the long shirt, open to the waist, and bound about the middle by the leather thong, universally worn by the Arab. The patriarch, wrapped in a cloak which added much to his dignity, sat upon a pile of cushions near the first of the columns. Blind Yusuf sat upon the floor against the wall, with his eyes beside him. Following upon the blind man's whisper of Helen's name, one whole long week ago, the subsequent and strange behaviour of his eyes had given Ralph Trenchard cause to think. The dumb youth would touch him upon the arm to attract his attention, then touch his face, and point insistently at the rock wall behind which Helen lived, and illiterate, as are most Arabs, would shake his head when offered pencil and paper. He had tried vainly by sign to acquaint the white man of the white woman's presence in the camp, a piece of self-constituted diplomacy which would have much displeased Yusuf. The mercurial atmosphere had affected Ralph Trenchard. True, he had not subsisted upon a handful of dates and unlimited cups of strong coffee throughout the day, but Yusuf's whispered words, the youth's strange pantomime, a certain watchfulness he noticed amongst the men, and an extraordinary solitude for his comfort and welfare on the part of Zarah, had well nigh brought him to the limit of endurance during the past week. The novelty had worn off, the salt had lost its savour, and he had determined, poor, unsuspecting soul, as he wanted to make his way to the great hall to witness the dancing to start for Hutta within the next 10 days. In one word, everyone was on tenterhooks this festive eve, and ready to fly at each other's throat as any two wild beasts of the desert. The rock pigeons, sparrows, hoopoes, and other birds which abounded in the watery sanctuary in a desert waste, rose in clouds at the ringing shouts of laughter and ribald jokes which the men greeted Zarah's herald. The camp jester, in the misshapen form of a dwarf holding a veritable tangle of black and white monkeys. Following him came 4 handsome youths, carrying gigantic circular fans of peacock feathers, and after them 15 little maids, who ought to have been abed, with bowls of perfumed water, which they sprinkled on the floor. Then the men sprang to their feet and shouted, until Helen, alone, desperate from the solitude of the last terrible week, ran to her door, only to be pushed back, and none too gently, by the surly negress, who longed inordinately to be with her sisters, as they devoured the remains of the great feast. Zarah entered alone, her immense jewel-encrusted train sweeping like a flood over Yusuf's feet as he crept stealthily along the wall and slipped through the door into the night. For an instant she stopped so that the men should fully take in the beautiful picture she made against the flaring orange lining of her train. Her limbs showed snow-white through the transparent, voluminous trousers. Her body, bare, save for the glittering breastplates and jeweled bands which held it, shone like ivory, whilst she seemed to tower, even amongst her men, owing to the mass of black and orange osprey which sprang from the centre of her jewelled headdress. 15 little boys, who too ought to have been abed, spread wide her train as she walked slowly over the wonderful mosaic floor, with all the grace of her Andalusian mother, between the rows of shouting men. She stayed for one moment as she drew level with the Nubian standing like a giant, and, under the impulse of her innate cruelty, looked at him sweetly from half-closed eyes. He raised his hands to his forehead, so that a mark made by pearly teeth shone upon his arm, and looked at her from head to foot, and smiled as the crimson swept her face. Then he gathered the full burden of her train into his arms, and followed her up the 7 steps, and spread it wide as she sat down in the ivory chair, then knelt and kissed her knees and her golden sandaled feet. She leant back and watched the 30 children climb onto the stone stools, upon which had sat the 30 holy fathers centuries ago, and looked down at the hawk-like, eager men who watched her, and up to the star-strewn, vaulted ceiling, from which hung silver lamps, which drew lustre from her jewels and her eyes, and the precious stones glittering in the columns. Against the golden background of the Byzantine wall, with the great fans moving slowly above her head, she was barbaric in her beauty, and not for one moment did she or the men doubt that the white man had fallen a victim to her enchantment. She rose when Ralph Trenchard stood in the doorway looking across the hall in bewilderment, and holding out her hands, descended the steps, her great glittering train spread out behind her like an enormous fan. She walked slowly, whilst the men whispered remarks, which were better left unprinted, the one to the other, and the 15 mites leapt from the stools, upon which had stood the prisoners from Damascus, and ran to lift her train as she turned with her hand in Ralph Trenchard's. He looked at her from head to foot. He gazed at the superb figure, the jewels, the beautiful face, the crimson-tipped fingers, and, with all the perversity of the human, was suddenly overwhelmed with a longing for just one glimpse of the girl he had loved, in her riding kit, with her sweet, laughing, fair face turned up to the light of the stars. "Thank God," he said to himself as he walked up the steps by the side of the beautiful Arabian. "Thank heaven this is the end of this awful time, and I soon shall be riding back along the road I came with her, my Helen." He looked down at the men, to find their eyes fixed upon him, and wondered vaguely at the feeling of tension that pervaded the place, then forgot all about it at the sound of a drum outside the great door. With great shouting, and to the shrilling of reed pipes, and the throbbing of drums, the dancers burst through the doorway. They had been enticed across the desert by the biggest fee they had ever been offered in a whole of their vagrant life, and had thoroughly enjoyed the blindfolding and the mysterious entry into the strange camp where they had been so lavishly entertained. Men and women, youths and girls, virile, joyous, burned deep brown by the sun and the storm, with the knowledge of life in their flashing eyes, the love of adventure in their hearts, and the call of great spaces in their vagabond blood, they stood quite still for a moment, and then moved. They danced to the sound of the drum, the shrilling of reed pipes, the clapping of hands, the beating of bare feet. They danced in groups, in pairs. One, thin as a lath, subtle as a snake, danced by herself, driving the men well nigh mad, so that the silver lamps swung to their shouting until she dropped in a heap at the foot of the dais. They sang as they danced, until the echoes of the wild Arabian love songs and battle songs beat against the star-strewn, vaulted ceiling. They laughed and clapped their hands in joy, and swayed and rocked to a great moaning. They advanced to the foot of the dais, caring little in the power of their ancestry, which stretches back beyond the days of the pharaohs, for the impervious women who sprang from Allah knew where, or the man who, handsome as he was, came from a foreign land. They danced for 2 hours, danced to earn their huge fee, to amuse, to entertain, to end in dancing for the sheer love of it. In and out of the columns and amongst the men went their slender bare feet to the flashing of knives, the clash of cymbals, and the call of the Arabian love songs. They met, they parted, they met again, whilst the girl, as thin as a lath, as supple as a snake, sprang up and stood upon one spot, moving only from her waist upwards. And as suddenly as they had come, as suddenly they departed, to the rolling of the drums and the reed pipes' sweet shrilling, whilst some of the men crossed to the door to watch them descend the steps, and others got up and moved about, restless under the excitation of the nerves invariably caused by the gauzy Beramik. Followed a certain time set apart for the drinking of wines, forbidden by the Prophet, the eating of the sweetmeats, and the lighting of the hubble-bubbles and cigarettes. "You like it?" said Zarah so softly, as Ralph Trenchard lit her cigarette. He bent to catch her words, then drew his great ivory chair nearer still, and leaned towards her as he talked, upon which actions the men who watched put their own construction. "As gentle as the new-born tiger cub," quoted Bowlegs, as he helped himself in right lordly fashion from the heaped-up tray offered him by his third wife, who, being childless, filled the post of drudge to the entire Bowleg family. "As placid as the surface of the sands of death," replied his neighbor, as he looked at Zarah and winked at Bowlegs. "Allah grant we split not our sides with laughter when the claws of the tiger cub draw blood, or when he slips up to his neck in the sands of her displeasure. What of the white woman? He ought been prepared for her passing to paradise or Jahannam." By spitting with vigor, Bowlegs managed to interrupt the speaker. "My heart is loath to send so fair a maid upon so long a journey. All women who are cats, longing to sharpen their claws upon each other. Let us send her upon the road to Huta, and so trick the gentle Zarah." "Nay." "Yea." Followed a heated sotto-voce discussion, with interludes of gambling instigated by the patriarch, who had grown aweary of this new raiment, in which he found it difficult to find the dice and counters. The gambling spread right through the hall. The men were quiet, watching Zarah as she played every note in the scale of a woman's charm to enthrall the man at her side, whilst he, thinking of Helen, replied mechanically to her questions. And Helen, pale, with great shadows round her eyes, sat on her couch with her hands clasped in a desperate effort to keep herself well under control. For a week she had not been allowed outside the front of her building, nor had she seen Zarah, or caught sight of Yusuf among the rocks which towered around her little clearing behind. When she had moved to the door or the windows she had met the negress, who had pushed her back, and none too gently, whilst making sounds of anger in her throat. Her food had become scanty and barely cooked. Her books had been taken one by one. She had been made to understand that to bathe in the river, ride, or visit the dogs, which had learned to love her, was forbidden. When the shouts of laughter which greeted the dwarf with his tangle of monkeys rang through the night air, she jumped from the couch and ran out into the clearing at the back, whereupon, to her everlasting undoing, the negress shifted her ungainly person into the direct center of the doorway, in the front of the building, and lost herself in the great disgruntlement whilst chewing the fragrant coet. Helen stopped dead in the middle of the clearing and pressed her hands upon her mouth. Swinging hand over hand, dropping noiselessly from rock to rock, came Yusuf down the mountainside with his eyes upon his shoulders. 15 feet above her they stood, side by side, upon a narrow ledge, then after a few whispered words, leapt like panthers and landed like great cats upon the sand of the clearing. Noiselessly they crossed to Helen, who stood, speechless, against the wall. In the merest whisper, Yusuf asked her a question and repeated the answer to his eyes. There was no sound as the youth crept to the door and peered in, nor, with his back to the wall and his dagger between his teeth, he stole round the room, his eyes fixed on the surly negress lost in her great disgruntlement. Neither did she make other sound than a little sigh when, struck by fate from behind, she fell forward into eternity with her mouth full of cot. "Quick, Excellency!" said Yusuf, when Helen cried out at the terrible scene. "There is no time to lose upon sympathy. That stroke of the dagger did but remove one who is but a little better than a beast, and a little less evil than she who blinded me. Spill not thy heart's blood for such, but hasten, in the name of Allah, hasten to the white man, who even now is in the hands of the she-devil and my brethren, who know not what they do." "White man? What white man?" Helen walked close to Yusuf and stared up into his sightless face. "White man," she whispered, her face ashen through the tumult of her heart. "What white man? In God's name, in the name of Allah, tell me, is it? Yusuf caught her and shook her as she reeled up against him. "Thou art brave, white woman. Be not a coward now, when thy man waits for thee, surrounded by those who, inflamed with forbidden wine, will strike him down for a misplaced word. It is this wise. In the few words time and fate allow me." Helen turned to his eyes, who stood beside her, smiling and nodding his head, whilst the blind man talked. Then she placed her hand in Yusuf's. "Rush not in, Excellency," finished Yusuf, as they moved toward the door. "Listen to the words of the old man with the white hair and the venerable beard. Wait until the thoughts of thy brethren are fixed upon the white man. Then do as Allah the Merciful bids thee, and may his blessings rest upon thee and thine throughout all time. I shall be within the hall, likewise mine eyes, when he has well hid the body of yon slave and has finished the task I have set him." Yusuf's sandaled feet made no sound. The noise of Helen's boots upon the rocks was deadened by the shouting from above as they sped like deer up the steep, deserted steps to the doorway of the Hall of Judgment. With fingers upon lips, Yusuf slipped in unnoticed, leaving Helen in the shadows, staring across the great chamber to the dais, where sat Zarah, in all her barbaric loveliness, with Ralph Trenchard beside her. End of Chapter 17. Recording by Angela Jeffries.
Chapter 18 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest. Chapter 18. Upon every misfortune, another misfortune. Arabic proverb. A straight, clear path stretched from her to the man she loved. The end of the room near the door was empty, the men having pressed forward towards the dais so as to watch the white man's face when the proposition, which would amount to an order backed by a threat, should be made to him. They stood on each side close together, leaving a path the width of the dais, their eyes overbright, and their fingers straying towards the dagger which the Arab ever carries in their cummerbunds. Zarah sat leaning slightly forward, her face white under the tension of the moment, her jeweled fingers playing with the crystal knobs of the ivory chair. She sat in a sea of flaming orange, jewel-encrusted satin, the fans blowing the ospreys of her headdress as they swung the silver lamps above her head. Ralph Trenchard, sensing that something out of the ordinary was afoot, sat right forward, alert, watchful, his eyes following the movements of the men as they walked restlessly to and fro or stood talking with overmuch gesture. He turned at once and looked at Zarah, who sat divided from him by the glistening folds of her train. He looked at her steadily, trying to find the answer to the riddle of the hour, and caught his breath when she stretched out her hand and laid it on his and whispered, "I love you." He sat staring at her, stunned by the sudden realization of his blindness and his crass stupidity, then looked down at the Nubian, who, arms folded, stood looking up at him, a world of hate and mockery in his face. The hate in the man's eyes, the love in the woman's voice, the sense of pending danger, the unaccountable expectation in his heart. Love, hate, turmoil, peace, life, death, which? He lifted his head and looked straight across to the doorway. It showed black, with a background of purple strewn with stars, and he sighed, unaccountably disappointed, and watched the benign patriarch move slowly forward until he stood in front of the dais. As he moved, Helen moved forward and hid behind the velvet curtain hanging to one side of the door, and made another quick movement when the man she loved unknowingly looked straight at her, then stood quite still when Yusef, without turning, raised his hand. The patriarch had begun to speak. He bowed himself to the ground before Zarah, then stood upright, reminding Ralph Trenchard of a picture of Elijah he had loved to look at in the family Bible, on account of the ravens with loaves of bread in their beaks, little reckoning in his baby understanding that the word raven stood for a certain village, or tribe of people, in the Holy One's environs. The patriarch's fine voice on sonorous words rang through the building, causing the men to press closer still, and the Nubian to look up at Zarah. She looked down at him with a mocking smile, and then at the venerable old man, and lastly at Ralph Trenchard, who sat in amazement, looking from one to the other. Happily, Helen's sharp cry was drowned in the patriarch's sonorous words as he offered the Arabian girl's hand in marriage. With her wealth in cash, jewels, horses, camel, and cattle, to the Englishman. Happily, everyone was too enthralled at the sight of the Englishman's amazed face to look back to the doorway where she stood, her eyes flashing in great anger, her heart beating heavily with fear. Ralph Trenchard held up his hand. The baying of the dogs from the kennels could be heard in the silence that fell, whilst the men tugged at each other's sleeves and surreptitiously made bets upon his answer to the proposition. He repeated the patriarch's proposal word for word, then turned to Zarah, speaking slowly so that all should understand. "Have I understood correctly? Yon old man, who, he says, stands to you in place of a father, proposes that I, an Englishman, a foreigner, should marry you, an Arabian and a Mohammedan, that I should live here with you and help you rule these fine men of yours who could learn nothing from me, that I should give up my country, for which I fought, my people, whom I love, to become one of a nation whose blood is not my blood, nor ways my ways. Is that so?" Zarah's hands lay still on the crystal knobs of her ivory chair as she answered, dull crimson slowly flushing her face. "Verily," she replied, holding up her hand to ensure silence. "It is as you say. It is our custom in Arabia, though of a truth it is not customary for the maid to be present at the bargaining." She laughed suddenly, sweetly, and held out her hands whilst her words beat like hammers upon Helen's brain. "For me, he who stands to me as father offers you my hand in marriage, with my wealth, my people, my horses, all I possess, asking naught of you in return. I have the blood of Europe in my veins. I have learned the customs and the speech of the white races, even of my mother's race. I am not ill-favored, nor too much wanting in wit. Her voice changed as the song of the summer breeze might change to the warning of the coming storm. "I wait for your answer before my men, who desire naught but my happiness, and with mine, their own." At the veiled threat in the last words, Ralph Trenchard turned and looked at the men, his dominant jaw outthrust, his mouth a line of steel. So this was the meaning of the feasting, the watchfulness, the tension, the solicitude, the horror of it all. Love in the place of friendliness, the love of a despotic woman who had never in her life been denied or thwarted, a veiled threat as lining to the mantle of hospitality which had been thrown about him, a lifelong captivity, or even death, for his freedom if he stood true to his love for Helen. Captivity! He shuddered involuntarily at the thought of some of the prisoners he had seen working under the lash of the overseer's whip. Death! He smiled. A few steps across the no-man's land stretching between the now and the hereafter, and he would see Helen waiting for him, her lovely, fair face alight with the love of all eternity. A great silence fell as he rose, followed by a sound like the wind as the men whispered amongst themselves. A fitting mate for the tiger-cat, a fitting sire for the whelps, if it were not for his blood. Yea, verily, answered Bowlegs, 'tis a rare beauty in a man, and a stature of a giant. He and the lion would be well matched in a fight. Bowlegs would have spat in derision if he had dared. A mouse in the lion's maw, brother. I lay thee my shirt of silk to thy sandals, that the lion would break him in. The whispering stopped when Ralph Trenchard raised his hand, whilst the patriarch, by force of habit, searched for the counters in the folds of his new raiment. The honour you do me is very great, very great. I cannot find words to thank you, but— Ralph Trenchard looked down at Zarah, who rose slowly, a lovely, glittering thing full of apprehension and a rising anger. She looked him straight in the eyes without a word, and, at the relentlessness which shone in hers, he subconsciously wondered what kind of death by torture she would mete out to him in return for his loyalty to Helen. But the word dropped from her lips like the first thunder-drop heralding the coming storm, and Helen, a great light blazing in her eyes, stepped forward, and stopped as Yusuf held her back by a movement of his hand. "But," continued Ralph Trenchard, slowly, very slowly, so that every word could be clearly heard throughout the hall, "the honour, the great honour I must refuse, because, under the impulse of a great excitement the men moved forward in a body, then stopped. There was not a sound to break the terrible silence, not a movement, except for the jewels which flashed as they rose and fell above the Arabian girl's heart, and the fans which swung the silver lamps and stirred the black and orange osprey of her head-dress. She stood like a statue of terrible wrath, outraged in her pride before her men. Like a cobra about to strike, she waited motionless to pay back that insult 100-fold. "Because," she repeated. "Because," Ralph Trenchard said slowly, clearly, "because I love the memory of the white woman who died amongst you, too much to give a thought of love elsewhere." Helen's ringing, joyous cry was lost in the men's shouting and the sharp sound of their daggers as they whipped them from the sheath, and her scream of rage was lost in their shouts of laughter when Zarah, lifting her hand, smote the white man across the mouth. Then she ran, oblivious of the roar of amazement, up the clear path which stretched between her and her lover. "Ra!" she cried as she ran, with arms outstretched. "Ra, I'm here! I'm coming to you, Ra! Come to me!" She ran to him as he leapt from the dais. She was in his arms, and he had folded her close and kissed her before Zarah had time to give an order to the men, who stood motionless with astonishment. A moment of utter silence, then the storm broke. "Separate them!" The order, given to the Nubian, cracked like a whip as Zarah, white with passion, sank slowly into the ivory chair. "Seize the white man!" She flung her order to a young Arab, whilst the Nubian struggled to wrench Ralph Trenchard's arms from about Helen. "Drive them in!" The young Arab turned the dagger he held in each hand and drove the blunt handle hard down onto the ribs just above Ralph Trenchard's waist, and jerked him roughly back when his arms slackened under the shock and agonizing pain. There was a moment's breathless silence. Helen stood perfectly still, her elbows held from behind by Al-Assad, her face, radiant with love, turned towards Ralph Trenchard, who sickened at the sight of the Nubian's glistening skin so near the girl he adored. He knew that they were in a desperate plight, the tightest corner any two could have gotten into. But he was not giving the Arabian the satisfaction of seeing a sign of dismay in his face, and he worshipped Helen for her outward calm, though his whole being revolted at the Nubian's close proximity to her. He knew he only had to make a certain movement to fling off the man who held his elbows from behind, but before he made it, he wanted to find a way to make the half-caste loosen his hold of Helen. And the way came to him as he looked at Al-Assad, who stood staring down at Helen's golden hair with an indescribable look on his face. "You, Al-Assad," he said slowly, pronouncing each word so that it sounded clearly in the hall. "You, nigger, let go of the white woman. In our country we do not allow the black—" He rid himself with a lightning movement from the hands which held him, and sprang and caught the Nubian, who, hurling Helen back against the dais, leapt at the man who had so direly insulted him. There came one tremendous yell as the men rushed to form a ring, then a very babel of voices, as they laid their last Kamish and their last piastre upon the outcome of the struggle between the two men who stood locked in a mighty grip. "My shirt of silk to thy sandals," yelled Bowlegs, that the foreigners crushed like a mouse in the lion's maw. "Taken, O thou little one, with legs like the full moon," yelled his neighbour, who had learned a thing or two in the fine art of wrestling, when he had fought so magnificently for the whites. "The white man will use our brother as a cloth with which to wipe the marks of thy misshapen feet from the ground. Bulk counts not against knowledge." Bowlegs spat as he glanced at Ralph Trenchard, who, trained to a hair, stood well over 6 feet, yet looked like a stripling beside the gigantic Nubian who overtopped him by inches. The men's attention was diverted for one moment when Helen ran up the steps of the dais, and they held their breath in sheer delight when the Arabian rose from her chair to confront her. The two girls were about the same height, both of an amazing beauty, and they both loved the same man, who was likely to have his neck broken within the next few minutes. What more could they desire as an evening's entertainment? "Will you take a bet, Zarah?" The lamps seemed likely to spill their oil as they swung to the men's shouting. "Take it, take it," they yelled. "Take it, Zarah the Beautiful. Let it not be said that an infidel could show thee a path." "The stakes?" "Ralph Trenchard's life against my locket, which hangs around your neck." "They are both mine." "The locket is mine. His life is God's, in your keeping for a little while." "You, Helen Raynor, you sign his death warrant? He cannot win against my slave." "Will you take the bet?" The Arabian unfastened the chain and, laughing, flung the locket at Helen's feet as the two men moved. The Nubian put forth all the strength of his mighty muscle. Ralph Trenchard, one of the finest exponents of jiu-jitsu to be found anywhere, took advantage of the movement to slip his hand an inch or two, and to move his foot an inch or so. For a second he stood quite still. Then, as the Nubian moved, with a movement too quick and too fine to be described, lifted the gigantic man and flung him so that he struck his head against the dais and lay still at his mistress's feet. In the uproar which followed, Helen was down the steps like a bird, and, laughing happily in her complete misunderstanding of the Oriental mind, was in her lover's arms. "His life!" she cried, looking over her shoulder toward Zarah. "His life! I've won! I've won!" Then flung her arms around him, and held him close at sight of the fury in the Arabian's face, whilst the men pressed upon them, their hands outstretched, waiting for the order which they knew must come. "Separate them!" Helen's hair came down about her like a mantle as hands, only too willing, dragged her away from the man she loved, and Ralph's silk shirt ripped to the waist as he fought desperately for her until overpowered by numbers. Zarah stood halfway down the steps, looking like some great bird with her train spread out behind her, the ospreys blowing this way and that above her death-white face, with its half-shut, tawny eyes and crimson mouth. She stood looking from the one to the other evilly, as she planned a torture for the two which might, in some little way, ease the torture of her own heart. She had given her word to spare the white man's life, and, as it had been given before some 100 witnesses, her word she had to keep. But she would make of that life such a hell that the white girl would wish, before she had finished with both of them, that death had overtaken her and her lover in the battle. In the intense excitement of the moment, no notice was taken of Yusuf as he crept quietly through the doorway from behind the curtain where he had been sitting, nor of the clamour from the kennels, which a few moments later rent the peace of the night. "Bring them here, both of them, to my feet. Hold them apart. Thou dog, who told thee to strike the white man?" Zarah pointed at a pock-marked youth who had pushed Ralph Trenchard forward by the shoulder in an exuberance engendered by the uproar so dear to the Arab's heart. "'Tis well for thee that it is a day of festival, else would 10 strokes of the whip have been paid thee for thy presumption." The youth shrank back behind a pillar, whilst Zarah looked from one to another of the men, dominating them all by her unconquerable will and her magnetic beauty. She had but to smile and to speak to them as her beloved children, and the prisoners would be free to go where they pleased, to say one word for the hall to be emptied, to raise her hand for the prisoners to die on the spot. She was supreme in her command, superb in her beauty, but as she looked at the English girl, she knew she was beaten. She could see the love in Ralph Trenchard's eyes as he looked across at Helen, who stood smiling, dishevelled, with her golden hair in a cloud around her over-thin, death-white face. And she knew that in his love for Helen, the love she herself craved for and had failed to inspire, he would fight to the death to save her from harm. Death! Even as the word flashed into her mind, the youth whom Al-Assad had whirled like a club and shaken like a sack of durra for mimicking his mistress, sprang forward. In the Arab's supreme callousness towards his brother's feelings, he used the Nubian's limp body as the first step as he ran up the steps of the dais and knelt at Zarah's feet. "Her death, mistress!" he shouted, his eyes blazing at the thought of the white girl's insult towards his womenfolk. "Behold, she mocks thee, and the women who tend and serve her. She mocks them this wise." He sprang back, landing, with the Arab's supreme callousness towards his brother's feelings, full upon the Nubian's back, so that, the last ounce of breath being expelled forcibly from his lungs, he lay limper than ever. Followed a mimicry of Helen's supposed mimicry of Namla the Busy and the surly negress, until the men shouted with laughter and yelled with appreciation, whilst Zarah looked down without a smile, and Helen looked on in amazement. She understood at last, and tried in her indignation to free herself, and, failing, shouted her denial of the untruth. "It is a lie! It is a lie! I could not, would not!" As the youth spat in her direction, and the men, their pride once more ablaze at the thought of the insult offered their own women, cursed and yelled. Ralph Trenchard, with an effort beyond all telling, broke from his captors and sprang straight at the youth who had spat. "You swine, you filthy swine!" he cried, and with a fist like a flail caught the spitter full on the point, smashing his jaw. Whereupon the men yelled, "Wah! Wah!" and, at a sign from their mistress, shouting with joy, flung themselves upon Ralph Trenchard and held him fast. "Pass not the sentence of death upon him this night, mistress," suddenly cried Bowlegs, waddling forward. "He has grievously insulted thee, as has the white woman. But let him live for a space, and under the eyes of Al-Assad teach us his cunning tricks. For behold, if 'twere but a question of muscle, even I could pinch his life out 'twixt thumb and finger. After we have learned the tricks, then—" A shout of appreciation followed hot upon his words of wisdom. Helen, in despair, fought to free herself so as to protect her lover, whereupon Zarah looked slowly in her direction. "And the woman?" "Kill her! Sink her in the sands of death! Give her to the dogs! Drive her out into the empty desert!" Zarah shook her head at the suggestions shouted by men who are taught in their religion that woman is devoid of soul, and therefore to be looked upon either as a plaything or a drudge, or the potential bearer of sons, and in any case far below the level of the horse at her very best. Death is but a closing of the eyes in sleep, Zarah translated the line she had learned at school, and I would keep her wide-eyed in life, working as work the women she has mocked. She caught the horror in Ralph Trenchard's eyes as he looked from her to Helen, who stood mute, her heart aglow in the thought of her lover's safety for the moment. Lost to all thought of self, she but had half understood Zarah's words, and looked questioningly from the men to her and back. "Yea, Ralph Trenchard," said Zarah slowly, pouring the balm of revenge into her smarting wounds. "To work as my servant, to wait upon me, to serve me, even as thou shalt work under the ruling of that fool, who would even now be dead if it were not for the thickness of his skull." She held up her hand as the men shouted. "Has the white man aught to say? The man who changes his coat to the wind? The white woman at dawn, the Arabian at noon, the white woman at dusk, and Allah knows which in the watches of the night." "You liar, you despicable coward! There isn't a word of truth in what you say, you liar!" Helen's words, forcible, if somewhat lacking in diplomacy considering her position, rang through the room, and Yusuf, standing hidden just outside the door, raised the electric torch he held as a sign to his eyes standing outside the kennels, deserted by the grooms, who, against their orders, had crept to the feast en bloc instead of in shifts. Yusuf, who knew his brethren backward and looked upon them as children, had planned the death of the Arabian and the escape of the whites as a grand finale to the day's festivities. For the last half hour, the dogs, headed by Roddy the bitch, had been driven to the point of madness by his eyes, who had drawn one of Zarah's sandals across the bars of the kennels, inciting them to a very lust to kill. Yusuf had planned everything, but had forgotten to take into consideration the extraordinary trait in the character of the white races, which urges them to give their life for their brother at the slightest provocation. He raised his hand to flash the signal, then dropped it to listen to Ralph Trenchard speaking. "There is a proverb in England," he was saying slowly, so that everyone should understand, "which says, 'One man can take a horse to the water, but 10 cannot make him drink.' You will never make the girl, who will one day be my wife, wait upon you as servant. Neither will you make me work under your half-caste lover." Which words were also lacking in diplomacy, taking everything into consideration. A great silence fell. The men thought that Zarah had been rather badly cornered. She waited out of sheer dramatic instinct. Then she laughed until the hall was full of the sweet sound, as she turned and sank into her chair. She had the prisoners in the hollow of her hand, and not one whit of their punishment would she spare them. She put her exquisite golden-sandaled foot upon the ivory footstool and looked at Helen. "Loosen the white woman." She spoke curtly, and the men holding Helen sprang back. "I would remove my sandals, Helen Raynor. Come and loosen them." Helen smiled and shook her head. Torture would not force her to save her life by humiliating the white races. "You will not? Remember, you are a prisoner, my prisoner, and that the power of life and death and punishment is in my hands." Zarah leant right forward and looked into the steady blue eyes, whilst the men, knowing their mistress's cunning, pressed forward. "You will not, you say?" "No, I will not." Zarah sat up, her hand pointing at Ralph Trenchard, her eyes half closed in the strength of her terrible cruelty. "I will make you, and I will make him in like manner if he refuses to obey." She paused for a moment, then spoke sharply. "Take the white man out and whip him until he drops. Stop." Yet, as she leant back slowly, she felt no triumph as she watched Helen swing round to the man who fought to get free. Helen laughed good-humouredly, splendidly, with all the pluck of her race, as she spoke to the man she was fighting for. Why should I not fasten the very pretty sandal, Ra? Why should you be made to suffer, if my very capable fingers can undo the gold laces of my lady's footwear? Don't get angry, Ra. It's a great waste of energy. Besides, you know I always do exactly as I please. Yusuf listened to the men's exclamations and laughter, to the sound of Helen's feet mounting the steps, then flashed his torch 3 times. The world is a mirror. Show thyself in it, and it will reflect thy image. Arabic proverb. Helen looked over her shoulder at her lover and smiled without a trace of bitterness, then turned and looked straight into the Arabian's eyes. For a long moment the 2 girls looked at each other, until, unable to bear the contempt in the steady blue eyes, the Arabian lowered hers and pointed to her sandal, then lifted her head sharply as Helen knelt. Pushing Helen to one side, Zarah sprang to her feet and walked quickly to the top of the steps and stood staring at the doorway, through which could be seen the star-strewn sky, and through which could be heard the baying of dogs in full cry. Her face was white as death, her eyes wide in fear, her hands pressed upon her heart as she backed away from the savage sound, until she stood upon her train, which swept around her like a shell. The men stood facing the doorway, whispering to each other. They had hunted too often with the dogs. They knew every sound of their voices too well not to know that they were hard on the scent of whatever they were so strangely hunting at this hour of the night, when they were never allowed to be at large. Bowlegs, who loved the dogs almost as much as he loved his horses, under a strange excitement which had fallen upon him as well as on the other men, spoke to Helen, whom he knew to be so beloved of the dogs. They crossed the plateau in a pack, hot on the trail. Ah, they have lost. Canst hear Radi, the bitch, the finest in the kennels? They near the water's edge. Hearken to the echo thrown by the rock above the cavern. They have found, hunt they the devil? Or'st a pack of jinn hunting the dead from the quicksands. Tell— A man came running from the doorway, his eyes full of fear, his dagger in his hand. He ran up to the foot of the dais and stood half-turned towards the door, to which he pointed frantically and shouted up to Helen. They come, the greyhounds and the dogs of Billy. They mount the steps. Their eyes shine in the dark. They are mad with rage. Death hunts with them. He turned and looked at Zarah, who stood like a pillar of stone wrapped in her train. She did not seem to count in this moment of great danger. Helen, knowing the dogs' inexplicable hatred of their mistress, turned and looked at her, the contempt in her eyes deepening to scorn as she saw the frozen look of fear in the Arabian's eyes. "The dogs have got out," she said sharply. "Look! Your men are running before them. Look! Wake up and do something! Order the doors to be shut, or they'll be in. Quick, Zarah!" The Arabian took no notice. Lost in one of the visions which swept down upon her at times, she was looking into the future. She stood stark with terror, her eyes wide and glassy, her crimson lips drawn back from her teeth, which chattered like gourds rattled by the wind. She shook from head to foot, and put out her hand and tried to speak as the dogs suddenly gave tongue. She clutched at her throat and pointed to the door, and Helen, who did not understand, turned away from the picture of abject fear and held out her arms to her lover, who stood a prisoner in the hands of the men who showed great signs of uneasiness as they looked at their mistress and then at the door. Then Helen stamped her foot and shouted so that the men who stood near the door turned towards her, then impeded each other in their haste as they tried to obey her. "Shut the door!" she cried. "Keep them out! Quick! They're almost at the top! Shut it! You're too—" Her words were lost in a piercing scream from Zarah as she ran back and back until she reached the wall. She flung her arms out and fought the imaginary dogs which in her strange vision she saw leaping upon her. She fought desperately, a wonderful picture against the glittering Byzantine wall, fought nothing but her imagination, or the shadows thrown by fate. Then she screamed, and screamed, and, covering herself in her train, crouched down as the whole pack of greyhounds and the hunting dogs of Billy tore through the doorway. "Rah!" shouted Helen. "Rah, come to me! They're after her! She'll be torn to pieces before our eyes, Rah!" The men holding Ralph Trenchard backed before the onslaught of the great dogs. He seized the opportunity and leapt for the steps, gaining the top just in time. "My God!" he cried, as he watched the beautiful creatures tear across the floor. "If they leap to the top, sweetheart, we're done. They're too mad to recognize us." He put his arm round her and kissed her on the mouth. "Darling, we shall win through. Never you fear. Keep a brave heart, beloved, and remember that I love you." Helen whispered as she put her hand in his. "And remember that I love you, and that Yusuf is our friend." They had no time for more. The dogs were on them. Ralph Trenchard caught the splendid bitch and flung her back as she reached the top of the steps. He caught her again and yet again as she returned to the charge, meeting her teeth in the younger dogs who tried to outdo her or to pass her on the steps, whilst the dogs of Billy leapt and leapt and leapt again to reach the top of the dais, where crouched the woman they hated so deeply in their canine hearts. Yusuf's eyes had overreached himself in letting out the entire pack. They were jammed too close together to get up the steps, or for any single one to be able to get the necessary run which might have allowed the strongest to leap to the top. They balked each other, they fought each other, they rushed the dais in a wedge and fell back and fought each other where they fell, until the place seemed a mass of maddened dogs. The scent of the woman they hated was strong in their fine noses. She was there, just above their heads, just out of reach of their mighty, snapping jaws. They rushed the steps when the bitch fell back exhausted, and fought the man who held them at the top. He knelt upon the top step, and caught them by the neck, and threw them headlong back and down amongst those who rushed behind, whilst those far back in the middle of the hall flung themselves upon those in front, which turned and fought them, then turned again and strove to reach the steps. Helen knelt beside her lover, ready to help, and the men stood far back against the wall, making bets upon the outcome of it all, watching the stupendous picture, full of admiration for the white people who had tackled the situation without hesitation, whilst the grooms flung themselves into the seething mass of dogs and fought to dominate them. And the dogs far back in the hall, who fought to get forward, flung themselves on the men against the wall and on the grooms, then, losing the woman's scent in the male garments, sat back and howled and barked and fought each other until the place was like a corner of hell let loose. Roddy, the bitch, in one last effort of revenge, made a sudden rush, and making a springboard of the Nubian's body, with a wonderful leap, which brought shouts of approval from the men, landed on the top of the dais at Helen's side. With the Arabian scent strong in her pointed nose, she rushed to where she crouched, and turned and ripped Helen's coat as the girl flung herself sideways and caught her by the neck, calling to her, hanging on to her with both hands. The bitch recognized the voice she had learned to obey in love, and turned suddenly and thrust her muzzle into Helen's neck and hands, just as the head groom shouted from the body of the hall. "Whistle, Excellency," he shouted. "The madness is past. They obey. Whistle to them. Then, with thy hand upon the bitch's neck, I beseech thee to lead the way to the kennels." "Yea, Excellency," yelled the different men from the kennels and the stables, as they stood holding onto a struggling dog with each hand. "They will follow thy whistle, loving thee." Helen laughed as she led Raddy to the top step, looking like Diana of the uplands, in a strange setting, as the splendid greyhound strained to get down to her companions. She gave a long, low whistle, upon which every dog fought as frenziedly to get to her in love as they had fought to get to the Arabian in hate. "Hold them," she cried. "I will whistle them back to the kennels." Which words were heard and taken up by a child standing outside in the shadows, and passed on to the women, who, with a hate in their hearts even greater than that of the dogs for the Arabian, had crept from their quarters, and halfway up the steps to the hall of judgment. The hate of these docile creatures for the white girl, planted and fostered by the men who had been so led astray by Al-Assad, was most truly to be feared 100 times more than the instinctive hate of the dogs for the Arabian. They had done their best to please this foreigner, cooking for her, mending her clothes, fetching and carrying for her and waiting upon her. When their men had come back raving of her beauty and her horsemanship, the weak, downtrodden souls who had lost their looks and their figures through hard work and overmuch childbearing had said no word, but when they heard the tales of the beautiful white girl's mimicry of their efforts to please her, then they had vowed to themselves to be revenged upon her, and at the first opportunity. The news of the dog's escape had reached them. The opportunity had arrived, and perhaps a double opportunity for revenge, for why should the dogs not pull both the women down so that they should be quit of their dreaded mistress and the foreigner? When the child passed on Helen's words, they crept swiftly down the steps and up to the kennels, and hid themselves amongst the rocks to wait just a little longer. "No, don't come with me, beloved," Helen said, as she stood on the top of the dais steps pressed close to her lover's side, with the dogs leaping and barking at her feet. "A love such as ours must come right in the end, and I don't believe she meant what she said." In which she was mistaken, as she was to learn. "Then until we meet again, dear heart, I don't like you doing this, somehow." "She wouldn't let us be together, Ra. It's wiser not to make her really angry." He held her close and kissed her, and watched her run down the steps into the middle of the dogs, which nearly knocked her down in their exuberance, and watched her laughing, calling, whistling as she ran down the hall, followed by them all, whilst the men, who were but children in their wrath, and very good-tempered children when left alone, shouted their admiration. She turned at the door, beautiful, radiant, and held out her arms. "Ra," she called, "Ra, beloved," and disappeared into the night, the rocks echoing the barking of the dogs. The men rushed to the door and out onto the broad ledge to watch the wonderful picture. Down the steps and over the plateau and up the other side to the kennels she fled like Diana, preceded by the dogs and followed by the kennel grooms, who called the blessings of Allah upon her as they ran. Her voice, calling to the dogs, came faintly on the soft night breeze. They heard her whistle. There fell a silence. Then were heard the shrill cries of many hate-filled women. The clamor grew louder and ended in prolonged, insufferable peals of laughter. Silence. Sick with horror, Ralph Trenchard took a step down and stopped. Al-Assad sat on the bottom step, looking up. His handsome face was drawn in pain, his lips pulled back from his splendid teeth. He sat crouched, still, looking up out of eyes filled with hate. Ralph Trenchard swung round to the woman. She stood against the wall, a slender, silent figure, love and hate shining from her half-closed eyes. He did not hesitate. He leapt clear of the dais to save the girl he loved from what the insufferable peals of laughter, which echoed in his ears, portended. He had got halfway down the hall when, upon a sign from the Arabian woman, hands caught him and held him, whilst a golden sound of laughter came from Zarah as she stood, a thing of love and hate, against the glittering Byzantine wall. "Fear not, my children," whispered Yusef to his eyes, and Namla the Busy some time later as they talked over the failure of their plans within the last few hours. "Even as the pounding of many grains of wheat goes into the making of bread, so is life learnt in many lessons. Dawn breaketh. To revenge the loss of thy son, my daughter, thy speech, my son, and mine eyes, we will bring about the downfall of the accursed woman. The proverb says, 3 persons, if they unite against a town, will ruin it." End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19. of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest. Translated by Thoria. Chapter 19. Before the clouds appeared, the rain came upon me. Arabic proverb. 2 months had passed in which Zarah had absolutely failed to break her prisoner's indomitable spirit. 2 months in which a passion for the white man and a hate for the white girl had grown deeper and fiercer. With the density of some women, she clung with an extraordinary and ridiculous tenacity to the belief that if she only threatened or cajoled enough and held a rival up plainly enough to ridicule or contempt, she would ultimately win Ralph Stretchard's love. Also did fear urge her to force or cajole him into becoming a husband. She knew at-home men were blown like cotton threads before every passing gust of their facial emotions, and that their suddenly aroused hatred of Ralph Stretchard had given place to genuine admiration. By that she had come to realize she had no real hold over them, and that, where they had obeyed her father, the Scahi, through genuine love, they merely obeyed her because it pleased them so to do. She was just their nominal head. She pleased their sense of beauty, and they almost worshipped her for her courage in raids, but they were too well fed, too sure of an unfailing supply of the necessities of life, too secure against intrusion and interference, to wish to relieve her of the reins of government with its attendant burdens. If they had formed one of the itinerant groups of Bedouins, which have to literally fight for their existence as they flee across the desert, she knew they would not have tolerated her for a day. True, they made no effort to run counter to her orders and to ameliorate the white man's position. They considered the rough hut he lived in on the far side of the plateau and the rough food sent him quite good enough for any infidel. But they greeted him with friendly shouts when he arrived to teach them his tricks of cunning, and did their best to beat him at his own game. If it had not been for his overwhelming anxiety for the future and for Ellen, whom he knew by hearsay to be a very slave to the tyrannical Arabian, Ralph Trenchard would not have complained of his life or his treatment. True, he hated the half-caste, who did his best to humiliate him in the eyes of the men, and in a moment of forgetfulness in the early days, had forcibly rebelled against his constant espionage and irritating presence. He had been instantly cured of the spirit of rebellion by the sight which, with a mocking laugh, the Nubian had pointed out to him, of Helen, kneeling by the river, surrounded by jeering women, as she watched the Arabians' linen. And worse will happen, thou infidel, if thou durst disobey my mistress's commands. Muhammad, the prophet of Allah, decreed in his understanding that unto the faithful should be 4 wives given. Neither did he in his wisdom say aught against an infidel wife being of the 4. Nay, in thy eyes I see the lust to kill. The life of the white woman pays forfeit for my life. Thy life if the white woman essays to shorten the days of Zarah the beautiful. For fear of something worse than death befalling the beautiful, splendid girl he loved, he dared do nothing. For every word, for every act of rebellion on his part, some task even more menial than those she daily performed would be forced upon her. For any attempt he might make upon the Nubian's life, to assuage his own outraged feelings, a life would be taken, and there seemed no possible way out. Not only did the Nubian dog his footsteps, but Yusuf, upon whom he had counted in his heart of hearts, had failed him, and without his help nothing could be done, no communication with Ellen effected, no plans for escape made. He saw Yusuf every day, seated amongst the men gathered to learn the art of wrestling and jiu-jitsu. And of all the little crowd, it seemed to be the only one who still cherished his hatred for the infidel. He spat with vigor when the white man passed, and at other times shouted various abusive or rebelled remarks, whilst urging his brethren to down the unbeliever in the test of strength and cunning, for the glory of Allah, the one and only God. His days were most humiliating, mapped out for him by the Nubian. There seemed to be no satisfying the man's craving to master the rudiments of wrestling. From 2 hours after sunrise until the first moment of the great noonday heat, they milled and boxed, with intervals of single stick and jiu-jitsu, in which they invariably forgot instructions, lost their self-control and temper, and almost broke each other's legs, arms, heads, or backs. The afternoons were passed in the heavy, unrefreshing sleep induced by great heat. From the moment the sun slipped down behind the topmost mountain peaks, throwing deep shadows across the plateau, they were at heat again until the hour of the one big meal of the day, which takes place about 2 hours after sunset. The best part of the night they passed in gambling, storytelling, singing, or tearing over the desert on horseback, Ralph Trenchard accompanying them, invariably shadowed by the Nubian. To his intense relief, Zarah left him entirely alone for the first month. Fully aware that he was surrounded by spies, he gave no sign of the rage which swept him each time he caught sight of Ellen following the Arabian, fanning her or holding an umbrella over her, or descending the steps to the river with a great earthenware vessel on her shoulder, which she would fill for the tyrant's bath and carry up the steep steps to her dwelling. Zarah had passed the month in trying to break Ellen's splendid spirit, ignoring of the strength which real love gives to those who, either through physical weakness or untoward circumstances, are at the mercy of those moral cowards who take advantage of their distress or defenselessness. Cowards who, amongst the educated and the ignorant, the clergy, the laity, in the highest profession or in trade, place themselves morally on the level of the man who kicks his dog or hits his opponent when he is down. She made no impression on the English girl. Strong in her love, certain that her prayers for help would be answered, she endured all things. She waited on the Arabian hand and foot, climbed the ladder to the golden cage, wherein Zarah lay during the siesta, with coffee, sherbet, or whatever she desired, and descended and climbed again, with ever the sweetest smile in her steady blue eyes. She brushed and combed the red curls until her hams ached, carried and fetched and read aloud, and looked after the birds, fanned the woman, fetched water from the river for a bath, watched the silken garments, and waited upon her muse without a murmur on her lips or a shadow in her eyes. She spoke to no one, but through the gossiping of the women, learned that the body of the sullen negress had not been discovered, and that Zarah, owing to a certain spirit of insubordination that had lately swept through the camp, had not dared to punish the grooms of the kennels for their gross carelessness. She was continually surrounded by the women, who, ignorant of the lies told them, jeered at and laughed at her, and did everything in their power to make a task even yet more distasteful. When away from Zarah, her every movement was spied upon and reported. She slept in a hut in which tools had been stored during the alterations to the building, rough and infinitely uncomfortable, but a very haven of refuge at the end of the day when she returned, to fling herself on her knees and pray for strength and patience. If only she had known it. Spies watched her at her prayers, noting the look of peace which followed quickly upon them, and the content with which she stretched herself upon the bed composed of rugs flung upon the sand, watched her asleep and at her toilet, and ran to make report on all things, especially upon the delight she seemed to take in combing a masses of beautiful hair, and in a bath in the river long before the dawn. And when a rough hand shook Helen out of her sleep and ordered her to Zarah's presence, it seemed that God had turned a deaf ear to her prayers, and that fear must, after all, dominate her splendid courage. It was long after midnight when, with a heavily beating heart, she entered the luxurious room. Two Abyssinian women, nude save for a short petticoat which stopped above the knees, stood behind the divan, upon which Zarah lay smoking a narghileh. She lay and looked at Helen without a word, hating her for the ethereal look, which heightened her beauty and had come to her in a days of toil and privation. "I am told," she said after a while in Arabic, "that the hut you sleep in is not clean, that your habits are not the cleanly habits of the Mohammedan, that your hair has not escaped contamination from the disorder in your huts. Therefore," when Helen interrupted her quickly, she looked back at the tittering black woman and laughed. "How can you say such a thing? I am perfectly clean. My clothes are in holes through being washed on the stones. My hair, to her own undoing, and yet, if she had not known it, as an answer to her prayers for her help, she undid the great golden plate and shook the rippling mass out over her shoulders, holding long strands at arm's length, until even the negresses exclaimed at the glory of its sheen. My hair is combed and brushed every day and washed once a week. It is perfectly clean." Zarah laughed as she puffed at her hubble bubble, inhaling the fumes of the tobacco of Oman, which is calculated to absolutely stun the uninitiated in its gunpowder strength. "Anyway, I do not like these tales of uncleanliness to be spread amongst my women, Ellen Raynor," she said curtly at last. "I therefore have decided to keep you beneath my eyes. You will sleep in my room, on a mat. You will bathe under the supervision of the slave here, who will now cut your hair off so that you are clean." "I will kill her if she touches me," Ellen cried sharply, and girding the glory of her hair round about her, ran to a table upon which lay an ornamented but most workmanlike dagger. She loved her glorious, naturally curling hair, looking upon it with a beautiful teeth, as the greatest asset with which nature had endowed her. Her lover loved it, and had often told her that she had ensnared his heart in its golden mesh. Forgetting her impossible position as prisoner and the utter futility of any effort at resistance, determined to fight for the glorious mantle which covered her to her knees, she picked up the dagger as the two gigantic women approached her. "I will kill the first one of you who touches me." Zarah laughed and raised her hand. "Go and find Al-Hassad and bid him bind the white man and bring him here." "Stop!" Olin had thrown out her hands in surrender. Even her hair would she willingly sacrifice in her great love, everything she would sacrifice except her honor, and that she knew was safe in a place abounding with deep precipices and paths where the foothold was precarious. Save for her tightly locked hands, she made no sign when the beautiful mass lay about her feet. In fact, with an almost superhuman effort of courage, she refrained from touching her shorn head, and leant down instead and picked up a handful of hair, which looked like a great skein of golden silk. "It's a pity to waste it, Zarah," she said gently. "Why not stuff a pillow with it?" The Arabian beat hard on the amber mouthpiece of the narghileh. With her short hair curling around her face, Ellen looked like an exquisite girl of 15, defenseless, helpless, and calculated to inspire pity in the heart of almost any man. "Come, Namla!" She lashed the Abyssinian across the thigh when she had to repeat the order. "Art thou bereft of the use of thy limbs, thou fool?" she screamed, seizing the dagger from her belt and throwing it after the rapidly retreating negress, missing her shoulder by an inch as she emulated the speed of the ostrich down the doorway. Namler, upon whom Ellen had counted in her heart of hearts, had failed her, and without her help, nothing could be done, no communication with Ralph effected, no plans for escape made. Of all the crowd of women who jeered and laughed at her, she seemed to be the one who cherished the greatest hatred for her. She spat with vigor when the white girl passed, and at other times shouted various abusive and ribald remarks, urging the woman to see that the unbeliever performed a menial task thoroughly, so as to enhance the glory of Allah, the one and only God. She ran in and prostrated herself before her dread mistress, then pulled the masses of hair roughly from under Ellen's feet, and tossed it this way and that, as though it were the hair of goat or camel. A kerchief for thy head, O great mistress, could I weave, or a plaited girdle set with pearls, though 'twere well nigh sacrilege for the middle of the believer to be bound by the hair of the infidel. Behold, the infidel looks even like the skull of one dead, with a face like unbaked bread, and a head like unto the wing of the ostrich plucked off its feathers. With instructions to make what she could of the silky burden which filled both her arms, she spat, or, rather for fear of her mistress's humor, made the sound of vigorous spitting in Ellen's direction, and vanished through the doorway. Ellen lay on the floor that night, a beautiful shorn head resting on her arm, and poured out her heart in gratitude that Zarah had not seen fit to shave it completely. What is in the cauldron is taken out with the kitchen spoon, Arabic proverb. 1,000 raps at the door, but no salute or invitation from within, Arabic proverb. During the night, in the passing of a second, for no apparent reason and with all Arabs' lamentable instability, Zarah grew suddenly tired of baiting a prisoner, and with the extraordinary density of the woman in love, decided to make one last endeavor to break down Ralph's Trenchard's resistance. She could not understand, and she would never be able to get it into a mind narrowed by self-love, that one might as well try to stem the Niagara Falls with straw or hold a musked elephant on a daisy chain as to influence the invisible love of soulmate. She decided she would offer Ralph Trenchard Ellen's liberty. She would offer to give up a mountain home, a freedom, a power. She would offer herself as a servant, a slave, to cook for him, to wait upon him, anything to keep him by her side, no matter if he returned her love or not, as long as he lived near her, and if that failed, as a last resource would use the despicable lever of the lowest type of coward. To gain her hand, she would threaten to commit suicide. So the night following the cutting of Helen's hair, which was also the night preceding a tournament, in which the men were to show how much they had learned of the art of pugilism, she attired herself in great splendor and summoned Ralph Trenchard to her presence. Helen, surrounded by women who gossiped, knelt at the river edge, rubbing silken garment on a stone, with Namler mocking and jeering beside her when the Abyssinian, sent to fetch Ralph Trenchard, shouted her errand as she passed. Helen shrank back when Namler suddenly sprang at her and wrenched the silken garment from her hand. "Thou fool!" Namler shrilled as she knelt. "This wise, and this, the soap? Or hast thou eaten it in thy imbecility?" She leant across Ellen and snatched at the soap, which slid into the water, then wrung the garment as though it were the neck of an offending hen, as she whispered, "Give me a massage for the white man. Zarah offers him thy freedom for his love." Down came the garment on the stone, as though she essayed to soften the tough carcass of some female Methuselah of the poultry world as she screamed at the top of her voice. "Wilt thou never learn? Did Allah in his wisdom not teach thee even how to wash a garment? Take it and try, lest I smite thee with it." She flung the silken remnant at Helen, who, eyes alight, caught it in both hands and crashed it on the rocks until one half followed the soap into the water. Whereupon Namla leant across her and gripped her wrist. "Fool! This wise, and this and this." The women crowded round to watch Namla swinging Ellen's arms like flails. "Tell him, whispered Ellen as she beat her best. That, nay, Namla, thou tearest out my arms. Behold, I can do no more. She fell forward with a woman underneath, and in confusion whispered a message. Tell him I prefer that to my freedom at such a price. And shrank back, for the benefit of the onlookers. When Namla, flinging all that was left of the washing item in her face, ran off, with much cursing, up to the path to where Yusuf waited in the shadows. And hope sprang up in Ralph Trenchard's heart as he climbed the steps in answer to Sarah's summons, followed by the Nubian at some distance. Suddenly, and with a most amazing clumsiness, Yusuf walked out from behind the great boulder straight into his arms. Sorry, said Trenchard shortly, as he tried to free himself from the grasp of the infuriated Arab. You came out so... As no thought for others, shouted Yusuf at the top of his voice. Thine ear, he whispered, whilst he shook Ralph Trenchard violently. Zarah will offer thee thy white woman's freedom for thy love. The white woman prefers death to freedom without thee. She loves thee. Nay, he suddenly yelled, wouldn't push a blind man to his death. The two seemed locked in anger as Al-Assad raced up the path. A message, he whispered. Shake me in anger. Give me a message for thy woman. Give me a message. The Nubian was close upon them. Trenchard grasped the blind man and shook him. Tell her to stand fast and to fear nothing, he whispered, then shouted angrily. How can I hear thy noiseless feet on thee? He reeled as Yusuf hauled him backwards and continued to climb the steps, whilst the blind man filled the night air with curses. Zarah was quite alone. The Nubian, under others, sat down upon the steps to await development. He was well content to wait. He had gauged the white man's strength of resistance and had no fear that he would become entangled in the beautiful Arabian's wiles. He smiled as he crept as noiselessly as a great cat to the platform before the door and stretched himself flat upon it, the blackest spot in the black shadows, to listen to the woman he loved pleading for the love of one who loved another. Lost to all sense of shame, as are those women who have not learned the meaning of self-control and self-sacrifice, Zarah pleaded with Ralph Trenchard for his continued presence by her side, pleaded for his company and his comradeship, so that she might enjoy the shadow of his great good looks and actual presence, while skipping the substance of his love from her rival. She had made the greatest mistake in her toilet. None too overdressed at the best of times, she had a startlingly undressed appearance, as she stood like a beautiful exotic flower beside the Englishman. She had not, how could she in the name of decency, discarded a single garment, but had donned the most transparent outfit in her wardrobe. Her feet were bare and jeweled, as were her arms, her hands, her waist. The trousers, worn by most Arabian women, were voluminous in their transparent folds. Her body shone through a jeweled vest, which fitted her like a skin. Trenchard looked at her from head to foot, and with the perceptiveness of the human mind, immediately thought of the picture Ellen had made as she stood beside her grandfather in the desperate battle. And he backed a pace before the Arabian's semi-nudity, whilst the Nubian buried his face in his arm to stifle his cry of longing. I love thee, Zarah was saying softly, looking up at the man she loved with love-filled eyes. I love thee, Ralph Trenchard. I have loved thee ever since I lay against thy heart so many, many moons ago. I will give up my home, my people. I will name Al-Assad as ruler in my stead. I will follow thee upon the path of thy choice, to the country that should please thee. I will wait upon thee, serve thee, devote myself to thee, if thou would give up the other woman. I love thee. I have already told you, Zarah, that I do not love you, could never love you. Ralph Trenchard, loathing the sin, spoke curtly, and stepped back quickly as Zarah flung herself at his feet. "Do get up," he added in English, as he tried to loosen a grasp upon his knees. "If only you knew how we English loathe scenes like this, and what we think of hysterical, unbalanced people." She sat back on her heels, lifting her hands in supplication. "I offer you Ellen Raynor's freedom if you will stay with me. I don't want to keep her. Let her go back to her own country. She is young. She will forget. She does not know what love is. Besides, I fear my slave. He is handsome. He, too, is young. He wishes to take a wife. I will send Alina safely away from him if you will stay with me." Trenchard showed no sign of the horror of the fate in store for Ellen. He spoke quite calmly, slowly, almost indifferently. "You will not gain anything if you hurt Ellen. If she dies, I die. If you try to harm her, she will find a means of killing herself, and I shall kill myself. Not because of my love for her. Our kind of love is higher than suicide. It endures, but only so that you shall find no pleasure in her death." He pulled her hands apart and stepped back as she sprang to her feet. She failed to understand that, living or dead, she was no more to the man than one of the birds in his cage, and played what she mistakenly believed to be a trump card. "Then I will kill myself, Ralph Trenchard?" She choked with rage, the R's in the English words rolling like little drums. "And you will never forget that upon your head will lie the death of a woman, never be able to wipe out the picture of my broken body lying amongst the rocks." She ran close up to him, shaking with the unseemly rage of the uncontrolled woman. "I go to my death." She pointed through the doorway, striking a most dramatic attitude, whilst watching for a sign of interest in her proceedings in the man's indifferent face. "To my death," she screamed as she saw none, and fled through the doorway, missing the astounded Nubian by an inch. She stopped upon the edge of the very steep incline and listened for the sound of footsteps hastening to her rescue. At the absence of all sound, she looked over her shoulder to see Ralph Trenchard, with his back to her, lighting a cigarette. She tore back into the room with the last shred of her restraint gone, and swung him round the arm. "Oh, you didn't do it?" He looked her straight in the eyes. "We have women like you in England, never very young or very pretty, who, virgin upon the sere and yellow, and with nothing to fill their days or occupy their minds, try to coerce the people they love by threat of suicide. They never get what they want either. The slightest chain frets love, real love, you know. You can't inspire love just because you keep the person you love, but who doesn't love you, in the same house with you. You can't hold love by cooking or serving. Love, real love, will thrive on a crust offered by the one loved, but will seeking at the side of a basket of sweetmeats offered by anyone else." He had no intention of giving her the slightest cause to owe by offering her any sympathy in her tantrums. He added coldly, cruelly, as he turned from her, "It's rather a pity the silly, hysterical women don't carry out their threat of suicide. The world would be no loser by their death." He backed before her as she burst into a torrent of reproach, which ended in a storm of abuse. "Go!" she screamed at the highest pitch of the Arabian voice, which is none too sweet in wrath. "Tomorrow at the tournament, I will decide what is best to be done with this white woman, who is not fit to mingle with my women and children. Yea, even owing to her dislike of water, have we cut her hair so that—" She screamed and struck at Ralph Trenchard as he caught her by the wrist and pulled her roughly to him. "What did you say? You've cut off Ellen's hair? All that wonderful golden mass. You have dared to do that. Speak, can't you?" He flung her on the divan as she laughed and clapped her hands at the sight of his horror-stricken face, and laughed again at the plan for revenge which flashed into her mind. "So I have prevailed in making you feel rough-trenchered," she shouted after him as he left the room and ran down the steps, followed by the amazed Nubian. She ran to the door and laughed until the mountains echoed and re-echoed to the sound, then turned and flung herself on the floor, where she gave way to the violent hysterics of the uncontrolled jealous women. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest. Chapter 20. Tyrannical cheating of ill omen. Arabic proverb. The overpowering heat of the day had given place to the lesser heat of early evening, as the sun sank behind the western edge of the mountain ring. The interior of the ring looked like the inside of some rough-edged, painted flower pot with great purple, blue, black foundation, and sides of green and richest reds and browns, melting to saffron, topaz, amethyst, and rose, crowned by great peaks which seemed to flicker in the terrific heat, radiated by the sun-scorched rock. Little golden pink and crimson clouds, faintly stirred by the blessed evening breeze, sailed serenely across a sky of deepest blue, which stretched a gorgeous canopy above the heads of the men seated on the ground, or up the gentle incline rising from the plateau. Those opposite the steps down which Zarah would have to pass sat with knees to chin, placidly chewing khat or smoking red or black sebel and longer pipes with big open bowl. Those to the north and south of the steps sat sideways, also contentedly chewing or smoking, with eyes fixed upon the steep path. There was no laughing, no gambling, no betting upon the outcome of the different sporting items in the tournament for which they had foregathered. They were strangely quiet, with a certain expectancy in their eyes, and a vast amount of meaning in their expressive gestures, as they commented upon and argued about tales the Nubians had spread about their mistress's strange behavior of the night before. Bismillah, upon the very edge, with one eye upon the running water, into which the lion thought she desired to throw herself, and one eye upon the white man, who by the wool is a man of strong heart, even if he be an infidel. Bowlegs laughed as he stretched his circular limbs and pressed himself against his neighbor, so as to make room for Yosef, as he came towards them, led by his ears, down the path made for him through the serried ranks. "Welcome, brother, thou true believer in the shaven crown," cried the handsome youth who had been swung like a club, and who had not followed the precepts of the prophet to the extent of shaving his head. "Hast heard that the white woman, who holdeth the heart of the man who loveth her, and who is loved of the beautiful Zarah, and may Allah guide their footsteps in the crookedness of their paths." As he spoke, he pushed his way between Bowlegs and Yusuf, and as he looked up into the mutilated face, touched the blind man gently. "Hast heard that the tiger cat, in her rage, has caused the head of a white woman to be shaven, so that if she were lost in the Roba al-Khali, the ostrich might even wish to brood upon it as her egg?" The men shouted in ribald mirth as they bandied jokes, mostly unprintable in their oriental flavor. "Yea, and shaven after the setting of the sun," said the patriarch bitterly, whilst every man in earshot touched his favorite lucky amulet, or made the finger gesture against ill luck. "Behold, will Zarah's mocking of fate surely bring catastrophe upon the camp. For what but misfortune can follow the shaving of a crown after the setting of the sun?" The fine sons of one of the most superstition-ridden races in the world performed divers tricks to placate the fury of the false god of ill luck they had raised up in their minds, then continued in their merriment. "Who has seen the shaven head?" "No eyes have seen the head, O brother, but mine own eyes have seen Namla the busy, seated like a bee in the heart of a golden flower, weaving a kerchief from the infidel's wondrous hair." Bowlegs shouted with laughter. "Yea, verily, a kerchief to replace the gentle Zarah's garments, torn asunder, twixt her teeth and fingers in her wrath at the white man's coldness. Or to wipe the tiger's cat's face, which, wet with tears and hot with anger, was like an overripe fruit of the dome tree fallen upon the sand. Or to remove the dust from her chamber, wrecked like unto a house swept by the hurricane, with feathers of many fowl, liberated from the burst cushions, clinging to the silken curtains and her hair. Prodded by fate, the handsome youth turned and laid his hand on Yusuf's arm, whilst the men crowded closer yet to listen to their conversation. "O brother," he said laughingly, "thou who hast suffered, thou who even now dost pass sleepless nights of pain, wilt thou not in thy goodness, to quieten the agony of the tiger-cat's gentle heart, give unto her a few drops of the sweet water prescribed thee by yon herbalist for sleep?" Yusuf smiled as best he could for the distortion of his mouth, as he searched his cummerbund and pulled out a flask, filled with the strong narcotic he took to still the throbbing of his torn nerves, when the wind blew from the north. "'Tis overpowerful, little brother. A drop too little, and she wakes from her sleep, like a tigress bereft of her cubs. A drop too much, and she wakes not at all. 20 drops, and what?" The voice from behind was stilled suddenly, as the men rose quickly and stood staring up to the platform outside Zarah's dwelling. Zarah stood looking down. She stood almost upon the spot from where some years ago she had hurled her spear at the fighting dogs, and, killing the one intended for a gift to her father's guest, had followed the decree of fate, who had tangled her life's thread with those of her white prisoners. Zarah is the queen of loveliness, with hair like the setting sun. The hawk-eyed men, with the superb sight of those who live in the clear atmosphere of great spaces, criticized in detail the Arabian's garments, which at such a distance would have shown as a white blur to the eyes of the Westerner, accustomed as he is to an horizon bounded by walls, and a sky ever limited by chimney-pots or partially obliterated by smoke or fog. "The white man tarries. Would that the lion were here to tell once again of the calmness of his fate in the storm of yesternight. Perchance does his heart fail at the thought of the maiden's shaven crown. Likewise does she tarry, fearful perchance of beholding her lover's eyes empty of love-light. She gave her the vinegar to drink on the wings of flies." Yusuf touched his sad face as he quoted the proverb. "Verily were the words of wisdom written to describe the refinement of the tortures our thrice gentle mistress meteth out to her prisoners." There was not a movement, not a whisper from the men when Zarah turned and lifted her hand, but there came a great cry from hundreds of throats as Helen appeared in the doorway, followed by the 2 gigantic Abyssinian women. "Hast seen the shaven crown, brother?" The handsome youth turned to Yusuf, who stood with his sightless face raised to the skies. "Nay, blind one," he replied quietly, all the merriment gone from his face. "I have seen the white woman. She stands behind the dread Zarah, her golden hair, even the length of thy longest finger, twining about her head like a crown of flowers upon a young acacia tree. She is like an orchid of choice fruit in her beauty, yea, like an orchid of pomegranates and peaches. And as the gentle incline of the rocks where the evening sun kisseth the oranges and apricots and luscious fig. If it were not that she is of a race of infidels, likewise cursed with a spirit of mockery and a lack of gratitude, I would e'en woo her in the shadows of the night and make of her my woman." He moved forward, drawn by Helen's radiant beauty, as she descended the steps, fanning Zarah with a circular painted fan of dried palm leaves. The men stood as though spellbound at the sight of the 2 beautiful girls. They forgot the tournament, their wrath, their merriment. They stood speechless, staring. They moved forward in a body, as Zarah reached the bottom step and made a way for her, up to where an ebony chair inlaid with gold stood upon a carpet of many colors. The expression of Zarah's sullen face was almost as black as the shadows spreading halfway up the mountains. Her heavy brows were bent above her strange eyes, her crimson mouth set in a line which boded no good to those who might thwart her. A chance word, an indiscreet gesture, would be spark enough to start the conflagration, and fate, close to the Helen Raynor, stood ready to fire the Arabian's raging jealousy as Ralph Trenchard, followed by the Nubian, walked slowly from the men's quarters towards them. There was not a sound, and scarcely a movement in the vast throng of men as they stood looking from one to the other of the three who, even in the desert, made the seemingly inevitable love triangle. And so enthralled were they, and so oblivious were the three who composed the triangle to their surroundings, that no notice was taken of the downtrodden, docile women who, headed by Namla, and imbued with the spirit of insubordination which was sweeping the camp, also with a fierce desire to see the white woman's shaven head, crept in ones and twos from behind the rock buttress which hid their quarters from the greater part of the plateau. They stole along the river edge behind their men, who were too engrossed in the picture before them even to bet, let alone to notice the doings of their womenkind. They crept up behind the gigantic Abyssinian women who stood behind Zarah's chair, and turned and looked at them, as a couple of Yemen buffaloes might turn to inspect an ant-heap. The radiance of the blazing sky seemed to fill the mountain ring for a moment, as Ralph Trenchard passed down the path made for him by the men, and stood suddenly clear of them, and exactly opposite Helen, as she fanned the Arabian. The mountains echoed Helen's name as he called to her, holding out his arms, and her cry of joy as she flung the circular fan with pointed edges sideways, so that by mischance it caught the Arabian's hair, and ran to her lover. The rocks echoed Zarah's screams of wrath and pain as her sharp order to the Abyssinians, and the downtrodden women's screams of hate as they swept round the chair headed by Namla and cut Helen off. Zarah shrieked in agony as the fan pulled her head down to one side, scratching her face and shoulder, and beat the arms of the chair and the Abyssinians' glistening bodies as they tried their best to relieve her, while she fought like a wild cat, with her eyes fixed on the fight which was taking place in front of her. The women were trying to prevent Helen from reaching her lover, and the men were endeavoring, and none too gently, to push the women on one side, so that the white man they had come to admire and like might meet the woman of his heart. They did it for the sport of the thing, and to assert their authority over their women. Also, in their heart of hearts was there a certain amount of admiration for Helen's beauty and courage. The women who had come to titter and jeer at Helen's bald head were consumed with wrath at their disappointment, and fought their men tooth and nail, taking advantage of the scrum to pay off many an old score and avenge many a lash of the whip or tongue. The men, amused at first, then astounded, then really angry at the sudden exhibition of women's rights, slapped their own particular womenfolk with the flat of their hand, then smote them smartly with the mijan, and finally took them violently until their sleek heads seemed like to leave their shoulders and their beautiful teeth to break in their chattering. Ralph Trenchard stood at the back of the men who slapped and shook and cursed. Helen stood looking towards him, towering above the dusky little women like a young acacia tree in the bush. In spite of the peril in which they knew themselves to stand, they smiled across and called messages to each other, which were lost in the universal torrents of abuse and vociferous yelling, interspersed with screams and sounds of slapping and tearing. Namla, wedged on the outer circle of the maelstrom, fought like a fury to get at Helen, screaming abuse, hurling her fighting sisters from her path in the excess of her screaming rage, while Yusuf, led by his eyes, rattled his staff on the shins of the gentler sex as he strove to reach Namla. Bowlegs brought about their meeting. Aided by the mighty muscle of his legs, he leapt free of the shrieking sisterhood high into the air, and in a manner somewhat reminiscent of a hawk and a field mouse, pounced upon his second and obese wife, whom he had spied fighting with the best in much torn raiment. The tremendous impact from above flung her backwards against Namla, who in turn was flung backwards against Yusuf. Proceeded a pretty passage of arms and tongues between these two, during which the blind man slipped a silver bottle down the front of Namla's torn kameez, while she belabored him, and Yusuf's eyes rained blows upon his mother's back. "Aye, aye, aye," she wailed, as she rolled the flask in the top part of her torn petticoat. "Wouldst tear the very tenura from my limbs, thou wifeless, childless breaker of the Prophet's law? Push me forward. Ha! That's what pushed me forward, thou rascal son of mine, even unto the first line of my fighting sisters. Well, push hard, so that I leave the mark of my nails upon the white girl's face." Helen turned at the sound of the woman's voice, and raised herself on tiptoe the better to see, and caught the look of the dusky little woman's twinkling eye, which in no wise responded to the wrath of her voice and gestures. "Yea, white woman," she shrieked, "come nearer to me, or let me come nearer unto thee. If thou art not afraid, I will show thee what manner of a woman it is thou didst mimic and mock." "Afraid!" cried Helen, forcing a way through the men. "Afraid! Come to me and—" She reeled back as Namla flung herself upon her, pushed by her son, who pulled the blind man after him, whilst the men who were not actually engaged in taming their shrews surged round them, shouting in delight. Namla landed right on Helen's chest, to which she clung as a woodpecker to a tree trunk. "Take this! 10 drops this night before she sleeps, then wait in the shadows," she whispered, loudly, with great excitement. "Take this, 10 drops this night before she sleeps, then wait in the shadows," she whispered, then shrieked, "Ha, thou infidel! I would tear out thine eyes, Yusuf's eyes suddenly and forcibly pinched the underpart of his mother's arm, upon which she yelled, let go her hold on Helen, and leapt at him, then slid meekly to earth and tried to cover her face with her torn veil, which she spread out to arm's length as Helen hid the silver flask in her belt. The sun had set, leaving the sky in a tumult of violent coloring, through which in a small patch of deepest blue shone one great star. Helen looked upon the banners of gold and red and orange, the curtains of saffron, the trails of rose and wispy bands of gray, then looked across at Zarah, who walked slowly towards her, blood trickling down her scratched cheek. Her eyes flamed in her white face, which showed over the top of the dead black satin cloak she had wrapped round her like a skin. And Ralph Trenchard, who saw the menace in her somber eyes and the cruel twist to her mouth, seized the men nearest him and threw them on one side as he raced to get to Helen before the Arabian could reach her. He was a second too late. Even as he touched her, one of the gigantic Abyssinian women reached her and, lifting her like a straw, carried her to where Zarah stood, insolently, contemptuously watching the scene, whilst Yusuf stepped in front of him and pushed him back as his eyes got tangled up in his feet. "For God's sake, get out of my way, you fool!" Trenchard shouted, and lifted the dumb youth by the neck of his juba and dropped him, and Yusuf rushed blindly at him, guided by his voice. "Tonight, when the dog barks thrice," he whispered, then shouted, "Harm not mine eyes, lest I stray from the right path, so that—" He stopped and turned, as Helen's voice came clearly through the night air. "Don't worry about me, Ra. I'm all right. No one can harm me," she cried, then stepped back quickly as Zarah turned on her, and seized her by the wrist, pulled her forward. Held by Yusuf, who whispered without ceasing, Trenchard stood in the center of a semicircle of men and women, with the patriarch at the end nearest Zarah and Helen, and Namla in a most indecorous and disheveled state at the other. The two beautiful girls stood exactly opposite the man they loved, with the gigantic negress close behind. "Move not. Have patience until the dog barks thrice tonight. Make no effort to help. All is well. Allah watches over thee and thine in need. Nay, make no sign. Nothing can be done to her until the morrow." Yusuf whispered without ceasing, whilst, sick to the heart at the menace in the air, Ralph Trenchard stood waiting, with what patience he could command. Zarah raised her hand, and, fully aware of the backing she would get from the women, began to speak. "I am speaking for my children," she cried. "The children this white woman has mocked and derided, and for whom she has not had one word of thanks, not one little feeling of gratitude." "Nam, Nam," wailed Namla, in full acquiescence. "For myself, I do not mind that she strikes me until the blood runs, but my children I will protect." "Ah!" wailed Namla, crouching on the ground and beating her breast with much vigor. "And I will punish those who hurt my children. Yea, I will make of them a sport, a mock. The white man, nay, Al-Assad, came thou to me? The white man I bear no ill will, for he has worked well among my sons." She put her hand upon the Nubian's arm when he ran across to her, and smiled up into his handsome face as she shook her head. "I am mistress here. Thou shalt not touch the white man. For the white woman—" She looked at Helen, who looked at her, then across to Ralph Trenchard, who stood with Yosef's hand upon his arm and his eyes at his feet. "For the white woman who has derided my children, I do now place her amongst them as their servant, and to humiliate her even as she has humiliated them. Do order the Abyssinian Aswa to shave her head this instant, before us all, so that she appears not before mankind without—" Her words were drowned in the scream which burst uncontrollably from Helen, and the shout from her lover as he flung himself toward her, only to be tripped by the dumb youth at his feet. "Ra! Ra!" cried Helen, clutching her lovely curls in both hands. "For God's sake, save me, Ra! Don't let them do it! Don't! She turned and struck the negress across the face as the Abyssinian caught her by the arm, and struck again and again as Ralph Trenchard tore at the arms of the youth who clung to him like a leech. Helen made no other sound as she wrenched herself free from the woman who held her, nor when, filled with the desire to kill, she flung herself upon Zarah. The Arabian stepped back quickly and laughed until the place rang with the sound, then flung off her mantle and drove her dagger down into Helen's heart, just as the patriarch sprang and caught her hand. Helen turned and ran towards her lover, and struck at Namla, who suddenly caught her by the knees and held her, screaming abuse. The men and women stood silent, looking from one to the other of the three principals in the love drama, then turned their attention to the patriarch, who by that time was speaking. He made a magnificent picture as he imposed his will upon the furious woman for the welfare of his brethren. "In the days of thy father, the sheik, my daughter," he said, "no blood was spilled, no punishment proclaimed after the setting of the sun. If thou desirest the death of this woman, then must thou wait until sunrise. Neither shalt thou bring misfortune upon this camp by shaving a head after the setting of the sun. That also must thou order to be done after its rising." "Wah! Wah!" yelled the men, and smote the women who dared to differ. "And for fear of the wrath of these women, who should have the whip laid across them for their unseemly behavior, keep thou the white woman in thy chamber tonight." "Yea," cried Yosef, walking forward, led by his eyes, until he stood exactly opposite the Arabian, who withdrew a pace before his terrible appearance. "And in the name of thy father, O Zarah, and for fear of the Nubian's wrath being vented upon him before the rising of the sun, I claim the watching of the white woman this night. Fear not that he sleeps over sweetly in my care." He turned and spat in Ralph Trenchard's direction, then, led by his eyes, strode towards him and seized him by the arm. "Thou infidel!" he cried savagely. "Thou and thy white woman!" Zarah raised her hand. "The women to the cooking, the men to the eating, the morrow for the punishment." She turned and looked at Ralph Trenchard, her eyes filled with a terrible jealousy. "Look upon thy white woman for the last time, for behold, the morrow thou shalt be taken back across the desert by the road by which thou didst come unto her. She shall work here amongst my people, with her shaven head for a space. Then I will send her to the slave market, where her white skin will fetch a great price. Get thou up, Helen Renaud." She pointed up the steps. Helen turned and held out her arms. "Ra, beloved, I love you." The Arabian struck down her arms as Yusuf pulled Ralph Trenchard back. "Come thou with me, thou infidel!" he cried. "Get thou up, Helen Renaud," commanded the Arabian. The stars blazed in the sky as the women scuttled back to their quarters, and the men talked together. "Behold, is my acacia tree no luck?" said the handsome youth. "As saith the proverb of those whose luck changeth not," replied Bowlegs, as he shook his fist after his retreating, obeisant second wife. "The misfortune either falls upon the camel, or upon the camel driver, or upon the owner of the camel. Ha! Wouldst show me what thou hast learned from the white man?" He caught the Arab who had sprung at him in a friendly desire to show his pugilistic skill, tossed him on one side like a bundle of clothes, and shouted defiance to the whole camp. So that the tournament, if somewhat impromptu and lacking a referee, took place after all, and lasted well into the night. End of chapter 20. Jesus.
Chapter 21 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Florence Short. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest. Chapter 21. At the close of night, the cries are heard. Arabic proverb. Yusuf, with his back against the door of Ralph Trenchard's hut, lifted his face to the star-bestrewn sky. He waited. He waited for the striking of his hour of revenge, which had been fixed by fate in the beginning of time. He waited imperturbably for Allah, in his compassion and wisdom, to remove the Nubian who sat cross-legged and contemplative, and to all appearances absolutely unmovable, by his side. Al-Assad sat leaning slightly forward, looking into the shadows with dreamy, half-shut eyes, then turned his head and listened, as though, above the distant noise of the men's shouting and laughter, some sound had reached his ears. "Camels," he said softly, "camels going out. Methought our brothers were having their fill of wrestling." Yusuf also had heard the sound of a dromedary grunting its disapproval as it made the steep ascent, but no sign of his inner perturbation showed on his placid, mutilated face. "Zarah the Merciless makes ready for the white man's journey into the desert tomorrow. Our brethren of the stables even now revile her shadow, for instead of loading the dromedaries with water-skins and provender, they would try their strength against Bowlegs, who, in his vanity, swears by the wind that no man can excel him in the games taught by the white man." Al-Assad laughed scornfully as he rose to his feet, swallowing the bait which hung from the line fate dangled in front of him for his removal. "Bowlegs," he spoke in infinite scorn as he pulled himself up to his full height, and laughed again as he caused the muscle to ripple up and down his arms. "'Twere well to show the little man with legs even as round as thy turban, that there is one who can spike him upon his finger. Thinkest thou, Yusuf, that the white maid will lose her golden covering at the rising of the sun? 'Twere a pity, to my mind, to mutilate such beauty in a woman, even if she be sent to the slave market to ease the tiger cat's jealousy." Yusuf pulled at his hubble-bubble, making no sign of his longing to accelerate his companion's departure. Methinks the beautiful Zarah spoke in haste and in anger. Perchance she is tired of her white playthings and yearns for a master. Thinkest thou, who hast learned much wisdom in thy blindness, that she will come to love me? Al-Assad asked eagerly. "Yea, she loves thee even now. Thou art her real mate. The great tiger cats mate with one another, my son, and were it not wise to stay here for fear that thou art bested by Bowlegs, and that the news of thy defeat is carried to her?" He showed no sign of his intense satisfaction when the Nubian, primed with the desire to reduce Bowlegs to shreds, ran, laughing, down the path. Strong in the fatalism of the East, Yusuf sat on, pulling calmly at his hubble-bubble, waiting for the striking of his hour, and made no answer to a slight hissing sound which came from behind the rocks. Instead, he rose slowly and pushed open the door of the hut, and, with the Oriental's love of elaborate detail where intrigue is concerned, shouted at Ralph Trenchard. "Thou infidel, thou white dog, sleepest thou? Hast thou no bowels of compassion for the white woman? Dost thou leave her here to work as a slave, without an ache in thy heart of stone?" Ralph Trenchard sprang up and crossed the hut quickly, at the blind man's beckoning finger. "Mine eyes waits without to lead you by the hidden path to where the dromedaries stand," Yusuf whispered. "Nay, speak not, tarry not. There is little time to spare. The dromedaries must be but specks upon the horizon when the men cease their games to seek their slumber." Trenchard wrapped himself in the burnous Yusuf offered him and followed him to the door, where they stood for a moment in the shadows, listening to the shouts of the men, which came startlingly clear on the night air. "Bowlegs fights with the lion," whispered Yusuf. "Now is the moment chosen by Allah for the escape. Mine eyes will lead you to the dromedaries, and I will go to fetch her excellency, to carry her over the dangerous places and down the steep path to where love and happiness will await her. But if the Arabian does not sleep, how then? Then you must go to her and break her neck to save your own woman. What is she, this daughter of two races? We tire of her. If she dies, he who will govern in her stead will be chosen by the casting of lots. Hasten, excellency, for we know not at what hour the medicine of sleep was administered unto the tiger cat. Also, do the women who hate the white woman, and who are the yeast wherewith this trouble has been fermented, rise early to be about the business of the new day?" Trenchard, wrapped in their burnous, followed Yusuf as he made his way without hesitation to the spot where his eyes sat in the shadows. Yusuf whispered the dumb youth's name and questioned him, and nodded his head in satisfaction when the youth, in the code they had invented, tapped the answers to the questions upon his friend's arm. "All is ready, excellency." Yusuf spoke as calmly as if he discussed a pleasure trip to the nearest oasis. "Nabla waits at the edge of the sands of death. The camels are well laden with water and bread for many days. They are the swiftest in Arabia, renowned from Hadramaut to Oman." "Bread in Oman." "They will need no drink for 10 days if there is none to spare. Namla accompanies you, and you, Yusuf, you're coming with us. We can't leave you behind to face the racket. You have got to come. Your eyes can't let his mother go without him." Yusuf smiled and shook his head, and laid his hand upon the dumb youth's shoulder, who also smiled and shook his head. "Excellency, not for 10,000 golden lira would I be away from the camp when the tiger cat learns of the flight. A piece of news for you, white man, who comprehends not the guile of this woman of mixed blood. Did you think she had tired of you? Nay, by the beard, she loves you even 100 times more for your refusal of her love. She sends you to Harik after the rising of the sun, only to follow you and to beguile you in the solitude of the red desert. There is no leech that clings so close to its victim as a woman to the one she loves, but who does not return that love. There is no trick she will not descend to, no lie she will not utter, no promise she will not make with no intent to keep, to gain her end. This is the commencement of my revenge. The end, excellency, will be the death of her who blinded me. I have waited for this revenge these many years. Even from the moment when the sun faded from my sight, I and mine eyes will follow you. And if we do not overtake you by the noon, then place yourself in Namla's keeping. She is of the desert born." He raised his right hand and turned his sightless face to the skies. "May Allah guide you and keep you, and bring you to everlasting peace." Trenchard stood for a moment to watch the blind man make his almost miraculous way through the rocks which skirted the west end of the plateau, then turned and followed the dumb youth, who smiled and nodded his head in his delight at the trick which was being played upon the Arabian. And Namla rose from where she sat in the shadows thrown by the 3 dromedaries, hobbled at the commencement of the hidden path across the quicksands, and pressed her hand against her forehead in humble salutation, and smiled up at her son, and laughed softly in the delight she also felt at the way the beautiful Zarah was being duped. Within the hour she might have to give her life in her fight for the liberty she had lost some years back when captured in the desert, or she might lose it in saving that of the white woman she had grown to love. But with all the Oriental's fatalism, she had resigned herself to liberty or to recapture, to life or death. Allah had decided the result in the womb of time. Kismet. Yusuf's eyes pressed the back of his hand against his forehead, then bent and touched Ralph Trenchard's foot as a sign that he was willing to serve the white man to the end, whilst Namla, smiling all over her homely face, translated the gestures the dumb boy made as he tried to make Trenchard understand. He says, Excellency, that before the sun is above our heads at noon, he will have guided the blind one to you upon the path we shall have made across the desert. He loves you for your gentleness and strength, O man of the great white race, and prays you to succor Yusuf if aught should befall him before he reaches the great city of Damascus, which is his home and my home. Trenchard raised his right hand and made his oath after the manner of the Arabs. Before my God, who is thy God, I swear to make myself responsible for the comfort, welfare, and happiness of the 3 who have so befriended me and mine. I swear that my descendants unto the father's generation shall befriend thy descendants, so that in some small way I shall pay my debt of gratitude. He smiled down at the enraptured little woman. Let us sit a while whilst we wait. Come, Namla, tell me of the life thou wilt lead in Damascus with thy people. The stillness of the night was broken by the grumbling of the dromedaries, the distant shouts of the men, and the body woman's whispered words as she told him of the house she would buy or rent in the bazaar, with rugs upon the floor and many brass pots and pans of her own, filled with milk and butter from her own kind. And when her Excellency returns to Arabia, then will Namla wait upon her, she said, smiling at the thought, being sure, with the fatalist's conviction, of a happy ending to the flight. Then will her golden hair once more glisten like the silk in the sun, which makes of the bazaar a paradise. She paused for a moment as she drew out a packet wrapped in a cloth. We have gifts which perchance His Excellency in His goodness will allow His humble servants to present to the sit upon her marriage, as a token of the gratitude the servants have in their hearts for the gentleness of the white people. Trenchard took the packet, removed the cloth, and looked at the exquisite golden kerchief. By Jove, what a beautiful thing! He exclaimed. Namla smiled and nodded her sleek head at his genuine admiration. It is woven of your Excellency's hair, Helen's hair. He turned to Yusuf's eyes as the youth pressed something hard and heavy into his hands, speaking by gesture, which his mother translated. His fine teeth gleamed and his beautiful eyes flashed as he watched Trenchard remove the wrapping from the heavy object. "However did you get this?" Trenchard cried, as he delightedly turned his own automatic over in his hand and released the full clip. The mistress, and may Allah guide a bullet to her black heart, commanded the patriarch, who is the oldest amongst us and possessed of a very devil of gaming, to guard the weapon of death for your departure, Excellency. The old one, bereft of his last piastre, and of the very camille from about his shrunken old body, did lose the weapon in a bet to my son when you did wrestle with and overthrow the Nubian. Trenchard tried to express his delight at the gifts, upon which, with all the Arabs' genuine and world-famed hospitality, the 2 natives offered him all they possessed. "My son, whispered Namla, will live with me in the bazaar, yea, and with us will sojourn Yusuf, his friend. The blind one will sit peacefully in the sun until he find a wife to take pity upon him, whilst his eyes, even my son, will sell the steel of Damascus inlaid with gold to the faithful and to the infidel. Our home will be humble, O white man, but our food and our drink, our raiment and our couch will be for you and her excellency, if your excellencies should see fit to honor our humble dwelling. And I—" She stopped suddenly and held up her hand as she listened to the sound of a dog barking. It barked angrily, at which sound the little woman shook her head. "Verily, 'tis a dog," she whispered. "When the blind one shall have carried her excellency safely by the steep and dangerous path which is midway between here and where Zarah the Merciless sleeps, then will he bark thrice, and in all the kennels there is not one who can say if it be a dog which barks or Yusuf. Methinks he is overlong upon the road." She clasped her hands together upon her faithful heart. "Has mischance befallen them? Does your excellency think that mischance causeth him to tarry thus?" Mischance did not cause Yusuf to tarry. Seated in the shadows beneath the window through which Namla had spied upon the Arabian and Al-Assad, he waited calmly for the moment of his revenge. There was utter silence and stillness inside the building. No sound of voice or movement gave Yusuf any indication as to what had taken place in the last hour. Neither in his blindness had he any means by which to find out if the Arabian slept or if she lay awake upon the divan watching the stars through the doorway. He sat as immovable as the fate to which, as an Arab, he was resigned, and he made no movement when Sarah's mocking laugh suddenly broke the silence. Helen sat on the floor with her back against the wall, the light from the lamp shining on the golden curls which were to be shaven on the morrow. A shaven crown. The Hindu widow, the vision of bald pate seen in the mirror twixt the curtains of the hairdresser's cubicle. The aasvogel sitting disconsolately on its perch in the zoological gardens. She shivered as the pictures flashed across her mind. Sarah, lying like a tiger behind the golden bars of her elevated bed, laughed when Helen suddenly clasped her head in uncontrollable horror, twisting her fingers in her curls, and she laughed again when the white girl sprang to her feet and stood looking up with a world of rebellion in her eyes. "Do you remember my vision, Helen, dear school friend?" she said mockingly in Arabic, "when I saw you in the dust at my feet and the white man coming towards me? Verily will you be in the dust tomorrow, and so covered therewith that my children will walk upon you and cleanse their feet and sandals upon your raiment. You fool!" She slid her feet over the edge and stood upright upon the fourth step, straight, slender, and very beautiful. Then, balancing herself upon her precarious foothold with outstretched arms, descended slowly and walked to where Helen stood against the wall. She laughed as she looked at Helen's golden curls. "I hate you, Helen Raynor. I hated you the first time I saw you in Cairo, when you tried to show your superior breeding to the contemptible half-caste. I did not. You, whose grandfather was of a caste of water-carriers, whilst my father's fathers dwelt in the shadow of the great pharaohs, and my mother at the court of Spain. The white man shall see you with your shaven crown. Then, when the picture of your bald head is set for eternity in his mind, so that, waking or sleeping, he will laugh at the thought of you, I will ride out to meet him in the desert, to sit with him under the moon, to talk with him until dawn, to sing to him until his eyes close in dreams of my beauty. You fool! To pit yourself against me." Helen smiled as she looked at the Arabian from head to foot. She was sick with fear of the morrow, and sick with disappointment at the absence of all sign of help. But she smiled with the indomitable spirit of the splendid race from which she sprang. She took no notice of Zarah when she stretched herself upon a divan in a corner of the room, nor of the body women when they passed her, laughing derisively and making signs of contempt with their expressive fingers. She watched them descend the steps and involuntarily listened to the jokes they bandied amongst themselves about the ceremony of shaving, which would take place at the waking of their mistress at the rising of the sun. Then sat down with her back to the wall, hoping against hope for a sound or a sight of Namla or Yusuf. As there could be no doubt as to Zarah's intention of carrying out her threat, the situation was desperate, and the help promised seemed so vague, hanging upon the chance that the Arabian would ask for sherbet or coffee before she went to sleep. If she went to sleep, she was just as capable of staying awake the whole night, smoking her nargileh or countless cigarettes without touching food or coffee, as she was of sleeping without stirring until dawn. And if she called for coffee and drank it, drugged and slept, what then? What could Namla, a humble slave, do, even if she connived with Yusuf to further their escape? "Bring me sherbet instantly!" Yusuf made no movement as the words came to him through the window. Helen's heart beat heavily as she prayed for help in her hour of great need. "Now, God, help me, now!" she whispered, as she rose slowly and crossed the room to the corner where she prepared the drinks or messes of sweetmeats the Arabian consumed frequently in the night. With her back to her tormentor, she pulled the flask, which contained the drug, from inside her belt and unscrewed the tight-fitting top, and with steady hand dropped 10 drops into the golden goblet which Zarah loved on account of its barbaric jeweled stem. "In the name of Allah, was a snail included in your parentage, or are your fingers as heavy as your wits? You will fetch but a poor price with your clumsiness and shaven crown. Hasten, or by the Prophet's beard, I will lower your price still further by marking your shoulders with the whip." Helen slowly crossed the room, carrying the tray with the goblet filled to the brim with sweet, frothing drink, and offered it to the Arabian, who sat up suddenly, making a quick, savage gesture with both her hands. "Do you think such arrogance suits a slave? Kneel." The prisoner's fate trembled in the balance, as for one brief second Helen, consumed with a desire to fling the goblet in the beautiful mocking face, grasped its jeweled stem. Then, remembering that the victorious or disastrous ending of the attempt to escape depended entirely upon her, she knelt, and stirring the sherbet with an ivory spoon, offered the tray on uplifted hands. To keep her kneeling, Zarah drank slowly, whilst Helen half closed her eyes under the agony of her suspense. There was no sign in her face of her terror when, with but a drain to drink, Zarah sniffed at the goblet, scowled, and flung it to the farther end of the room, thereby drinking 1 drop too little of the drug. "Have you not learned how to mix so simple a drink as this?" she raved inelegantly, wiping her beautiful mouth with the back of her hand. "Were it not that my women taste all that you touch, and replace all that you have touched every hour, and likewise that none but my women approach you or have speech with you, I would swear by the Prophet that you had put something in my cup. Bring me coffee, hot and strong, in the big bowl. Hasten, lest I summon the black women to teach you the real meaning of speed." Helen's heart sank. She had no idea of the potency of the drug or the time required for it to take effect, but she knew the stimulating effect black coffee had on the Arabian, and how, once she had drunk a bowlful of it, she would pass a sleepless night, reading or smoking, or roaming about the camp, paying surprise visits to the kennels and to her people's quarters. She spent long precious minutes in fanning the brazier, which burned brightly behind a screen, casting fleeting glances towards the divan to see if the Arabian showed any sign of somnolence. Zarah sat cross-legged, looking through the doorway at the stars and showing as much sign of sleep as an angry cat. She turned and frowned at Helen when she clattered various brass pots and pans, making a great to-do, so as to waste still more precious moments over the intricate process of brewing the sickly sweet Arabian coffee. "Bring the coffee!" Zarah shouted suddenly, swinging her feet to the floor and half rising from the cushions. Helen placed the brass pot, the porcelain bowl, and a smaller bowl of scented water upon the silver tray, looked over her shoulder at the Arabian, and caught her breath. Zarah yawned widely, heavily. The whole future depended upon the next 5 minutes. Her future, the future of the man she loved. Another few moments, and Zarah the Cruel might be asleep. Yet what excuse could she make for wasting those precious moments? Everything was ready on the tray. It would take but a moment to cross the floor, and another 5, perhaps 10, for the strong, hot black coffee to be drunk and to react against the drug. And then farewell to all hope of escape. Must I come and fetch it myself? Helen moved forward, carrying the tray. Zarah glared at her and yawned until it seemed her scarlet mouth could not bear the strain. "The coffee," she said slowly, and rubbed her eyes, just as Helen, with a sharp cry, twisted her foot sideways, pretended to recover her footing, and let fall the tray and its contents with a loud clatter to the floor. Zarah sprang to her feet with a shout of rage, which ended in a yawn, staggered forward a step or two, swung sideways, and fell back across the divan, where she lay peacefully, sound asleep. Helen lay perfectly still, so as not to attract the Arabian's attention in any way. Then, assured that she slept soundly, gathered herself up and stole across to the divan. "Oh, Yusuf, if you were only here," she said as she stood looking down at the sleeping girl, wondering what step she should take next, then turned to look out at the night sky. Outlined against the sky, Yusuf stood in the doorway. She ran to him and touched his arm, whereupon he smiled as best he could for the distortion of his mouth, and put his hands to his forehead, lips, and heart. "She sleeps, Yusuf, soundly. I gave her 10 drops." Helen whispered the words, though she might have safely shouted them aloud for all the effect they would have on Zarah. "Does she lie at ease, Excellency? If not, stretch her forth as though she passed the night in natural sleep. Let nothing cause her fret, and thereby hasten her waking." Helen crossed to the divan and looked down at the merciless girl who had no pity for man or beast. She lay full length in the exquisite raiment she had worn for the tournament, her face half hidden in her arm, smiling like a child in her sleep. Helen watched her for a moment, then drew a satin coverlet over the Arabian's feet, glanced round the room, moved slowly round the walls, blowing out the lamps which hung from the silver sconces, and returned to Yusuf. "I will carry your Excellency down the steep unused path, for fear that some of those who wrestle with each other might see you. Come, I will lead you to where your lover waits, even I, blind Yusuf." Helen put her hand in his and looked back at the woman who had tried her best to humble her to the dust and failed. She touched her curls and smiled involuntarily at the thought that neither the daily round of menial tasks nor the threat of death had frightened her as had the threat to shave her head. "I shall never be able to thank you, Yusuf," she said, as he lifted her into his arms and carried her across the broad ledge upon which the Holy Fathers had built the dwelling place. Put your arms around my neck, Excellency, for in times of stress must custom and thought of race vanish. I will hold you on my left arm. My right hand knoweth every jutting rock, my feet every stone upon this path. Shut your eyes, Excellency, for they say that one with vision would not dare to tread this road. We must hasten, for who knows if the tiger cat will not waken 'neath the urging of her hate-filled mind. Your arm about my neck, and your heart full of courage, until the waning of the morning star, when you and your lover will be far upon the road to freedom and happiness. Helen did not shut her eyes, and until the end of her life she never forgot the descent. Certain of every inch of the path, rendered as sure-footed as a goat through the blindness which had uprooted the dread spectre of fear from his mind, feeling with his feet, clinging with his hand, climbing, scrambling, dropping safely upon the narrowest foothold, Yusuf carried Helen safely by the hidden and almost unnegotiable path to where the dromedaries lay in the shadows. Just once he stopped to give the pre-arranged signal. "That's it, Excellency," he said briefly, as Trenchard sprang towards him and took Helen into his arms. "Helen, my beloved, you at last." He let her slip to her feet and crushed her up against his heart, whilst the Arabs busied themselves with the camels' packs. "Dearest," whispered Helen, as she lifted her radiant face to his, "I began to think I should never see you again." "We must hasten, Excellencies. Life stretches before you full of hours of happiness. These moments are fraught with danger. Mine eyes and I will follow you or not, as wills Allah, the one and only God of mercy and compassion. I will lead Her Excellency's camel across the hidden path. Mine eyes will lead yours, Your Excellency. Namla, desert-born, will ride her own. Wilt thou not, sister?" Namla laughed softly. She was helping her son to tighten knots and to fasten the loads upon the camels' backs still more securely. "Yea, brother, that will I. I would cross the desert on foot to escape from the claws of the tiger cat. All is ready, Excellency. A water skin each, and much bread, and many luscious dates, coffee, and the wherewithal to make many cups. A tent for the noonday heat. To the northeast, and then due north, His Excellency says. And may Allah guide our feet and thy feet, O blind brother, to liberty and peace." Trenchard and Helen made one last effort to induce Yusuf and his eyes to join them. "Now's your chance, Yusuf. It seems so much like running away to leave you to face the row by yourself. Come with us, Yusuf." Helen laid her hand on the blind man's arm as she spoke. "You and your eyes." She laid her other hand on the dumb youth's arm, standing, linked to them in a friendship that was to endure a lifetime. "Excellencies," replied Yusuf, "before Allah I would rather pass my life in prison than miss the tiger cat's rage when she finds you gone. Behold, the calmness of the white people when in the midst of danger has won our hearts and will pass as history down the generations. Not by word or sign have you showed fear or anger, thereby, with the mercy of Allah, winning your way to freedom. Nor," he added with a smile, "do the white people waste overmuch time in rejoicing or protestations of affection." "Have a little patience, Yusuf," said Helen, as she righted herself after having swayed backwards and forwards and bent this way and that in answer to the movement of the camel as it lurched to its feet with considerable lamentation and sounds of wrath. "Wait until we come out to Damascus to visit you. Then we will all rejoice together, won't we, Ra?" "Rather," said Ralph Trenchard, as he leant over and took Helen's hand and kissed it. Then let it go as Yusuf led her camel forward, having found his direction by turning his face to the night wind as he touched the spear. "Not a word, Excellencies," he said. When the 3 camels stood in a line upon the narrow path, upon each side of which lay a terrible death. The wind plays strange tricks with sound from this spot, carrying at times the spoken word from the quicksands to the rocks, which increase it 100-fold until the camp is filled with whispering. Allah grant that the dogs do not bark and waken the tiger cat until dawn, and that my brothers cease not their games until I am seated once more without the empty hut." Helen turned and smiled at her lover and leant sideways and waved her hand to the devoted body woman, who, in her placidity, looked as though she were embarking upon a picnic instead of a dash for liberty across the desert. The mountains towered behind them, grim and menacing. The desert stretched silvery and peaceful under the stars. The quicksands lay on each side of their hidden path, still and treacherous. Yusuf walked ahead, leading Helen's camel. His eyes followed. Namla came last, looking as must have looked Ruth or Naomi or any other woman of the scriptures. The great beasts, as they stepped off the hidden path onto the safety of the desert sands, were urged into line with Namla between Helen and her lover. "Namla will ride 3 paces in front, Excellency," said Yusuf. "Ride at fullest speed until the first ray of the sun breaks through the clouds of night, keeping the great star behind the right shoulder. Then guide yourself by the sun as I have instructed you, and may Allah have you and yours in His keeping. I and mine eyes will overtake you if it is the will of Allah, whose prophet is Muhammad." The camels moved forward slowly, then gathering speed, sped across the desert. Yusuf and his eyes waited at the beginning of the path until the faint sound made by the beasts' huge feet upon the sand died away altogether, then turned and, Yusuf leading, retraced their steps across the hidden path. "Allah guide them, little brother, for behold, my heart is soft towards those white people of great courage. Go thou and pit thy strength against that of the half-caste lion, so that his suspicions are not aroused, whilst I sit here to await the awakening of Zarah the Beautiful." He sat cross-legged before the door of the empty hut, from which, if he had had eyes, he could have seen the tombs of the Holy Fathers. He sat calmly, patiently, resigned to fate, until, as the sky lightened way down in the east, a dog, then another, and then a many began to bark. They barked without ceasing, whilst the grooms stirred in their sleep, and the voices and laughter of the men died down as they stopped to listen to the noise. Knowing that the barking of the dogs never failed to waken Zarah, Yusuf raised his sightless face to the heavens and offered a prayer of thanksgiving. The hour of his revenge was at hand. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Florence Short. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest, Chapter 22. Every man in his own care. Arabic proverb. Zarah stretched her arms above her head, yawned, listened for a moment to the barking of the dogs, then, struck with a premonition of impending disaster, awoke to her surroundings, struggled to a sitting position, and stared up at the unlit lamps and round the room in amazement. Save for the faint light of the coming dawn, the place was in darkness and strangely still. Who had blown out the lights? Where was Helen? What was the meaning of the dogs' unrest at this hour, when they usually slept? Why was she weighed down with such an oppressive drowsiness? She roused herself, swaying to her feet, stood for a moment bemused, then staggered forward and crashed into a great brass bowl filled with many fruits. It fell with a clatter, arousing her from the strange lethargy which seemed to cause the room to spin about her and to dull her active brain. She stood watching the oranges and pomegranates, figs, apricots, and peaches roll this way and that across the marble floor, then called for Helen. "Helen!" She shouted the name savagely, under the whip of her premonition, shouted it until the vaulted roof rang with her cries, shouted it until the echoes gave back the call. "Helen, Helen, Helen!" A mocking voice seemed to shout back from the shadows. In a flash, enlightenment came to her, and with it the blindest rage that ever entered woman's heart. There could be but one reason for the dark desertion of the room and for the unanswered call. In some way the girl she hated, the man she desired, had communicated with each other, had outwitted her. How? When? Where? Oh, of what avail to lose time in asking useless questions when, even at that moment, they might be on their way to freedom and love? She stood in the center of the faintly lighted room, then laughed until the ugly sound beat against the walls. She laughed with sheer rage at the thought of how she, Zarah the Cruel, the most beautiful woman in Asia, the woman who had never been thwarted or fouled, had at last been circumvented by Helen Raynor, the fool English girl, the slow-witted, the dense, the hopelessly dull, as she had described her when holding her up to ridicule to her women slaves. Her slaves. In a moment her trend of thought changed, and with it, replacing even her rage, came a violent desire to revenge herself on everyone who had connived at or participated in the prisoner's escape. "Yusuf! Namla!" She seized the metal rod and smote the huge brass gong as the two names leapt to her mind. Her men were gathered together on the plateau, with Yusuf and the dumb boy whom he loved in their midst. She would summon the two who had been thorns in her flesh since the death of the sheikh, and wring a confession from them, left by her father in her care. In the name of Allah, what mattered a promise, more or less, when it had to do with those who had put humiliation after humiliation upon her? She would see to it that they and the white people were rendered dumb and blind in death by the time she had wiped out all the insults they had heaped her with. Her women. They slept peacefully in their quarters with Namla in their midst. She would summon them all and wring a confession from her. She had treated the body woman, who had shown such strong affection for the white girl, with a strange leniency, merely replacing her, upon the spy's report, by the surly negress who had so unaccountably disappeared upon the night when the dogs had rushed the hall. She should learn what awaited a slave and a prisoner who dared plot against the master. She smote the gong to awaken the entire camp, and to summon her attendants, smote it without ceasing. Lost to all sense of reasoning through her overpowering rage, she flung herself upon the divan, and sat looking out to the desert through the cleft in the mountains, planning her revenge upon them all. The red desert, the empty desert, the forcing ground of hate, revenge, despair, the burial place of love and hope and life. The great waste places of the Arabian Peninsula, swept by the tribes of Ad, Tassim, and Yadis, devastated by the hordes which inundated it in the early days when the Holy Fathers, in penance, built the very building in which the desert-born girl sat. Ruled by African kings, allied to the Roman and Byzantine empires, coveted, conquered, beaten, yet as ready today to rise in revolt against oppression and to hurl itself against the enemy as it was ready to fling itself victoriously against the mighty Roman generals. immense tracts of sand across which, pursuing or pursued, passed those countless legions, leaving, save for the footprints of Solomon's mighty Yemenite queen and Mohammed, the greatest prophet the world has known since the advent of the gentle Nazarene, but little mark upon the path of time. Desolate plains under which those who, through the centuries, have laid its fair cities waste, sleep in death amongst the ruins and treasures and secrets of cities, kingdoms and dynasties, of which the names alone remain. Silent, mysterious oceans of sand, above which, wheeling, calling, sailing on outstretched wing at dawn, at noon, at dusk, drift the vultures from north to south, from east to west, as they have drifted and called since the day every grain of the sands was numbered. Revengeful, relentless, restless, the great desert knows no peace, nor rest, nor shade. It sweeps flat that which it piled high but yesterday, and upon its surface, stretching like an eastern carpet, blows its sands to the height of hills, to sweep them flat again. It kills with thirst, it slays with hunger and exhaustion. It leaves but little trace of those who dare to pass its desolate boundaries. Bones of fugitives, of the hapless, the luckless, bones of birds and beasts, covered feet deep with sand at dawn, uncovered by the dread Shalok, to dance to the blowing of its scorching breath at noon, mark out a path across its desolation under the star-strewn, peaceful sky. High-born and low-caste, criminal and holy man, friend and enemy, there is nothing to tell who they were in life, nor in what manner death came to them. Vultures follow jackal and hyena, settle for a while and rise again to drift from north to south, from east to west. The wind of chance wafts the tattered, blood-stained kerchief across the desert to the feet of the holy man who has watched it, the only thing to move, dancing this way and that across the plain towards him. He ties it as a pennant to his staff and continues, with a prayer for the soul of the dead, upon his pilgrimage. The Bedouin, starving upon a handful of stringy seheni dates and a cup of brackish water, searches amongst the bones and offers the desert victims purse and amulets and weapons in exchange or sale to those he may encounter upon his journey to the nearest oasis. A fitting place indeed in which to hide all trace of the Arabians' vengeance upon the white people. Let them fly for their lives. They would but leave their bodies to the vultures and the wind and the starving Bedouin when her men had done with them. Her men! Since the sinking of the last moon, her spies had brought reports of discontent amongst them. They had become restless and rebellious under the inactivity she imposed upon them during her fleeting but violent obsession for the white man. Within the hour she would once more lead them across the sands under the light of the dying night and the coming dawn. With her they should hunt the fugitives down, and with spear or rifle wipe out the cause of their unrest and anger. Born of the desert, bred in its scorching heat, Zarah made one with it in her relentless cruelty. In it she had found her joy, and what counted more to her than all, her greatest triumphs with her men. Through it love, the love which is passion, the only love of which she was capable, had come to her. In it, in years to come, death would find her. Death. She laughed aloud as she listened to the sound of her people calling to each other as they hastened from their quarters to obey her summons. Death would come, as it must come to all, but not until she had repaired the mistake she had made in endeavoring to place the white man at the head of her small but turbulent kingdom. Not until she had ruled for many years. Not until she had wiped the memory of the white people who had tricked her from the minds of her subjects, whom she would link closer still by her union with one of themselves. With all the instability and inconstancy of the Arab blood in her veins, her passion for the white man passed, burned out in the fire of the wrath that consumed her. Let the white people die. Let the slight ripple they had made upon the sea of her exuberant, triumphant life be wiped out, so that peace might once more reign in the sanctuary. Death. With her plan of revenge in her mind, she looked across at her throwing spears hanging upon the wall, then laughed as she caught sight of herself in one of the many long mirrors her intense vanity had caused her to place about the room. As she crossed the floor, she made the gesture with her fingers, used by the superstitious all the world over, against the thought of death which filled her mind, then took her favorite spear from the wall. Damascus steel, inlaid with gold, with razor edges to the slender needle-pointed blade. She smiled as the thought of the day, those years ago, when with it she had transfixed the greyhound, accepted as a gift by her father's guest. "Death!" she cried, as she stood a magnificent figure of youth, with the spear raised and poised for throwing. "Nay, revenge upon those who tried to humiliate me. I will gather my men together and will promise gold, horses, women, what they will, to those who overtake and bring back to me, alive or dead, the prisoners who have escaped. Love. I in love with any man, be he white or black or of mixed blood. Nay, by the beard of the prophet, I love naught but power. Let them flee into the desert, even until the sun is risen, so that Helen Rayner's countenance be blistered, and as roundly swelled as yon knob of wood, the which, to see if my hand hath not lost its cunning, I will pierce with the spear." She ran back a space, caught her foot in a rug, staggered, and in an effort to recover her balance, involuntarily flung the spear. She stood for a moment petrified with horror, then screamed and screamed until the place rang. Thrown off her balance, she had flung the spear straight at the mirror. As she stood, it transfixed her reflection through the heart. Hundreds of torches flared below, where her men stood looking up, watching the women as, with exclamations of fear, they ran to answer the dreaded summons of the gong. "By the beard," said Bowlegs to Yusuf's eyes, "something is amiss." A shout went up as Zarah appeared, wrapped in her great riding cloak, spear in hand. "She leads us to battle, little brother, who cannot speak." Bowlegs turned, laughing as he spoke, and stared in amazement. The dumb youth was not there, but in his place towered the gigantic Nubian. "Verily to battle or the hunt, brother?" said Al-Asad. "Battle, methinks, for of a truth the woman I love seems in no patient mood. Ha! Canst hear? She calleth for Namla. Ha! She smite the Abyssinian across the mouth. Thee tiger cat! Yet do I love her the more for her cruelty. Her small hand is like a flower petal blown against the rock, when, in her childlike wrath, she smites me. I could pinch the breath from her throat, which is like unto the jewelled column in yon hall, twixt thumb and finger. Yet love I to anger her, so that her little hand shall smite me. Ha! Hearken! She calleth for the blind one, for Yusuf. Look, brother, is she not as the wind from the south in her wrath? Zarah faced her terrified women slaves, amongst whom Namla was not to be found. "Search for the white woman, you black dogs." She smote the Abyssinian across the face as she spoke. "Find her and bring her to me. Namla will you find with her. Search, all of you, and hasten, lest I drive you down to the sands of death." The women turned and fled down the steps, touching their amulets, praying to Allah, whispering the one to the other. "Whither, my heart's delight? Whither in such haste, with thy beautiful countenance distraught with fear?" Bowlegs' second wife tore herself from his detaining grasp, and ran as fast as her weight would allow her, and literally for her life. "We run in search of the white woman, who is not to be found, and Namla, who—" The rest of her words were lost as she disappeared in the throng of her panting sisters. "Oh ho!" said Bowlegs. "Now find we the kernel and the nut, the beautiful Zarah calleth for Yusuf." He turned and scanned the band of laughing, interested men. "Behold, are the blind and the dumb ones not to be seen? Let me hide in thy shadow, O lion, lest thy make-to-be scratches out mine eyes as she passes." Al-Assad took no notice. He stood watching the beautiful Arabian as she ran down the steps. The men made a passage for her and closed in behind and around her as she passed between them, wrapped in her riding cloak. "Yusuf," she said sharply, "where is he? Thou who standeth above thy fellows, seest thou him?" She laid her hand on Al-Assad's arm as she spoke, and looked up into his eyes, which were alight with love. "Is he here?" The wind blew her cloak against him. Starving for love, he caught it and held it crushed in his hand, and stood looking down at her, whilst the men, intuitive as are all Orientals, watched the little scene, pressing close upon each other. "Her veritable mate," whispered one. "Seest thou that his right hand holds her cloak? Yea, I bear no malice towards the white man, but 'twere well to send him with the white woman back to the country where the white race is bred," answered the patriarch. "Seest thou Yusuf? Yusuf guards the white man, O Zarah," said Al-Assad slowly. "Bring him and the white man, hasten thou." She pointed with her spear at a youngster who, terrified, turned and ran towards the men's quarters. "My amulet for a death in battle against thine, for many sons amongst thy children," whispered the patriarch, "that the lad finds neither the blind one, nor the dumb one, nor the white man." The gamblers slipped their amulets from about their necks. "Thinkest thou that they have escaped, O father?" "Nay, that I know not. But the bitch that so hateth our woman ruler turned from her meat and howled thrice at the moon. Naught but death can follow the sign." From fear of disaster amongst the dogs, she had been separated from her companions and placed by herself for the night in the small kennel amongst the rocks. "Aye," whispered his companion, spreading his fingers against disaster. "Behold! The lad returneth, with a face like troubled waters." The lad flung himself at Zarah's feet, speechless from terror. "Speak! Where are they?" Zarah kicked him as he lay, and turned and half raised her spear in the direction from which had come a murmuring. "The dwelling of the white man is empty, O mistress. Neither is the blind one nor the dumb one to be found for the searching." "Make a way for yon black dog." Zarah's voice, high-pitched in fury, rose above the men's. They pushed each other back as the gigantic negress came running lightly and smote her playfully upon her broad shoulders as she passed amongst them, up to where her mistress and the Nubian stood. Almost as tall as Al-Assad, she made a superb picture as she stood, thoroughbred and perfect in form, beside the two half-castes, arrogant in her breeding, aware of the rebellion seething in the camp. She eyed them insolently as she revenged herself for the blows her mistress had rained upon her since she had been bought in the slave market. "Thy prisoners have escaped, O Zarah," she said slowly, contemptuously. "The white man has fled with the white woman, black stallion with black mare, white stallion with white mare, and Allah's curse upon the fold of different coloring." She turned her back upon the Arabian and walked away with the insolent gait of the thoroughbred Negro. Speechless with rage, Zarah raised her spear, then, in a flash, realized that she no longer had the power to move her men to the madness of hate or to the lust of battle. They stood between her and the negress, but she kept her spear raised as she made a mighty effort to regain her hold over them. She stepped back and shouted the battle cry with which she had been wont to gather the men for a foray into the desert or about her in battle. The words were echoed 1,000 times from the mountains, but not from one throat of the men about her. She called aloud her promise of horses, gold, or women as a reward for the capture of the prisoners. She drove away between the men until she stood upon the outer edge of the throng. Then once more she shouted the battle cry, until the women, who had been watching, ran and hid amongst the rocks, and some of the younger men felt stealthily for their knives. "Is there not one among you who dare face the white man?" A voice from the center of the throng quoted an Arab proverb, a voice with a mocking note in its clear tones. "It is written upon the cucumber leaf, O Zarah, that from a house from which thou eatest, thou shalt not pray for its destruction." The patriarch, with bow legs at his side, pushed his way to the front. "The white man, my daughter, we will not for master," he said, "but for his patience and his strength, yea, and his love for his own woman. We love him as brother. Behold, has he lived and eaten like a dog in yon hut, and worked amongst us, to teach us his tricks of skill, with no word of complaint upon his lips? Nay, let him be with his own woman. Their ways are not our ways, and their lives are in the keeping of Allah, the one and only God. Likewise let the friend of thy father with his dumb friend be gone upon their own business. They irk the sanctuary with their infirmities, as does the busy Namla with her wailings for her lost son." But Zarah had long since passed the stage of sane reasoning. She was white with fury as she faced these men who would not move hand or foot to help her in her need, and looked at her with laughter in the depths of their mocking eyes. "Thou!" Her voice trembled with rage as she looked across to Al-Asad, who stood surrounded by men. He shook his head. "Thou art my woman," he said simply, "and if I cannot have thee, thinkest thou that I would strive to bring back one thou lovest and who has escaped? Thou fool, bring him back dead, slung across thy shoulders. Nay, I love him as a brother. Let him go. Then will I bring him back myself." The men looked at each other as she laughed shrilly and turned and ran across the plateau towards the stables and gripped the Nubian as he made a movement to follow her. "Let her be," said the patriarch. "She but makes mocks of thee. What can a woman armed with a spear do against those who are fully armed? She will hide amongst the rocks until hunger drives her forth. Then will we wed her to thee, O brother, or carry her to the sands of death, for we tire of her moods and would find her a master." But Zarah was in no vein for trickery. Desperation had swept her completely off her course towards the whirlpool of impulsiveness into which the hot-headed flounder, to struggle, sink, and drown. A moment's thought, a whole-hearted surrender to her subjects' wishes, a joke at her own expense, a laugh, and she might even then have won back her hold upon the men who, as all Arabs, were swayed by the emotions of the moment and as easily placated as they were easily roused. Her love had passed. The mockery in her men's eyes, the insolence in the black slave's words, signaled her defeat. The future, bereft of power, loomed cold and barren. Yet, in the smart of the wound dealt her colossal vanity, she gave no thought to aught but swift, sure revenge upon those who had been the chief cause of her downfall. The grooms of the stables, standing halfway down the slight incline, devoured by curiosity, fled at the sight of her, and rushed to their quarters at the back of the buildings. She paid no attention. Time pressed, and she required but a halter rope with which to guide Lula, the fastest mare in all Arabia, across the desert. There was no necessity for questioning. The fresh tracks of the camels or horses ridden by the fugitives would show plainly on the sand in the light of the coming day. In the agony of her humiliation, she gave no thought to weapons. All she wanted was to find the white man with his woman, to get within spear range, and then to leave the rest to Allah the merciful and compassionate. Terrified at the gleam of the white cloak, Lula backed across the loose box, then lashed out until it seemed she must break the partition with her dainty unshod hoofs. Her beautiful, soft eyes rolled as she backed into the corner, and she jerked her head, lifting Zarah from the ground. When the Arabian caught her by the halter rope, she stood quite still for a moment, snuffing at the cloak, then suddenly rushed for the open door and bolted, slipping, sliding, with the girl running at her side, down the passage between the stalls, through the outer door, and out on to the broad ledge upon which the stables had been built. She reared when Zarah vaulted to her back, then, exhilarated by the dawn and under the pressure of the girl's knees, danced sideways towards the edge, whilst the men who watched the splendid picture held Al-Assad forcibly, and Yusuf's eyes, peeping from behind the rock which hid them, tapped in answer to the blind man's question. The black mare reared until struck between the ears, when she crashed to her feet, slipped them over the edge, tried to regain her foothold, then, under her own impetus and the pressure of the girl's knees, who was too savagely impatient to pull the beautiful beast back to the main track, slithered like a goat down the path from the stables to where it joined the upward track which led to the cleft. Zarah took her up the steep incline at a terrific rush, and pulled her at the top until she reared again. For one instant they stood sharply outlined against the night sky, in which the morning breeze blew out the stars one by one, then vanished as the battle cry, mocking, challenging, rang through the air, down to the men standing close together upon the plateau. His eyes, who watched, turned and tapped a message upon his blind friend's arm. "To the kennels?" answered Yusuf. "Yea, verily will we hasten, whilst our brothers and sisters gossip of the flight. Zarah, the merciful, will have no time in which to spy the swiftest dromedary in Arabia hidden behind the rocks." He raised his right hand as he spoke. "By the honor of the Arab, when I have finished with her who plucked the light from my eyes, behold, will her laughter be as the laughter of the nut when cracked between two stones." He laughed savagely as he quoted the proverb, staring down at the boy he could not see, then took his hand and, without faltering, passed quickly along a path he had made for himself between the rocks up to the kennels, deserted for the moment by the grooms, who had rushed to talk over the doings of the past hour with the distracted grooms of the stables. "Allah keep her tongue still," whispered Yusuf, as his eyes opened the door of the isolated kennel amongst the rocks and softly whistled the bitch. Whimpering with delight, the beautiful creature flung herself upon the men whom she had so often followed across the desert. She loved them. They had patted her while in disgrace, and had fed her with bones between the regulation and none too satisfying meals. Yusuf's hour of revenge had struck. Vengeance for the loss of his eyes, for the mutilation of his once handsome face, for the humiliations which had deftly been heaped upon him throughout the years by the woman who had failed to recognize the intensity of his hate for her. For just such a moment had he longed and prayed. For just such a moment had he fostered the hate of the bitch, who, only on account of her unblemished pedigree, and for the gentleness of her ways to all but the Arabian, had not been destroyed long since. For years she had followed the scent of one of the Arabian's discarded sandals, which his eyes had trailed upon a string across the desert, mile upon mile, to be rewarded at the end by some dainty fastened to a staff, thrust into the sand, for which he had been taught to leap and fight. She knew the way down the narrow path to the spear stuck fast between the two rocks, and had never forgotten the severe lessons which had taught her to keep silent until well out in the desert. She whimpered softly and thrust her muzzle into Yusuf's hand as he passed quickly to the rock which marked the beginning of the path leading to the cleft. "They gamble, thou sayest?" "Mine eyes, seated upon the ground, with the lion a prisoner in their midst. Then, bending low, will we make our way to the cleft." praying to Allah to bind their eyes to the dice until we can no longer be seen. How light is it? As light as the feathers upon a pigeon's breast. Then we must hasten. Bent double, they crept up the steep path of the cleft, through which Yusuf passed, just as the first sunbeam shot from behind the edge of the world, and a great shout rang out from the plateau. Al-Assad, chafing under the restraint put upon him, and longing for the woman he loved, turned to look up at the cleft through which she must pass upon her return. Outlined against the sky, he saw the disappearing figure of the blind man, whom he knew hated the woman he loved with a bitterness beyond description. Upon the near side he saw, waiting to pass, Yusuf's eyes, holding the bitch who hated the Arabian with a hatred which equaled that of the blind man. The men leapt to their feet at Al-Assad's cry and flung themselves upon him, then fell back when, making a bugle of his slender hands, he sent the battle cry ringing over the mountain tops out to the desert. At the sight of the bitch he had divined the revenge Yusuf the blind had planned. He sent the battle cry to reach the woman he loved, so that she should know that help was coming. Again and again he called, until the birds rose twittering and screaming in flocks, and flew towards the sunrise, whilst Yusuf whistled to the bitch trotting at the dromedary's heels, as the great beast, under the urging of the dumb youth, passed along the hidden path at a desperate, dangerous speed. The women rushed from their quarters at the sound of the battle cry, which invariably heralded the death of one or more of their menfolk, and beat their breasts as they watched the men, headed by the Nubian, running towards the stables. Ay, 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 ay. Their lamentation rose to high heaven as they watched the Nubian take his stallion at a terrific pace down the short cut to the path. They screamed when the magnificent beast fell and rolled to the bottom, where he scrambled to his feet and limped forward a foot or so, whilst Al-Assad, without hesitating, sped to meet the men as they tore like the whirlwind down the made track. He caught the rope halter of one who outdistanced the rest, and, putting out all his almost superhuman strength, stopped the horse dead in its tracks and hurled it back on its haunches. Clinging to the mane with his left hand, he lifted the rider with his right, flung him to the ground, bent and snatched the spear from his hand, and ran at the stallion's side up to the end of the path, where he vaulted across its back and disappeared through the cleft with a challenging cry. Afraid of the Arab who lay stunned across their path, the foremost horses stopped dead in their headlong career, bringing the others up against them in a struggling mass, so that much time was lost as the men tried to straighten out the confusion made by the horses jamming on the narrow path as each struggled to free itself from its neighbor, whilst they slipped and reared and fell. The rim of the sun had just shone above the horizon. The Nubian was a speck in the far distance of Yusuf and his eyes, and the Arabian. There was no sign in the shadows which still shrouded the vast ocean of sand, when, headed by the patriarch, with much shouting and firing of rifles, the whole band, riding at full speed, swept across the desert. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Florence Short. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest. Chapter 23. Remove the gates of thy stable to another side. Arabic proverb. In ominous dawning, misty, silvery shadows fleeing before the coming light left no mark upon the crimson desert, which stretched to the east and west a desolate, unbroken plain, to the north and south in motionless, blood-red waves of sand. Sunrays, yellow, orange, red, spread like gigantic searchlights across the sky from behind a mass of clouds which the west wind had driven eastward and piled low down upon the horizon. Copper-colored masses against a background of green and rose and dun, concealing the end or the beginning of an arch of clouds which flared, a signal of disaster, a pennant of death, blood-red, high across the sapphire firmament, where one great star still defied its enemy, the dawn. Over the empty plain, under the ominous arc, straight towards the stupendous sunrise, fled the 3 camels, leaving a dead-black trail stretching back as far as eye could see. Namla, the body woman, glanced over her shoulder at the morning star and touched the amulet of good luck which hung about her neck. She looked round at the ill-omened sky and back over the miles across which the huge beasts had raced, at the almost incredible speed to which the camel can attain when urged to its greatest effort. Scarcely a word had the riders said since the sky had lightened when, wondering if the alarm had been given in the camp, they had turned to see if Yusuf overtook or if Zarah pursued them through the misty, silvery shadows. Ralph and Helen rode side by side, their dromedaries almost touching as they raced death for their lives, their liberty, their love. Namla, the desert-born, rode ahead, steering her course unerringly by the great star. She glanced back at Helen's face, showing death white in the shadows of the passing night, and distressed at the signs of a great fatigue, anxious to advise, to help, touched her camel upon the right shoulder, so that it turned to the right in a wide circle, whilst its companions, ignoring or totally unconscious of their leader's change of route, and utterly lacking in imagination, reasoning power, or sense of any kind, forged ahead on a non-stop run. Once more her keen eyes swept the vast plain which lay behind and across, which, like a band of jet on damask cloth, showed the path made by the camels in their flight. She made no sound as she shaded her eyes and stared into the far distance, but touched the amulet for good luck, which hung at her own neck, and, leaning far forward, touched the amulet which had been fastened in a tuft of hair on the camel's left shoulder, thereby guaranteeing its safe arrival at the journey's end. O thou who troublest thyself about the care of others, to whom hast thou left thine own cares? She muttered the proverb, then prayed to Allah as she smote the camel so that it finished the half-circle and formed up with its companions, which utterly ignored its return. "What is it, Namla?" Helen leant sideways as she spoke to the body servant, in whose eyes she had seen the light of a great fear, then turned and looked back in the direction in which the woman pointed. She turned to her lover and pointed back along the path by which they had come, to where, hardly discernible as a mere speck in the far distance, something moved. "We're followed, Ra," she cried, leaning towards him and stretching out her hand. "I know we are, sweetheart. I've known it for some time. Let's hope it's Yusuf." He smiled at Namla and shouted across to her, "We'll put up a good fight, little sister, if they overtake us, and I swear they shall never take you 2 women alive." "Kismet, Excellency," cried Namla. "Perchance 'tis the blind one riding to join us, though verily there is but Lula who could overtake these 3 beasts, the swiftest in Niyed, and the black mare Yusuf does not ride. I pray thee let me have speech with Zarah if 'tis she, before death claims either the one or the other of us. Likewise, if so be it is the will of Allah, allow me to approach the tyrant." She spat as she made her request and guided her camel close to Helen's and prayed to Allah, with frequent interludes of cursing, as they fled like the wind towards a spot whence they would turn due north and, if Allah the Merciful answered the prayers of the body woman, would overtake a caravan journeying towards Oman or Harik. "'Tis the birds of prey, Excellency," she said later, "calling as they ever call at dawn. Perchance from the heavens the eagles and the vultures spy food with which to break their fast." Helen looked up at the sky, across which drifted and wheeled vultures, eagles, hawks, and shook her head and smiled at the dusky little woman who lied to allay her fears. "Nay, Namla, it is a voice, it is. Listen." Faintly but clearly the cry came to them upon the morning wind. Helen looked at her lover, and Namla bent and touched the amulet upon the camel's shoulder so as to hide her eyes. The battle cry, derisive, challenging, even at a great distance, left no doubt as to who pursued them. But Namla was of the desert, with the eyes of a hawk and the tenacity of those whose daily life is one long fight against the greatest odds. She shaded her eyes suddenly and stared ahead. She pointed and laughed and kicked her camel vigorously. But there was no sign of living thing in all the desert to Ralph and Helen when they looked to where she pointed. "I see nothing, Namla." "Yonder, Excellency, see you not a band of men moving many, many miles away? Allah, their backs are towards us. They go from us." She turned in her saddle and shook her fist at the speck in the far distance, then put her hand to her ear. "Allah, 'tis verily a horse. Faster, faster, Excellencies, urge the camels. They but crawl. Urge them, for in yon band of men, be they robbers or starving Bedouins, lies our salvation." Infinitesimal spots upon the desert, which ridged and wrinkled, lay like the outstretched hand of fate. They urged the dromedaries until they fled to outstrip the wind under the sky of violent colouring. "Allah, open their eyes that they see us. Open their ears that they hear us. Excellency, Excellency, is there no way by which to turn their heads towards us?" Her words were lost in the rush of the tremendous speed, but Helen, understanding the expressive gestures, turned and shouted to her lover. The camels paid no heed when the desert rang with the double report of Trenchard's revolver, but Abdul, who journeyed in the company of the Bedouins who had succoured him in the hope of learning news of his white master in Arik, turned in his saddle and looked back, whilst Zarah, oblivious of the strain she was putting upon the mare, shouted the battle cry derisively when the firing shattered the desert stillness and drove the beautiful creature at full speed over the sands, urging her with needle-pointed spear. Nor did she look back, else might she have seen fate pressing hard upon her heels. On the day of victory no fatigue is felt. Arabic proverb. Like a darker shadow amongst the shadows thrown upon the desert from the ill-omened sky, Radi, the bitch, the swiftest greyhound whelped in Hassa, loped alongside the dromedary ridden by Yusuf, with his eyes, pillion-wise, behind him. She barely left a mark upon the sand, so lightly did she run, perplexed, upon a track which held but the common scent of horse and camel. True, she ran in the wake of Lula, her stable friend, but of enemy there was no trace. Therefore, of what avail to spend her strength in chasing shadows by the light of the rising sun? His eyes frowned when she broke away, like an arrow from a bow set off hard upon the scent of something which had crossed the path after Lula the mare. "She has no interest, brother." He tapped his message upon the blind man's shoulder. "Even now she turns to follow the scent of some small beast of no account. Give me the sandal of Zarah the Cruel, so that she holds in her fine nose the scent of the woman of whom as yet we see no sign, but whom we hunt to the death." Yusuf sent a long, low call ringing across the sands, and Radi, with every muscle in her gaunt body trained to a hair, without checking her speed, spun round upon her hind feet and tore back in answer to it. She ran at an angle to overtake the black dromedary, whose price was above that of many rubies, and recognizing the object dangled just out of reach, leapt at the sandal, missing it by an inch. Then, as trained to do, on touching the ground turned in a circle to the right, and at the top of her terrific speed, still at an angle, tore towards the dromedary and launched herself straight upon its back. Catching her by the throat, the dumb youth held her back, whilst with claws clinging to the tufts of hair upon the dromedary's haunches, the bitch fought to reach the sandal, the scent of which drove her to a veritable madness of hate and filled her with a lust to kill. She had it between her teeth when firing suddenly shattered the desert stillness. and she fought like fury to keep it, until his eyes, putting out all his strength, hurled her to the ground, and clasping Yusef round the waist, leaned far sideways and stared ahead. In his excitement he snatched the mihyan from the blind man's hand, leaning backwards, smote the dromedary above the fleshy part of its hind leg, above the knee, the tenderest spot of its tough anatomy, so that with a scream of rage increased its pace seemingly 100-fold, and tore like a hurricane of wrath upon the path, at the far end of which his eyes at last discerned a moving figure. "Bismi-Allah!" yelled Yusuf, answering the message tapped upon his shoulder. "Allah the merciful delivereth the tyrant into our hands. The mare faileth, sayest thou, the marks of her hoofs show ever deeper in the sand. Whence came the firing? From Zarah the Cruel, or from our white brother, who fleeth with the woman before her vengeance? Nay, nay, knowest thou so little? Canst not discern the difference twixt a pistol and a rifle? Allah strike her hand so that it is useless, and strike the mare dead so that the woman falls to the hound, who hates her even as I hate her in my blindness." He leaned down and called to the greyhound, exciting her with words as he pointed ahead, until, sensing an enemy at last, she shot in front of the dromedary. Then, sitting erect, he lifted his mutilated face to the flaming heavens, and chanted verses from the Koran to the honor of Allah, the one and only God, who delivered the enemy into his hands. "Flight shall not profit you if ye fly from death or from slaughter, and if it would, yet shall ye not enjoy this world but a little. Who is he who shall defend you against God, if he is pleased to bring evil on you? O Lord, give her the double of our punishment, and curse her with a heavy curse." The sonorous words range out on the stillness, barely broken by the padding of the dromedary's cushioned feet upon the sand. Then he stopped suddenly, alert, apprehensive. His hearing, sharpened by his blindness, had caught the sound of the drumming of a horse's hoofs upon the sand many miles behind. "Look once more behind, little brother. Methought 'twould not be long before her lover rode in pursuit. Ha! Thou seest one riding like a leaf before the wind. By thy beard, 'tis the lion riding to find his mate. Allah smite that which he bestrides so that no harm befalls him." He turned round in the saddle and steered back along the path he could not see. "Seest thou aught else behind the lion, little brother? Far behind? Thou seest not? Yet is there a sound of thunder in mine ears, even the sound of the hoofs of many horses tearing like the hurricane towards us." He listened for a moment, then turned again and stared unseeingly in front towards the figure of the woman who had blinded him. He smiled as best he could for the distortion of his mouth, and threw back his head. Zarah looked back at last, as the challenge of the battle cry came to her on the wind, and, recognizing that speed alone would save her from the death which hunted her down, drove her spear into the mare's hindquarters. The exhausted beast, ridden without mercy, her satiny coat dripping, her chest asmother with foam, bounded forward under the agony of the goad, crossed her feet, stumbled, flinging Zarah over her head as she crashed to her knees, then, up before the Arabian could rise, turned and fled into the desert towards the east, where the sun showed above the clouds. 1 hour for thy love, 1 hour for thy Lord. Arabic proverb. A mighty picture made Al-Assad and the stallion as they rode in the race to outstrip death. To aid the magnificent beast as it tore across the plain, the Nubian lay close to its satin neck, guiding with knees and hand, coaxing and urging with his voice as it fled. Ventre terre, silken mane and tail flying like banners in the wind. There was naught but vision to tell him if he gained upon the dog or not, and even in that he dared not put his trust. For how was he to tell of the figures before him, the camel with its 2 riders, the dog ahead, the girl upon the black mare still farther off, and the 3 camels, mere dots upon the horizon, became gradually clearer because the stallion lessened the distance between itself and them, or because the light made all things clearer as the sun rose from behind the clouds. He did not count Yusuf nor the dumb youth in the race for Sarah's life. A great brotherly love existed between them, protecting them from harm one from the other. Nor did he blame the blind man for taking his revenge by setting the bitch to hunt the girl down. In his wild heart and simple mind, love, hate, and revenge were inextricably interwoven in the web of life, circumstance alone deciding which should triumph in the end. He would overtake them easily and pass them with a friendly shout as he rapidly lessened the distance which separated him from love and freedom. His plan was of the simplest. He would lift the woman he loved into his arms and ride away with her to some distant part of the desert. There he would gather the fiercest outlaws to him, and with them raid the country until his name should become a byword in the land, whilst his riches should accumulate, so that his woman's happiness should be great. He smiled as he rode with his dreams in his heart, and his eyes upon the greyhound and the spear loose in his hand. He knew that the Bedouins, who had seen Radi hunting across the desert, had come to swear by her endurance and resistance, and to boast to the stranger within the land of how she hunted the night through without water or food or rest. Likewise she held an unbroken record. She had never failed to kill. He looked down at Lula's hoofprints and called to the stallion as he caressed the glossy neck. The mare's hoofprints showed deeper and deeper, and in 2 places where she had crossed her feet under the strain of a great fatigue. For speed she was renowned throughout the peninsula, but in endurance the lowest hireling from the bazaar could beat her. And behind her ran the greyhound, which had never been known to fail in a kill. He felt the stallion's pace increase as he stroked the glossy neck. Then, clutching the silvery mane, he swung, head down, listening to a sound which had come to him along the sand, even above the pounding of the stallion's hoofs. He swung himself erect and turned and looked along the path marked out by those who fled and those who pursued. Led by the patriarch, the men of the sanctuary, stretched out in a line across the horizon, raced towards him. They rode with the lance at rest, and shouted as they rode, until the heavens were filled with the sound of their voices and the thunder of their horses' hoofs. There was no help to be sought of them. They rode in the joy of the hunt, in the hope of a kill, just as they had ridden to the attack upon the white man's camp, led by the woman who had revolted them at last with her tyranny, and who, in the secret places of their inconstant hearts, they hoped would die rather than the white man and the white woman who fled before her. Then fate jerked the strings which hobbled them all to their destiny. Al-Assad, riding with his eyes upon the greyhound, looked up and ahead when Yusuf's challenging cry came to him on the wind. Breathlessly he watched for an instant of time, then sat back and raised his spear as the mare stumbled and flung Zarah to the ground. In an unconscious effort to catch the mare, he pulled the stallion to the left, then pressed the beast hard with his right knee, bringing it back to the path, and touched its neck with the tip of the needle-pointed spear, so that it leaped forward under the unexpected goad, and hurled himself on the track of the greyhound, which tore like the wind to where the girl stood. The half-caste just glanced at Yusuf and his eyes, as their dromedary suddenly left the path and sped away across the desert. He knew the dromedary was being driven along a circuitous route by which it would ultimately join up with the white people. He knew that Yusuf felt sure of his revenge, and had left the end to the will of Allah. He felt no hatred in his heart as he looked after them, fleeing to the safety which was their birthright. He felt no anger as he raised his spear above his head so that it glittered in the risen sun, and shouted the battle cry as he drove the stallion to the rescue of the girl who stood alone, so far away, facing him and the greyhound who had never failed to kill. He turned for an instant to look at the men who followed hard upon his track, magnificent in his desperate need, his face alight with the glow of battle. He raised his spear in answer to the patriarch, who raised his in salutation, and raised it again in greeting to the men, his friends. A day which is not thine, do not reckon it as of thy life. Arabic proverb. With the fatalism of the Arab, Zarah stood watching the race between the greyhound and the man who loved her. She had glanced at the black dromedary carrying blind Yusuf and his eyes to freedom. She had looked at the magnificent sight of the men she had ruled so tyrannically as they deployed so that they should encircle her when they reached her. She did not turn to look in the direction taken by the girl she hated and the man she had loved passionately and for so brief a time. Yet did hate outweigh the danger of the hour. By Allah, she cried, lifting her spear, if I live, I will lead my men upon them, and trample them, and those who help them, under foot. Yea, by the honor of the Arab I swear, if I throw the spear so that it pierces the heart of yon cursed dog, that not one of them shall be left alive within the hour. She dropped her white cloak from her shoulders and stepped clear, weighing the slender spear as she measured the lessening distance between the stallion and the greyhound. Her heart quickened not one beat, nor did the slightest shadow of fear show in the tawny eyes. She did not despair as the bitch seemed to gain upon the stallion. She did not hope as the thunder of the stallion's hoofs sounded clearer and clearer every moment. She was alone in her hour of desperate need, and only upon the strength and skill of her right hand and the judgment of her eye could she depend for life if the Nubian failed to reach her in time. Yet even when that life trembled in the balance, she could not refrain from tormenting the man who had been her willing, humble slave from the moment his eyes had first met hers, and who alone raced to help her in her peril. She held out her arms towards him, and called his name, and smiled, even though she could almost see the red gleam of hate in the greyhound's eyes, so near was the revengeful beast. Al-Assad, she called. Al-Assad. Her voice sounded like a peal of bells in the desert stillness. Her beauty flamed like the sky above. Her courage was superb as she measured the distance between herself and the maddened greyhound. Then she leant forward and screamed till the echo of the terrible sound carried to Yusuf's ears, so that he turned and looked back in the direction of the girl he could not see. Death was upon her, death with a crown of red above its snow-white face, the death Yusuf had prophesied when she had struck him blind. She ran back so that the white cloak stretched between. She looked round and up to the sun which was her birthright, forward to the closing of her day. She flung out her arms, her hands, fingers wide spread as though to clutch the last moments of the life she loved so well. Life was nigh spent. She stood within the shadows of eternity. But, true to her father's race, true to the relentless desert to which she belonged, she would die fighting. She shouted the battle cry as she raised her spear. Istagil, istagil, istagil. The desperate, defiant words were carried across the sands as she flung the spear, flung it as Radi, the bitch, increasing her speed in a last desperate effort to revenge her pup, changed her course by a few inches, so that the spear barely grazed the shoulder as it flew past and buried itself in the sands. Then fear came to Zarah the Cruel, not the fear of death, but fear of an ignominious end in the eyes of her men. "Kill me, Al-Assad, kill me," She called desperately to the Nubian as she caught the bitch by the throat as she leapt upon her. "Kill me, kill me, kill me!" The terrible cry rang in the Nubian's ears as, misjudging his strength, he hurled the spear even as the greyhound leapt. He shouted with triumph as the greyhound fell back dead, then flung himself from the stallion as he swept past at full speed and threw himself upon the girl he loved as she lay still. The point of the spear which had killed the greyhound had buried itself in Zarah's heart. He did not hear the shouting of the men as they swept down upon him from every side. He did not seem to see the sun in the heavens as he knelt and drew the weapon free. He did not hear the call of life as he lifted the girl and held her against his heart. "Zarah," he whispered softly, holding her gently on his arm, "I love thee. No kiss have I wrested from thee awake. Behold, is it for me to snatch one from thee in sleep?" He turned her face to his shoulder and touched her hair gently, winding one curl about his slender fingers. "I love thee, mate of mine. I hunger for thee, I thirst for thee. Yea, by the wind of dawn, I cannot live without thee. Behold, is there a smile lurking in the corner of thy mouth, and thine eyes, like unto clear water winding across the sands, laugh at me between thy lashes? Thou art gone but a space before me across life's desert, and I hold the hem of thy garment in my hands, so that thou canst not escape me. I hear thee calling me in the wind. I see thee beckoning me 'neath the sun." He bent and kissed her hair, then looked up to the sun, to the heavens, to that which awaited him. He raised his spear above his head and smiled. The men, racing towards him in a great circle, raised their spears and shouted a salutation as they pulled their horses back upon their haunches. He shifted the girl a little upon his left arm, then threw back his head and shouted the battle cry, shouted until the desert rang with a triumphant cry as the men, divining his intention, charged down upon him. He shook the spear above his head and laughed. "Zarah, my woman, Zarah, I follow thee." He shouted the words, shouted with joy, then drove the spear deep down into his faithful heart. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Zarah the Cruel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest. Epilogue. The holy man, motionless, gaunt, his eyes filled with the peace of Allah, the one and only God, stood afar off, outlined against the blazing sky. He looked to the north, where had passed a party of Bedouins, with a white man and a white woman in their midst, a white woman with eyes like stars of happiness and hair like unto a golden flower. He looked to the east, where passed a body of men, driving their horses at greatest speed as they rode silently, swiftly into the unknown, with the lance at rest. Leaderless they rode, a black line across the limitless, relentless desert, their spear points glittering in the sun. They faded into the distance. They were gone. To the south lay the holy man's path, the south where the wind blows hottest, where the sands burn the sandal from off even holy feet, which search salvation in distress throughout the years, and deliver them from evil. He leant upon his staff, older by some score years than when he stood to watch two horsemen fleeing for their lives across the desert. The beads of Mecca slipped between his fingers as he bent to read the inscription from the Koran, which the patriarch had roughly scratched with a spear point upon the sand. He lifted up his voice in the wilderness above the spot where Zarah the Arabian, wrapped in her great white cloak, lay upon Al-Assad's heart, asleep beneath the sands of the desert to which they both belonged. Quote, "For whomsoever thou shalt deliver from evil, on that day on him wilt thou have mercy.
and this will be great salvation." End quote. The wind from the south carried the sonorous word from the Koran up to heaven as the holy man passed on the one solitary figure moving in the relentless desert, the forcing ground of hate and fear and revenge, the burial place of love and hope and peace, above which the birds of prey wheeled and called as they drifted to the north and the south, the east and the west, as they have drifted since the day every grain of sand was numbered. End of Epilogue. End of Zarah the Cruel by Joan Conquest.